Hello and welcome back to the Karma Stories podcast. I'm Rob and I hope you are having a wonderful day today. Today I have a special Malicious Compliance compilation video for you to put on while you're working or driving, or if you just want to listen to me drone on and put you to sleep. The Karma Stories podcast is published to all major podcasting platforms, and you can also read along on YouTube under our @Karma Stories podcast handle. Alright, on to the compilation. Let's jump right in. This story comes to us from Mrs. Knockers81. When my ex learned to not ask me to do anything for him anymore. A bit of a backstory. I divorced my ex a little over 9 years ago after 14 years of marriage. I won't go into the specifics as to why, but suffice it to say, he was a lying, cheating jerk. Early on during the marriage, I tended to not be all that assertive, until I finally had my fill and grew a backbone. He hated that. He did not like hearing the word no from me or in doing things my own way. So fast forward to a month after we were officially divorced, he was in his new place and I was in my house, formerly the house we shared with our sons. But he still had a ton of his stuff there. Stuff I didn't want even though I paid for a lot of it. But stuff I knew he really wanted. He finally reached out and demanded, not asked, demanded I send him his stuff. Just toss it all in boxes and send it over to him. His exact words. Mind you, he was only about 10 miles away from me at that point and could have easily come over to do it himself. He didn't want to do that because he'd have to see me, something he was actively trying not to do. Cue the malicious compliance. Now, a lot of what he had were collectibles, no details, but some of it was fairly expensive and fragile. So I did as he asked. Correction, demanded. I tossed it all into numerous boxes. Now, some of the truly expensive items, I did take great care in packing them, only because I knew my sons would probably eventually want them. But for the stuff I knew my ex really wanted and cared a lot about, nah. I just tossed it all in a box without a care in the world. Now, I did inspect everything, and while I just dumped them in boxes, nothing was damaged by me. I also took pictures of it to prove it. So once I closed them all up, I told him to either get his butt over to pick it up or get someone to do it for him. He got someone to do it. Now, I was not at the house when this person picked everything up, but my sons and sister were. They did not know how everything was packed. They only showed him the boxes. They told me that the person who picked up the boxes quite literally just tossed them in the back of his pickup without a care in the world, and then sped away. Later that night, I got a call from my ex, who started calling me a bee for destroying all his stuff. I told him that everything was fine before I closed the boxes up, and I had proof of it. I then said that maybe next time be a bit nicer to me when making requests, and reminded him he demanded that I toss it all in boxes, but he didn't tell me to be gentle in doing so. I hung up on him and proceeded to enjoy my celebratory glass of wine that evening, hoping that he was enjoying the shattered remains. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called CreativeSun6739. It says, "Did you put your feet up while sipping that wine? I know you did. I would have too." OP responded to this one and said, "Maybe." Another commenter down below called Shadow Foxy said, "If he had bothered to go over and get his own stuff, this would not have happened. Nor did he even tell this person what was in the boxes and to be gentle. Laugh out loud." You know, OP's ex is the cheating dick, so I'd say whatever he has coming to him is what he has coming to him. And OP covered their own butt. Everything was intact when they put it in the box, so it's completely not their fault. It doesn't matter how it got there or how it got broken, OP is absolved of any liability. This story comes to us from Perfect Scene 9541. Message from God. Was on call rotation, beeper went off, go into work. This was in the day when the beeper just went off. You had to know who to call. No LED screen with a number, just audio. But I digress. Working at a hospital, and once or twice a week, the beeper goes off. Call, third floor radiology. Already, I know the issue. the night X-ray transcriptionist has removed the paper so he can work on his personal Japanese language class. We could never prove it. This is a dot matrix printer with normally triplicate forms, again a long time ago. He can't get the forms back in, calls the operator, who calls the beeper. One night, we're working very late or early, beeper goes off and I'm on site with a coworker. We'd just set up a God account, for fun. We did a terminal to terminal message, I know what you're doing. What we didn't know was you can't use the maximum number for priority on a user account. Result, mainframe crashes. For clarity, the message would read, message from God, I know what you're doing. We call the hospital, operator can't see where from. Be there in about 30, normal response time. About 30 minutes later, we head up to the 3rd floor. Guy is white as a sheet. Change out paper, no words are exchanged. After that night, never got a call from 3rd floor radiology. Probably means he saw the message on the screen before everything went dark on the computer. We fixed the priority value so we didn't crash the mainframe again. Laugh about it to this day, decades later. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called BunnySlayer64. It says, rolling on the floor laughing. This is epic. Even better that the mainframe crashed right after he read it, giving even more impact to the message. Can you imagine this guy sitting at this computer and all of a sudden that pops up on the screen, he gets a chance to read it, and then everything goes black? If he knows nothing about computers, I can only imagine what he'd be thinking at that point. This story comes to us from DoMath3995. Wanna write me up? Sure. I have a patient who deals with occasional mental confusion. He usually has a personal aide, so he's used to getting whatever he wants when he wants it. I pride myself on being able to get along with and even build relationships with the most difficult of the patients, but he has proved difficult to me due to the combination of entitlement and his confusion. He had his son visiting him today and was severely under the impression that his son was taking him home. Any attempt of explanation fell on deaf ears. His son left, but he didn't give up. He insisted I take him to the front door and let him leave, despite there being freezing rain and no one to take him anywhere. Eventually, after 3 times of him telling me to take him to the door and my futile attempts to redirect or reassure, he told me if I wouldn't take him to the door, he would write me up for insubordination. Cue malicious compliance. I figured, why not? At least writing me up would keep him distracted from trying to leave, and it truly seemed like the only way to calm him down. There were at least 5 witnesses to what was happening, so I wasn't worried about facing any discipline. I grabbed the complaint form, a pen, and a clipboard for him. As I did this, the nurse caught on to what I was doing and started just laughing. I brought him the form and even helped him fill it out, spelling my full name for him and showing my name tag as proof that I was giving my real name. Eventually, I have to move to stand behind him because I can't hide my laughter. My director of nursing comes over and the nurse explained the situation. I bring the patient over to her and he hands the form in. I just have the biggest crap-eating grin as everyone is going purple trying to contain their laughter. My director of nursing was a total bro about it and played along with it while also taking him to play bingo, satisfied that I was being appropriately reprimanded. The director of nursing let me keep the complaint form as long as I completely scratched out his information and I framed it next to my Employee of the Month certificate. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Lori2345. It says, I think that's more wholesome compliance, as it didn't hurt him doing that. It sounds like he felt better writing the complaint, and it gave him something to do. It was nice of you to do that. I remember many years ago when one of my grandmothers was in a nursing home and we went to visit. I walked into my grandmother's room and an elderly man walked in right behind me, grabbed my hand, and asked me if we were going home. It was both a sweet and a sad moment at the same time. I think what got me the most about that visit on that day though, was when they told me that to get out the front door, all you had to do was pop in the code of the current year. and most of the people they had there had no idea what year it was. This story comes to us from Secret Koala 1900. Are we there yet? First time poster here, so I'm not sure if it's truly malicious compliance. This was back in 83 or 84. I was about 22, and one of my Christmas presents was defective and had to be sent to the manufacturer for replacement. My dad thought since it was only about a 2-hour trip at most, and a nice day, we'd drive to the factory store and get a new one. So off we went, me, mom, and dad. I knew the route well, as I spent large parts of the last few summers at my buddy's cabin on a lake in northern Illinois, or going to concerts in southern Wisconsin. So off we went with mom holding the map. Yes, a paper map that was near impossible to fold. After 20 minutes, I told dad I knew a better way. Of course, being a dad, he was always right. No son, the map says this is the best way. Frustrated, I waited a few more minutes. But dad, that map's at least 2 years old. It's okay, son, this is the right way. After about another hour of telling dad my way was better, and him ignoring me, I gave up. Then I had a thought. You're treating me like a child, the youngest of 4. I'm going to act like a child. In my best little kid voice, are we there yet? The look of fear and shock on my parents' face was priceless. The rest of the trip, I kept up a steady stream of the little kid car ride questions until we arrived, with dad announcing, "We're here." My response, "I want to go home." This was followed by a backhand to the face that came out of no place, just like when I was little. Not enough to really hurt, of course, basically just a tap. It came as a surprise, just like when I was little. While in the store, I talked dad into letting me drive home. He was shocked when I turned into the nice, semi-new 4-lane road. Damn, son, when did they build this? I just laughed and kept driving. Sometimes, father isn't right. Dad gave me a nasty look, and mom laughed in the back seat. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called TesterPT5. It says, I remember my dad's shortcuts and me yelling, "No!" a worthy Darth Vader moment, cause normal route would take X amount of time, and with shortcuts, it would be X amount of time times 3. To this day, I still say no to trips with my dad. It just takes too long, and the scenery is just meh. My parents would drive us all over the place when we were younger, visiting friends, going to various places, and we got used to the really long drives in the car. I also got used to the fact that I didn't need to ask how long the trip was going to be, because my dad would let me have it. Mom was always awesome for these long trips though. She'd bring snacks, she'd have drinks, and she'd have us bring like word search books or other activity books that we could do on the way, or even just books to read. She planned ahead very well. I think it's because she just didn't want to listen to us. This story comes to us from Notice Me Senpai You. Don't touch anything electrical if you're not an electrician. Let me preface this by saying I'm not sure how malicious this is, but it sure was funny. Years back, I used to work on the melt deck at a foundry in the area. It was a union job, so everyone had their own roles to do. I was in melting, and one of our jobs was to melt the iron for another department to pour into the molds. Every so often, we would trip a breaker on one of the furnaces and had to call an electrician to come up to the melt deck to fix it. The panels for the furnaces opened up, and the electricians would just flip a switch and it'd be fixed. The problem was, sometimes it would take 20 plus minutes for an electrician to show up and fix it. Waiting a few minutes wasn't much of a big deal, but when it would be over 30 minutes, it would start cutting into our pay, since we got paid based on tonnage melted, and when we couldn't melt iron, no money. Eventually, our assistant to the foreman got sick of it and would open the panel and flip the switch himself so we could keep going. The electricians found out what we were doing and had a meltdown, no pun intended, and told us we weren't allowed to do that and not to touch anything electrical if we weren't an electrician. Some words were had and we agreed, only for the electricians to go right back to taking forever responding to our calls. Everyone on the melt deck decided that anything electrical was out of our pay grade. We then proceeded to call electricians up to the melt deck to plug in and unplug our phone chargers stating it's electrical and I can't touch it. Of course, we wouldn't tell them that over the radio, just that we need an electrician on the melt deck for an electrical issue. They didn't find it as funny as we did, and eventually we all agreed to stop calling them for our phones, and their response time significantly improved. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called JJ1101. It says, I assume these were internal electricians. An external company would say thank you and bill for each visit. OP responded and said, we could quite literally see their hangout area from up on the melt deck, which is why the ATF got frustrated and started flipping the breaker himself. We would call them, and while watching them stand around talking, respond to our call saying that they would be on their way, just to go back to talking for a while and finishing their coffees. I think the whole if you're gonna waste my time, I'm gonna waste your time thing works perfectly in this situation. I understand the reasoning behind the electricians needing to be the ones that flip that switch, because anything else in that box if it were touched could cause major problems or even injury. This story comes to us from Perfect Speller, at the double. Setup. My near boomer dad came to stay for a couple of weeks. In the first few days, he wanted some stuff printed off. Local map, opening times of attractions. I printed his stuff. I printed his stuff single-sided. With the aging and cantankerous printer, double-sided is an effort and wastes almost as much paper as it saves. Trigger, he never misses an opportunity to be bombastic and pompous. I get a lengthy lecture on wasting the world's resources, squandering my money, being disrespectful to the family values of frugality and care for the environment that he had so lovingly imprinted on me during a long childhood. In future, he told me, be sure to always print double-sided. Malicious compliance time. He ordered some stuff online during his stay, and a couple of things need to be returned. Would I print the return label and packing slips? Sure thing, anything for him. I printed them double-sided. So one sheet of paper had the label that goes on the outside of the package, and the return authorization slip that goes on the inside. Fallout. What the H am I supposed to do with this? He asked. Dunno, I said. Maybe cherish it as an example of our family values in saving the world by always printing double-sided. After sufficient time teasing him had passed, I showed him the printer has a copy function, but continued to lament the waste in using it to reprint one side. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Bug Zappers. It says, I would have told him he could save even more by using a phone for maps and event schedules. No paper needed at all. Yeah, I don't know about this one, because if I said this to my dad, who is in his mid-70s, he might pull out 2 cans on a string and ask me where the map is. This story comes to us from Octohand. Threatened to sue me? Go for it. First time posting here, had a hard time deciding what subreddit to post this story to. Please let me know if this story is more appropriate somewhere else. Backstory. I have a 5-year-old daughter with my ex-wife. We broke up about 2.5 years ago. We had some ups and downs during our marriage. We never argued or fought per se, but we did negotiate a lot with strong emotions and opinions. Yet we always managed to find some common ground to stand on together. That's why it kinda caught me by surprise when she told me she wanted a divorce. I cried for a couple days, went fishing, and then started planning on how to figure things out. Because neither of us had enough income at that point to keep our car and/or house. We agreed that I should take care of selling the car, and she would get a realtor to start selling our home. Well, turns out I had to do both. Anyway, we had more debt than money, and she tried to leave all the debt to me, while she would start from a clean slate. I wouldn't let her, and I made sure everything we owned and every bit of debt would be split evenly. We agreed that our daughter would live with both of us, splitting the time evenly, as our daughter had the right to having 2 parents. We promised each other to act civil. This didn't last long. We also had agreed that since our salaries were pretty even, neither of us would pay child support. We also agreed that she would take care of buying most of the clothes, etc. for our kid, since she would get the child benefit, about €100 a month here in Finland, paid by the government to support raising offspring. After the breakup, she started mail ordering new furniture for herself even before she had found a new apartment for herself. Kinda obvious, but she really didn't have the money for it either. 2 weeks later, she moved out. A week later, I heard from our kid that she had a new man. I didn't really care, just raised some eyebrows. She would often call in sick to her work, usually BS reasons, and when her boss gave some feedback, she didn't fix her attitude, but instead, she just quit. She applied to a school and she got in. After about 2 months, she quit the school too and started demanding me to pay child support. We got a professional to weigh in and agreed that I still wouldn't pay a dime to her because she herself had caused her income to collapse. As a goodwill act, I offered to pay for our daughter's insurance. I thought the matter was settled, but then she got pregnant for her new man a few months after our breakup. After our divorce was final, there is a 6-month reconsideration time before the judge calls it. She married her new man. These things empowered her into demanding for money again and again and again. So now you know what kind of person we're dealing with. The case. Last fall, she yet again demanded money to support our kid. She was working again, and I knew she used our kid as an excuse because she had expressed envy towards my ability to control my finances, to a point that even when I had the same amount of money, I could eat in restaurants, etc. I told her that if she needed child support for legitimate reasons, I would of course help, but all the expenses would have to be calculated properly to know the right amount she would need. Instead, she demanded I would pay her 200 euros a month, and she would take care of all the expenses regarding our daughter. She didn't have any real reasons for the demand other than her need for control. She had always been someone who wanted to have the last say in things. On top of her demand, this time she threatened to sue me if I didn't pay her. I pretty much laughed at it until I got a message from her lawyer. At that point, I messaged my ex, telling her from now on I would only discuss this matter via our lawyers, and started looking for a lawyer myself. During the next couple months, things started to look really bad for her case. After getting the papers from the court, I noticed her case was based on false data. She and her lawyer hadn't asked for my income and expenses before they sued me, and she had estimated my income to be a lot more than it actually was. Also, my expenses were estimated to be smaller than actual. At this point, I messaged my ex and asked if she's sure she didn't want to settle. She said she didn't, so I decided to go with some malicious compliance and didn't try again. After we both calculated every income and expense of both parties with the help of our lawyers, I and my lawyer confirmed that she had enough money to raise our kid. Not only that, it turned out she actually had more money than me for it. Monthly income minus living costs, medicine, etc., etc. I burst out laughing at the absurdity of her case, even more so when she tried to twist things to her favor by sending false evidence to us and the judge, which we noticed instantly. A couple days go by and my lawyer calls me. She had gotten a call from my ex's lawyer saying he had noticed my ex is lying and the whole case is based on lies, and the lawyer wants to settle. It looked like my malicious compliance wouldn't go through until my lawyer got a message that for some reason, they won't settle after all. Game on. The judgment. We went to court. The judge was annoyed but composed. He asked my ex's lawyer about their demands. The lawyer started by saying, "First, I'm going to tell a bit of the backstory," and the judge cut him off, telling him to just state the demands. After a few seconds of silence, the lawyer told the judge no demands. The judge was both dumbfounded and livid, asking, "Then why are we here?" To which my lawyer said something along the lines of, "That's what we're asking too." Then the judge asked my ex's lawyer, "To be clear, didn't you want to settle?" And the lawyer sheepishly told the judge that my ex wouldn't agree to settle. They were so embarrassed. It was so glorious, like some kind of divine karma being served right at my Karen of an ex. The judge ordered us to go to a meeting room for 20 minutes and to come back with a settlement agreement. Because she had more money, we negotiated that she would pay for our kids' hobbies, insurance, etc. to compensate for the difference. The judge verified it, and my party left the courtroom very happy. My ex, on the other hand, was balancing between being angry and embarrassed. The fallout. A couple weeks ago, my ex demanded that we would make changes to the schedule on how our kid would swap homes. I declined, saying we have an agreement. She threatened to sue me, to which I just reminded her about the last time she wanted to get what she wants by suing me, asking if she really wants to do it again. She got mad, and I just ignored it. About a week ago, she sent me a message saying that she had a fight with her husband. Police were called because she attacked him and she wanted a divorce. The police had to inform Child Protective Services since there were kids present, mine included. Basically, her whole life has gone down the drain. 2 kids to different fathers, 2 divorces before she even turned 30, a lot of debt and expenses, and looks like our kid will be spending the majority of her time at my place, which is what our kid has wanted for the past 2-ish years. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Nanny Boo Boo. It says, sounds like your divorce was a good thing for you. Maybe consider whether your child would be better off living with you and visiting the mother occasionally. OP responded to this one and said, yep, I've never been happier. I also have a new wifey, not married yet, and my kid loves her new stepmom. Also, I'm seriously considering pursuing for our kid to stay here most of the time, depending on the outcome of the CPS report. Another commenter down below called NickIs84 said, careful OP, your ex is going to want to reconcile just to avoid paying child support and or becoming homeless. Of course, you're going to say no, but she's not in a good place. Might want to install some cameras as a precaution, just in case. OP responded to this one and said, thanks, I have a few cameras recording outside our home 24/7. So all good on that front. Does anybody else here think that the new guy on her end was whispering in her ear, sue him, get all the money out of him you can? Because they had a fairly normal agreement when they broke up, but then a little while afterwards, she started going a little bit nuts and trying to get everything she could out of him. It sounds like OP has a good case for 100% custody, and if that happens, the one giving the money will be her to him for child support. Karma's a B, isn't it? This story comes to us from Maleficent Froyo 7336. This is a cute one. A few years back, my brother had married a walking power trip of a woman who had him by the short hairs. Everything was her way or the highway, and she could hardly be reasoned with. As an example, she called me up one morning at 5 a.m. to tell me my brother had been cheating on her, and her proof was junk mails in his inbox. You know the ones, this one trick will grow your eggplant, all the women will love you more. Or, do you like Russian women? Click here for Svetlana, she's waiting to meet you. And when I sent her a screenshot of my own inbox to show that I had that junk mail too, she blocked me on all social media and my phone number. So that's the kind of person we're dealing with. Don't get me started on when she uninvited me to their wedding for reposting a Humane Society PSA on my Facebook. And this control extended to his 3 young children. So my 7-year-old nephew was at my mom's house and playing in her rock garden. He had happily filled 2 sandwich bags my mom had given him with his favorite river rocks from the garden and was just pleased as punch. Well, his new stepmom told him he could only have 1 bag of rocks and that he had to choose. Now, for a little context, my brother's kids are not perfect little angels who get anything their little hearts desire, but it's just a bag of rocks. It doesn't do any harm, and Mommy Dearest in training had been a total nightmare all day. So the bags of rocks, my nephew was 7 and this just breaks his heart. She holds firm and demands that he only take 1 bag of rocks. So my mom went to comfort my nephew and tells him she'll help him fit his favorites in 1 bag. She ushered him inside and produced a quart-sized bag, dumps both bags of rocks into 1 bag. They both go back outside with 1 bag, and Mommy Dearest was incensed. My mom just smiled her sweet grandma smile and said, "There, one bag of rocks." While my nephew delightfully remarked that he can fit even more now, since there is room in his new baggie. She didn't say a darn word. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called WordWizardX. It says, "Not to take away from the story, but as a parent to 2 kids who used to fill their pockets with junk all the time, I would have absolutely required my kid to pare their find down to 1 bag before going home. You'd be surprised how easily a child's room can fill up with utter trash, and how much of a tantrum they can throw if you get rid of any of it. Making them choose what to keep up front helps them learn how to make those decisions later." OP responded and said, "Oh, I have no doubt. The random stuff they'll keep is insane. I totally agree with you. It's all about balance." I completely agree with this comment in that you don't want your kids filling up their room completely with junk. But I've gotta side with Grandma in this case. I think she's dealing with a daughter-in-law that has been a pain in the butt in the past and really doesn't want their kids to have any joy. Grandma sees that and wants to make the kid happy while making a little bit of a jab towards her daughter-in-law. I say good for you, Grandma. This story comes to us from WordWizardX. Fine, I'll type it. This is an old one from back when I was in 6th grade and school computers were still in labs. There was a guy in my class I'll call Jason who was that certain breed of show-off common to the early 90s. The one who totally knows Kung Fu but just can't show you right now, and who makes loud fart noises every time the teacher turns around, and is more concerned with belching the alphabet than with learning to spell. Unfortunately, one of my friends was dating Jason, as much as a 6th grader can, so he was always hanging around. We got to the dreaded 5-paragraph essay assignment, and Jason showed up with a crumpled notebook page. He was a terrible typist and always asked me, the nerd of our group, to type up his work for him. I, being 12 and wanting to keep my friend happy, usually did it. For whatever reason, this essay was my last straw, so I typed it exactly as written, except instead of fixing his spelling as I went, I tried interpreting his terrible handwriting literally, and as wrongly as possible whenever there was ambiguity. It was an unreadable mess. My friend was mad at me, but he never asked again. He also had been held back 2 grades by the time we turned 18, and is now a tractor salesman, so I guess he never needed that 5-paragraph essay anyway. OP, I don't think you understand how much a tractor salesman can make, especially if they're working on commissions. You know, tractors can go for like $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, and there's combines that can get up to close to $1 million. I'm guessing they're doing just fine for themselves, and you are poorly underestimating what that job entails. This story comes to us from Chaos of a Mad Hatter. Not so delicious, malicious compliance. Growing up, my sister and I were good students and got straight A's most quarters. As some parents like to do, ours rewarded us for it by taking us out to dinner each report card, and they alternated who would choose the location between the 2 of us. Now, when we went out to dinner, there were some rules that didn't make sense as kids. Like, if we ordered a cup of soup, we had to get a salad or sandwich, and if anyone, including our parents, got an appetizer, then we couldn't get dessert. There were a couple more nuanced things, but those were the big 2. But they didn't apply if the meal came with any of those things. So every time it was my turn to pick, I would pick Golden Corral, and after quite a few times of suffering through the lackluster food, my mom finally demanded to know why I always wanted to go there. Because it's the only time I can get both a soup and a dessert when we eat. We were allowed to order dessert after that. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Aragathorok. It says, "Those seem like pretty sensible rules to me as an adult. Get some solid food alongside the liquid for the first, and don't overeat and spend too much money for the second. Assuming whoever got the appetizer was also intended to share it with others, which is generally how it was in my family. That's pretty much why me and my siblings almost always chose an all-you-can-eat buffet whenever we had a chance to go out to eat. It was cheap, fully filled us hungry kids, and had a good variety of options. The quality was generally crap, but hey, when you have a big family and not a ton of money, you don't have many options. We usually defaulted to a local Chinese buffet over Golden Corral though. The food was so much better. OP responded and said, as an adult, I totally agree. As a kid, I was just more determined to figure out how to get the most bang for my buck and report card. I preferred the Chinese buffet, but my parents had very bland tastes, so that was off the table entirely. OP, your parents had more bland taste than an American Chinese buffet? My condolences to you, holy. OP did say in another comment that their mom fully admits that she didn't know how to cook until we grew up and left the house. I didn't know food could be better than McDonald's until I left the house either. This story comes to us from OK Performance 342. Should have pre-approved my remote day due to sickness? Okay. This happened in my old job and I was reminded of it today. Thought it would fit here. In my old job, we had a great boss and hybrid work. If we had any reason not to come to the office, just a message to him and extra remote day would be approved. Then he was let go and we got a new boss, who was the exact opposite of her predecessor. This happened a few weeks after our old boss was let go and his boss became our new boss. One morning, I wasn't feeling well. Too sick to travel to the office, but not too sick to work from home. I had a couple of remote meetings with customers, so it was just easier for me to work while being a little sick than trying to reschedule. I spoke with my boss in Slack, and our conversation was like this. Good morning, I have a sore throat and a slight fever. I'll be working from home today, so no need to reschedule anything. Our employee handbook clearly states that remote days are Tuesday and Thursday, and exceptions need to be pre-approved by the manager. I was pissed. Is she really trying to force me to the office even when I'm sick? Or what was her motive? But then it hit me, it doesn't matter, and our discussion continued. Oh, sorry, that's true. I have a sore throat and a slight fever. I'm unable to come to the office, so I'm taking a sick day. Could you ask someone to reschedule the meetings with customer A and customer B since I'm recovering at home at least for today? The employer handbook states that I can take 3 sick days in a row without a doctor's note, but I'm willing to make an exception and get you one if you want me to. Do you want it? I was left on red for 10 minutes. She started typing, deleted the text, started again, and deleted it again. She was active in our chat for an entire 10 minutes until I finally got a response. No, that won't be necessary. I'll ask someone to reschedule those meetings. Get well soon. My colleagues almost died in laughter when I told them why I'm having a sick day and not just working from home. Our boss didn't like me after that, but the feeling was mutual. I left the company later for a new job, but not before she was fired. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Growlin' It says, hybrid work, used when a company knows that having people in the office is not actually necessary, but they would rather increase air pollution than admit that they lease too much office space. Another commenter down below called Memnock the Red said, tell us why bad boss was fired. Inquiring minds want to know. OP responded and said, she was a commercial director. Last year before she joined the company, it made 606,000 euro profit. In her first year, 413,000 euro. Second year, 1,000 euro. And she was fired at the end of the third. She was there before I was, but during my time, she focused on standardizing the sales process, which led to us losing the sales and bringing in less money. For example, we couldn't modify text in proposals for the customers without asking permission from productization. And even after that, only marketing would be allowed to make changes. And this was even in situations where the customer didn't want some feature our product had. We couldn't even remove the text about it. It led to situations where we heard from the customers that we focused in completely unrelated things, not those which were relevant to the customer, and their board chose another vendor, even if the internal champion believed we were much better, which we said would happen before this new model was implemented. I'd say this new boss really doesn't know what's going on around them or what's best for the company. made clearly evident by how much they lost the company in the 3 years that they were there. Wow. A 413,000 euro profit in the first year to a 1,000 euro profit in the second year, you'd think they would have let her go right then and there. This story comes to us from Silent Layer 3370. Level that entire field? You got it, Lieutenant. Story from my grandfather's time in the RAAF. He was a heavy mechanic transport officer, worked around a lot of heavy machinery, and did maintenance on runways. He was assigned to a base on a Pacific island somewhere, and he was working on a bulldozer in one of their maintenance sheds. An uppity, just out of Duntroon lieutenant walked up to him and demanded that he level a field with the bulldozer as they were preparing for an exercise. He told him to level that field and level every gosh darn thing on that field. My grandfather replied that he wasn't trained in the use of the bulldozer, he was just repairing a part on it. The lieutenant snapped back and said, "A commanding officer just gave you an order, now get in that bulldozer and level that field." Pop thought, F it, what's the worst that could happen? And he jumped in the dozer and started leveling the field. Here's where it got malicious. In the area of the field, there was a brand new jail that had been constructed. It was a temporary wooden building for use while the Air Force waited for supplies to build a more steady concrete building. The construction had only been recently completed, and nothing had been moved into the building yet. Anyway, during his journey to flatten the field for the lieutenant's exercise, my pop accidentally clipped the wall of the jail and caused it to begin collapsing. At this point, he knew he was effed. He was going to be in trouble no matter what he did. So he thought, well, F it. The lieutenant told me to flatten the field and every gosh darn thing on that field. Pop just ended up bulldozing the entire jail and flattening it out along with the rest of the field. He ended up being court-martialed for destroying RAAF property. He represented himself and only asked that he question the lieutenant that asked him to do the work on the field. "Lieutenant, did you ask me to level the field with a bulldozer?" "Yes, but I didn't tell you to level the jail as well." "But you did instruct me to use the bulldozer to level the field." "Yes, I did." "Lieutenant, did I warn you that I wasn't instructed on the use of the bulldozer?" "Yes, but..." "Lieutenant, did you tell me to level everything on that field?" "Yes, but..." "Lieutenant, is the jailhouse on the field that you instructed me someone not trained in the use of a bulldozer to level?" "Yes, Corporal, the jailhouse is on that field." The only trouble my pop got into with this one was the adjudicator of the case told my pop to listen far more carefully to the orders of a superior officer. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Ollie Scott. It says, "He was lucky that the lieutenant was that honest. The lieutenant could easily have said that he told him to be careful of the building. A lot of people would have." OP responded to this one and said, "This was in the late 50s and 60s, and the lieutenant was young, probably a combo of being raised by a good family and being too naive to lie." I think OP should have gotten some clarification when they were told to listen more closely to what their superiors were saying, because OP did exactly what the superior said. So do they want OP to actually listen to what they're saying, or listen for what they're meaning? That's the question. This story comes to us from Condessa Stace. Crickets be terrifying. A few years ago, I got a new phone. I let the vendor set all of the notifications since I wasn't and still am not really into phones, talking or texting, and it seemed easier to let him do it. At the time, I had a desk job, and I would set my alarm to go off to remind me to do some walking during my breaks. Otherwise, I would sit all day and have noodle legs while trying to get home at the end of the day. So the other day after I bought my phone, I go to work. Morning break, I remembered without needing the alarm, so I shut it down before it could sound off. Lunch comes and goes, so then it gets to be late afternoon. My office partner and I are in our after lunch slowdown. Not quite sleepy, but less than alert. Then my phone alarm goes off. After office partner and I peeled ourselves off the ceiling, I frantically pawed at the phone for a while before finding the shutoff for the alarm. The vendor had set all of the notifications to Reveille. You know, the army wake-up trumpet song? I apologized to my office partner over and over again. WTF, Condessa, WTF, and let him watch while I figured out how to change all of the notification settings to something less alarming. I set it to crickets. I thought the sound was annoying enough to get me up and walking, and nobody is afraid of crickets, so I was safe there. Or so I thought. Office partner and I got a kick out of telling that story every chance we got, and it always got a laugh. Until one Friday evening, I was leaving late, in the elevator with some other stragglers, and I get one of my rare texts. Granted, it sounded really loud in that tiny elevator, but I was shocked to see mean girl sneers on everyone's faces. One of the ladies says, "That's your ringtone?" Yes. And I tell the story of how it came to be the default, and end with, because nobody is afraid of crickets. More sneers, and a sulky, "Some people are afraid of crickets," from the back. Then, the one who spoke up, I guess she was the leader or whatever, begins to tell me how to change the volume and ringtone so as to not upset others. I'm not a phone person, so I would have been fine with that. The problem was that she added condescending to the sneer. That opened it up for the rest of the women to ramp up the sneers and condescending remarks. I basically shut down at that point because watching a bunch of 30-somethings turn into high school mean girls was freaking me out. Over a ringtone. Monday morning rolls around and I get called into my supervisor's office. She looked very, very embarrassed. So embarrassed that it took her a few tries to get out what she had to say. Apparently, the mean girls had complained to their boss about my vile ringtone and insisted that she do something about it. She complained to my boss, and my boss had lower seniority. She basically apologized for making me change my ringtone. So I went back to my office and told office partner the whole story. We stared at each other for a few moments before we started laughing. "I know what you're going to do, Condessa. Go for it." Then I changed all of the notifications back to Reveille. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Woke Britain. It says, "What type of person tells teacher about something as innocuous as a bloody ringtone long after leaving school?" OP responded to this one and said, "Yeah, I never knew anything was off about them until this episode. I used to tell new coworkers that complaints are like Monopoly money. You only get so much before you are broke. So be careful with them. Guess these ladies never got that memo." So now that OP's changed their ringtone back to the original one, I'm hoping they find every opportunity they can to get into the elevator with those same mean girls, and also have their coworker text them a couple seconds after they get in there. You know, just for comedic effect. Extra points if OP would just change their ringtone to a blood-curdling scream. This story comes to us from Adiantum Berneris. "Make it so a person with zero knowledge could understand it." Okay. "My previous workplace was an NGO, hired me to do what was deemed an impossible task, reaching to and gaining the support of several groups that are notoriously difficult to recruit. It was a pretty critical point, with over $1.2 million funding depending on it. Not to brag, but this is something I am actually an expert in, one of very few in my country. I got to work and used some pretty unorthodox methods. Initially, management seemed to be fine with it, since it proved extremely effective. Within 8 months, the organization moved from being irrelevant at best to having a small army of volunteers, active groups, and vocal ambassadors, and gained a reputation for being the most radical and interesting player on the scene. The thing is, this success was because I was there to cover for the organization's irrelevance. As long as they don't implement some deeper changes, this is as good as it will get. Except nobody seemed very interested at implementing any deeper changes. In fact, they began doing increasingly more problematic stuff. Think public racist comments by staff members, making it harder and harder to maintain the support. I kept raising the alarm that this will not end well, and at some point, this and my less than standard methods annoyed management enough that they decided to fire me. I pointed out to my manager that if they don't want to lose all of the work, they'll at least have to recruit someone with similar experience, which is going to be very difficult to do. Again, very few experts on this. In response, my manager demanded that I write down a document for my future replacement, and specifically that I make it so a person with absolutely zero previous knowledge could understand it. Zero knowledge, you say? Alright. I sat down and wrote an extensive document, which included nothing but the most obvious, basic, and offensively unhelpful information. No, you cannot call people racist remark. No, not even when they aren't present. Phrased as if it was written for a third grader. If they hire someone competent, they won't need that document anyway. If they hire someone clueless, well, they'll probably be able to understand it. I ended my employment there in September, but stayed in touch with some of my former crew. By the end of November, half the volunteers I recruited dropped out. The 200 plus people involved in one of the flagship projects just stopped showing up. The assistance network stopped responding altogether. An attempt was made to continue one of the other long-running projects, but since they didn't know how or why it worked, it flopped gloriously and stopped running after one more session. The annual fundraiser I started failed to have any relevance when they attempted to copy it this December, and only 7 people showed up. 3 of the groups decided to exit and operate under a different host, after also going public about the management being both out of touch and abusive. Oh, and as of today, it seems like they lost the $1.2 million in funding as well. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called TJamesV. It says, "Wow, talk about manglement. You gotta be seriously out of touch to see a successful project, poison it with bad PR, and then fire the expert behind it for raising concerns. Then to have the nerve and ignorance to ask said expert to write a cheat sheet for dummies to handle this huge, complicated, high-stakes project, as if a new hire with a tutorial can replace the effing expert." OP responded to this one and said, "It was both infuriating and hilarious to me that they both fired me due to taking an issue with my methods," that's what they claimed anyway, "and at the same breath, asked for the recipe." OP, once somebody says you're fired, you don't have to do anything else for them, especially something that's going to help the company continue without your presence. If management didn't have the wherewithal to make you do this before you got fired, that's on them. This story comes to us from Mochi Karan. "Don't you respect my schedule?" Okay. This happened a few days ago at my work. I work as a monitor in a company that sells wholesale. We have rotating schedules, so if we have activities outside of work, we have to notify them in advance so they can adjust our schedule. It turns out that this is not the first time that they have told me that I should give more notice. So a week before the next week's schedules were made, I informed my leader about all my activities for the month. He clearly didn't like this, so he told me to send it to him in writing so he could remember and consider it for the schedules. Well, if it had happened like that, I wouldn't be here. I needed to rest on a Sunday because that day I had baking classes. And to come in the morning on Tuesday, when I saw the schedules, I got angry. As always, she did what she wanted. She gave me my rest on Tuesday, and on Sunday, she left me in the afternoon, from 2:30 to 11 p.m. My baking class was from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., so it was literally making me choose between my class and coming to work. I was upset because it wasn't the first time it had happened, and I always ended up trying to convince other classmates to change my schedule or break so I could do my activities. I was tired of always looking for solutions for the things she did wrong, and she also had the impudence to take her rest on Sunday. Here comes my malicious fulfillment. I decided to pretend that I never saw the schedules and missed Sunday. I hate uploading statuses to my WhatsApp, but I decided that this time it was a special situation. So I started uploading statuses from my baking class. When I saw that my leader saw my status, I knew that I had won. When it was 3 in the afternoon, my boss, my leader superior, asked me why I had been absent. I told her that I had not seen the schedules, and that since I did what the leader asked me to do, which was to notify her in time and sending him my schedules in writing, I assumed that he had respected it. I knew that I was going to ask my leader, but I also know that she has a reputation as a liar, so I knew that she would try to twist things in her favor. So I sent a screenshot of the conversation in which I told her in detail about my activities. She thanked me and didn't say anything to me. The next day, I found out that she was advised for that, and I got away with it without any repercussions. Then, she tried to justify herself to me by saying that my boss had not approved the schedule, but it is evident that it is a lie. I know they're not going to pay me that day I was absent, but it was worth it to get her scolded, and let's see if she understands that if they don't respect my schedule, I'm just going to be absent, and I'm not going to try and fix their nonsense anymore. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called BillyD1183. It says, next time you have to submit your availability, be sure to CC a couple people up the chain of command, with the explanation that you will be unavailable on such and such day for such and such reason, and will not be able to work. Also request acknowledgement of receipt of the email so they can't claim they didn't see it. OP responded to this one and said, thank you very much for the advice. Although the bad thing is that in this job, we do not have email per se, and we use WhatsApp. But just in case, I took a screenshot of the message. A screenshot that confirmed it was his number, and a screenshot that showed the message was delivered and read. I don't know about this, in any large places that I worked in the past, there were so many people on the schedule that mistakes could happen, and they might miss something like this. It was completely up to you to look at the posted schedule on a certain day and make sure that it wasn't conflicting with any request that you'd put in previously. That was on you. You had to go back and say, hey, I requested this day off. Can you change the schedule? This story comes to us from Woolen Goose. Complied so much on a test, it stopped Evil Boss from profiling employees. Had an evil middle manager boss who eventually lost 1/3 of the team in under 3 months. I had been there longer than him before his position was built out. He was a really gross one, like psychological abuse, and also openly commented on a 16-year-old celebrity being hot when he was 36. Anyway, when he was onboarded, he pretty quickly assessed which employees he couldn't bully, and started trying to make our lives harder. He started doing some anonymous reviews and tests. Not surprisingly, some anonymous feedback was super negative for the people on his crap list, even if we were high performing or project leads. I finally had had enough of attempting to talk it out head on. He always denied everything, and even once actually asked me if I was on drugs, WTF, during a one-on-one. This was and is a hugely famous tech company. Anyway, he decided it was time for another round of anonymous testing, this time a personality test. I answered every question, imagining I was him. Every single one. To nobody's surprise, he was like, surprise, we're gonna reveal and see which result we have on the screen now, yay! I matched him perfectly, the only one. He got the absolute psychopath result, but it also says like entrepreneur and celebrity, so he would have been thrilled, but he knew we were very different, yet somehow we had the exact same result, out of 20 plus possibilities. When he pulled up the results on screen, his face dropped. He stared directly at me, immediately breaking the character who was excited for sharing the secret results. I watched him choke down his anger as he pretended to go down the list, now unprepared. Every other sentence out of his mouth suddenly was how unreliable these tests can be, and you never know. As he dug his hole deeper, explaining backwards regarding this time-wasting, team-wide meeting for his stupid exercise, originally intended to single out some folks based upon a personality test, I finally found my opportunity. I smiled at him. I smiled with eye contact. No words, everything was said there. I watched him die inside, and he still had to fill 25 minutes of his stupid meeting or call it off. I have another malicious compliance story about him. He was an absolute clown. I bet I have more if I think harder. But this is my fave, quiet little moment where I ruined his total concept of self in 1 second by doing exactly what he asked of me. Waste my time to take his stupid personality test. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a username that I can't read without getting cancelled on YouTube. It says, "Even better if you told all your coworkers to answer the questions in the same way. Results would have varied slightly, but most of you would have matched it perfectly." Laugh out loud. I've done supposedly anonymous opinions in call centers before, where I got called out afterwards for what I said, so they're definitely not anonymous in most cases. I think the boss here was just trying to prove that they were one of the superior personalities, and everybody here who didn't have a favorable personality could be on the chopping block. OP did a great job of putting the boss man into his place. This story comes to us from Cryptographer Medical. I know you. Many years ago, worked full-time at a big superstore on checkouts. I also volunteered in a local civil protection light rescue unit. We did some training with fire service, exercises with Red Cross, etc. I dated a female police officer for a bit. So knew few local police officers, a fair few of local fire service, ambulance, etc. One of the rules was no serving friends and family. If they came to the till, press buzzer and wait for manager. One manager and I never got on. I served one of the local officers I knew, Paul. Manager straight on my back about serving friends. I explained, no, not good enough. Got a severe telling off from that manager. Even demanded to know if I knew a regular customer just because I said, "Hi Sandra, hi Laura," and they greeted me by name. Got a telling off for that one. So I deliberately asked anyone I know I buzz for manager. I then had a couple of days off, including training night. So I discreetly told a few rescue unit members that when they came in to ignore what I told them before. I wanted them to deliberately come through my checkout. Messaged my mate at a local fire station, messaged my ex, the police officer, to pass word out, and passed message to someone I knew at the local Red Cross, etc. Next 2 evenings, Thursday and Friday, which were always busy, it was carnage. Buzz. This is Heather, local police officer I know through the rescue unit. Buzz. This is Alan, local Red Cross. I know him through unit. Buzz. This is Rick, he's in rescue unit. Buzz. This is Sally, local paramedic. Buzz. This is Di, county council emergency planning. Know him through the rescue unit. Buzz. This is Glenn, firefighter from ABC station. Know through the rescue unit. Buzz. This is Frank, paramedic. Know from the rescue unit. Buzz. This is Tony, firefighter from XYZ station. Know him through the rescue unit. Buzz. This is Ben, local police officer I know through the rescue unit. Buzz. This is Julie from the rescue unit. Buzz. This is Alan, local police inspector I know through the rescue unit. Pulled aside by my manager, who I got on with on Friday, about 8 p.m. on my way to my break, and told, "You can stop buzzing for people you know from rescue unit stuff. Just buzz for family or close friends. We'll let you use your discretion." Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called PN Gwyn. It says, "It's fun how quickly problems get solved once they start to inconvenience management." OP responded and said, "I think it gets solved when you make it their problem." Another commenter called GreenPill98 said, "This is some good malicious compliance. Deserved, compliant, to the letter, and involves a group effort. I love that all your friends did their part. It was probably a minor inconvenience for them, but I would love to be a part of something like that." OP responded to this one and said, "Yeah, it was fun. Weirdly, after this incident, no one bothered me with silly rules. Blue light family, especially police, were pissed off at being treated at a default of untrusted, so I think they kind of enjoyed it too." OP, you could have had a little bit of fun with this one beyond just the rescue people. You could have had some friends or maybe friends' parents come through, dressed in suits with glasses, and you could have been like, "Buzz, this is Fat Tony from the docks. I know him from, well, I just know him." This story comes to us from Stardust Rose 9449. You want to review every single candidate? You got it, babe. This is the best time that my warnings went unheeded and made the client regret ever asking. I worked in recruitment for 9 years, and a few years back I had a new client, hiring manager, and she didn't like abiding by the rules set up for the recruitment team. For one thing, we reviewed the applicants, interviewed the best qualified candidates, and then submitted them to the hiring manager for consideration. Well, this hiring manager couldn't understand why we only sent over 3 candidates in a week. Honestly, she's lucky, as some positions did not garner that many applicants. I explained that we submit 3 candidates for every 1 position available. This ensures that the hiring manager's time was considered when scheduling next step interviews. This wasn't just a standard I set, it was approved by her company's TA bosses, and frankly, was standard at another place I used to work as well. Hiring manager said, "That is absurd. I want to review all of the candidates so I can tell you whom to pre-screen, and then you schedule their interview with me based on my availability." But ma'am, you have almost 100 applicants that met your minimum qualifications. I don't think you really want to devote that much time to reviewing all of these resumes. And honestly, some of them were not great. Are you not listening? Send them all over to me and I'll take care of it. Yes, ma'am, you got it. I'll send those over right away. I wrote an email to the hiring manager immediately after the call, restating the topics discussed by phone, and asked again if she was certain she wanted all of the candidates sent to her. She confirmed. I complied and forwarded to my boss with an explanation that she will take care of reviewing all applicants, and my numbers were going to be skewed for the month. I did as requested, selecting nearly 100 candidates in the system and moved them to hiring manager review. Now, what this did was send individual emails for each candidate as an update to the hiring manager, and it would ping her email every 3 days that they weren't reviewed. I smirked, knowing what was going to happen, and my rear was going to get chewed out in about a week. But it felt really good because I knew I was right. 2 days later, my boss calls and says he got an irritating phone call from this hiring manager who said she never requested this, to which they responded with the information detailed in my email. She was speechless. He let her know that I would go back into the system and back up the candidate process so it would be taken out of her to-do list, and I would continue to send over candidates that were the best fit for the role as described in our processes. I never received pushback from that hiring manager ever again. Does anybody else think that OP should have just sent all of these candidates over to the hiring manager and then taken off for vacation for about a week? It makes me wonder when somebody sends an email outlining exactly what they want and then they try to deny their own statements, what exactly is going on in their heads at that point? Do they think they're going to get away with that lie? I just don't get it. This story comes to us from Stranded Covidiot, Denial of Service. You got it. So I work in cybersecurity. One point I worked for a managed security services provider or outsourced cybersecurity. Had a manager who was surrounded by yes men who worshipped him as awesome, which based on some stuff he showed, I wasn't impressed, but that's irrelevant. He wanted to start stealing malicious site detections by various vendors and resell the data as proprietary threat intelligence, culmination of data mined by actual threat researchers. Sorry, not steal, redistribute for a fee. Anyway, I told this dude, you want this data as a report, not an email alert. If you do this as an email alert, you'll generate about 4 million emails in a day for just one of our customers, who will remain nameless. Bark bark, woof woof, reports aren't real time enough, needs to be an email alert. Cool. So to make sure I'm understanding clearly, you are saying turn it on. All of this conversation was via email, of course. You got it, boss, and I did as I was told. Later that same night, I get added to a critical call. Customer identified emails coming in to the tune of 3 million messages and wanted to know why we enabled this. The same director asked me why it was turned on, telling the customer I'm the one responsible for building the ways we detect threats. Absolutely, team. I apologize. I had attempted to have our leadership reconsider this requirement as it would adversely impact your environment to the tune of 4 million emails. Let me forward the communication to all of us on the bridge. Do you all want me to turn off this rule? Yes. Absolutely. I just forwarded the email thread. Manager, it looks like you were the one who authorized and made the decision to turn it on despite the risk. And I went ahead and disabled the rule. Dude got promoted to VP, and I was no longer involved in threat monitoring, so I'm pretty sure he controlled the narrative very well. But I enjoyed my moment of listening to the customer bring legal and discuss cancellations and repercussions. I left and am now the proud owner of a cybersecurity product for biomed and facility devices. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called BadBotBot23. It says, "You're too stupid to be a manager. VP it is. Failing upwards, of course." That makes 2 stories in a row that completely drive home the point of get everything in writing or in an email, whatever works. Just make sure there's some kind of trail when somebody's asking you to do something that you know is going to blow up in their face, because then you can stand back, put your hands up and say, it wasn't me. This story comes to us from Affectionate Damage 7. Need my uniform before you will give me my last check? No problem. This is a story from my mom and my grandmother. Quite a while ago, both my mom and my grandmother worked for one of the local casinos. At the time, the casino had a 90-day trial, and then you would get insurance. During the course of them working there during the 90-day trial, the casino switched their policy to 18-month trial before getting insurance. So they then proceeded to find reasons to fire all of the employees who were coming up on the 90-day, so that they would not be grandfathered in. My mom knew this was coming because she saw person after person who had gotten hired a little bit before her get fired for ridiculous reasons. So when she got called into the office the day after she had to go to the hospital for a severe allergic reaction, she knew what was coming. They marked it as a no-call, no-show because she started having a severe allergic reaction on shift and her EpiPen didn't work. She walks into the office, she's informed that due to her no-call, no-show, she is being let go effective immediately. She asked for her final check. They informed her she would receive the check after she turned in her uniform. My mother proceeded to strip down to her underwear and bra, drop the uniform on the supervisor's desk, and demand her last check. She stood there in her underwear for 40 minutes while they tried to convince her to turn the uniform in at a later day. Nope, you said I'd get my check when I turned in my uniform. There is my uniform. I want my check. Eventually, they wrote out a check. She then walked out, taking the long route through the casino, saying her goodbye to all the staff and regulars on her way out. So a couple days later, when my grandma had her shift, she knew what to expect, because she was coming up on that same time frame. And my grandma proceeded to do the exact same thing. My grandma walked through the crowded casino in her underwear. I know where I live, there's a 3-month probation period where you can be fired for literally no reason and there's nothing you can do about it. Mom and Grandma really made the best of the situation when they dressed down the upper management. This story comes to us from Edemnian. Track FMLA time? You betcha. So, not my malicious compliance, but I was orchestrating it with my wife. So, my wife has some health problems and has fully certified and signed off on FMLA. That's the Family Medical Leave Act for those not in the US. This is the big time federal government, you do not mess with this medical leave. Job knew this when she was hired and they had flexible schedules, so whenever she would have a flare-up, she'd just flex it. Couple hours off now, then she'd make the time back up later in the week. Boss knew this, was cool with this, everything was great. Cue new boss coming in. Couple months go by, new boss tells my wife repeatedly, "You're doing great, no notes, keep doing what you're doing." Now, new boss is an old school boomer Karen, and my wife has 2 big brass ones and isn't afraid to tell a Karen to sit down and be quiet, and refuses to take her crap. So, total shock to everyone, a few months later, without notice or warning, called into HR. HR tries to go on about the FMLA stuff, saying she hasn't been filing her FMLA claims, and that she's scamming the company, and blah blah blah. So she tells them, "One moment, I know an FMLA expert with 15 years of experience. Let me call him. Hey honey, you got a minute?" Yeah, did I mention I've worked with FMLA at a national corporate level for years and years? Finally came in handy. No dear, FMLA counts as time worked. You've been flexing to make up your time, so it cannot be counted against your FMLA limit. If you need to take FMLA, it's hours worked and does not need to be made up under federal law. They can insist you use PTO alongside it, but they cannot tell you to make it up or they're committing a felony. I could hear the dead silence on the phone. Wife finally speaks up. So if the problem is that I haven't been properly applying for FMLA, I'll be happy to do so and stop making my time up. I'm gonna have to push these projects back since I won't have as much time to work on them as I thought, since I won't be allowed to make up my time anymore. If you want to authorize some overtime, we can work that out. Turns out Karen Boss just didn't like the fact that my wife is work from home, and she couldn't micromanage her. Thought she'd get HR to help scare her straight. They were absolutely not prepared for someone to know more about their claims than they did. Karen Boss tried a few more times to throw her weight around. Each time my wife responded with some variation of, "I am not legally allowed to do that, and I have been instructed by corporate to file all time as protected FMLA." Threats of discipline were met with, "Go ahead, I'm the only one you've got who can do X job. I work here because I enjoy it, or at least I used to. Write me up if you feel the need, but please know that when you do, that will be the start of my 2 weeks notice." And she stuck to her guns. Anytime she needs to take FMLA time off, she does so, files everything properly, and Karen Boss can just sit and stew, because there's not a darn thing she can do about it. It's been about a month now. Boss Karen has finally realized that she's got about as much weight as a feather. HR has gone completely silent, and things have overall gotten much better for the wife, since she's got much less stress now. Karen Boss keeps communication short, direct, and to the point, just how my wife likes it. Could they fire her for some unrelated reason once the current crunch is done? Sure, but she's already got bites from multiple other companies, and we can afford to not have her work for a month or two if worse comes to worse. And we, of course, have a giant cover your butt folder full of names and dates and everything else where Karen Boss tried to retaliate, made for a hostile workplace, etc. Know your rights, people, and do not be afraid to stand up for yourself. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Global Dude. It says, "Karen must have felt despondent when even HR is unable to help her." OP responded to this one and said, "Oh yeah, wasn't really relative to the main story, but there were a few other complaints Karen tried to throw in. Wife had all the emails where Karen told her to do the things. They tried to hit her with, 'Well, you need to do it this way.' She'd hit back with, 'Well, the employee handbook says it's handled that way. So if you can just get me an updated copy of the rules saying it should be done the way you're asking, that'd be great.' HR is never your friend, and they will not come to a meeting unprepared if they've got anything on you. So pro tip, you get called into a meeting with them and they don't have a giant folder full of stuff that they're constantly pulling from and referencing, then they've got nothing. Push back. Ask for everything in writing. Make a paper trail. It's amazing how fast issues go away when somebody has to sign their name to the paperwork." Another commenter down below called Fallen Sinful said, "I got pushed out of a company due to intermittent FMLA. FMLA was approved, and then I started getting daily meetings about typing too loud and aggressive, or not an overly cheerful morning greeting, such stupid things, etc. Yeah, they just wanted me gone, so I left. F that. Glad your wife knows her rights and sticks up for them." OP responded and said, "If you ever run into this again, start keeping a log. Every single time it happens, you record the date, the time, and the names of everyone present in the room that you can remember once you're in a safe place. Make sure that none of it is kept on corporate equipment, as IT can and will log into your work computer and delete anything that makes them look bad. Same goes for any emails you think are bad. BCC a Gmail account of yours with them so you have copies that aren't on the company server. And then you smile at them every time they pull that crap, because every instance is one more nail in the coffin when you decide to tell HR, "I'm hiring a lawyer for hostile workplace and harassment," and drop a copy of your folder on the desk. Do you have to actually get a lawyer? Nope. Most of the time they'll back down once they see the receipts. But it's great for we're going to discuss my severance package now. If I like what you have to say, then I'll consider my dispute here settled. If I don't, you'll be hearing from my lawyer. HR's job is to protect the company from you. They can make things happen like you wouldn't believe in order to do that. Even if you're not dealing with FMLA, keeping documentation of anything that happens that you don't think is right is a very good idea. Times, dates, who said what, everything in writing, possibly even a witness or two would really help in that case. We say it all the time here: document, document, document. Cover your butt. This story comes to us from Manglewood, when the secret backfires. Around 2008, I was a radiology assistant in a mammography unit, meaning I was the person who ushered in patients, showed them where to put their belongings, gives them the gown and instructions. Another part of my job was keeping the radiology station clean and tidy, so that work surfaces were clear and sanitary. Around this same time, the secret was huge, and my coworkers were all way into it. For those who don't know, it is a ridiculous pseudo-scientific method pushed by Oprah Winfrey that promised you can get whatever you want simply by visualizing and asking the universe for it. The ugly side of this fairy tale thinking is that if bad things happen to you, it's your fault, because you invented it by putting bad energy out into the universe. I found it wildly inappropriate that healthcare professionals believed that breast cancer victims had caused their own cancers through negative thinking. I fought with a few of the radiology techs about it, but was completely outnumbered, so I tried to just keep my head down, focus on patients, and do my job, which included tidying up their O magazines, secret books, and other secret-related materials that they would leave strewn all over the counters. Since they all hated me for not being in on their secret clique, they decided to hang up on me and go to the managers with complaints about my attitude. I was called out of work into a disciplinary ambush meeting where I explained my side of things. One of the higher-up managers totally agreed with me and actually defended me, but the conclusion of the meeting, I was told not to touch anyone else's stuff because there were complaints that I was shoving magazines into the corners and threw away somebody's copy of The Secret. I really wish I had, but I actually did not do that. It was a complete lie. So by complaining about me, my idiotic coworkers effectively took away the part of my job which was cleaning up after them. I was no longer allowed to touch their magazines, so they piled up 2 inches deep on every surface, plus empty bottles and yogurt containers, used napkins, cafeteria trays, popcorn detritus, and all sorts of other trash. The workstation looked like a landfill. They would be absolutely seething about it and glaring at me, but I would sit there reading, happily doing absolutely nothing about it since I wasn't allowed to touch their stuff. OP, this is a perfect opportunity. You can tell them if they visualize the workspace being clean, that it might just clean up itself. See if it does actually work. The secret. Making people believe that they deserve to have good things for faking being a good person. This story comes to us from Glittering Growth 246. Deny the flexibility you promised? Fine. Cover my shifts and still have to pay me. I was in a supervisory role as a charge nurse. I'd worked in this position for about 3 years. I had great reviews and earned consistent raises and performance bonuses. I approached my managers and requested that they agree to a flexible schedule if I worked on my master's degree. I wasn't asking for time off, I just wanted them to adjust my schedule when it came time for my practical rotations. They agreed, as they wouldn't be losing any productivity and would be gaining a nurse practitioner for the system. About a year after I started the program, it became apparent I was going to need to divorce my wife. We'd been married for many years. It was quite a blow. I called the employee assistance program and got some therapy that was very helpful. My managers also suggested I apply for FMLA leave due to their concern for my mental health. I was very grateful. I had been working for this system for a number of years and had many hours of PTO saved up, but I figured the FMLA leave would be a smart thing to be approved for in case court times were scheduled when I was working. I was approved for up to 40 hours per week for a year. About a year into my master's program, it became necessary for me to step down from my role as a charge and take a staff nurse position. My main manager was livid. She took it very personally and stopped talking to me and greeting me. I was very hurt initially. As my practical rotations were about to start, I reminded my managers of their promise to be flexible with my schedule. They denied my request for flexibility and began to schedule me almost entirely for the times I would request off. At first, I was frustrated and very hurt that they did this, but I remembered that I was approved for FMLA leave. FMLA is a special form of leave and cannot be denied. As my managers were not keeping their promises, it was with great satisfaction I began to call off every morning I needed for my rotations. I didn't give them any advance notice because I was not required to. It was with even greater satisfaction I learned my managers began to have to cover my shifts themselves on occasion. As I had PTO hours saved up, I still got paid as well. I finished all of my rotations in this manner and took a job at a different system after I graduated. I worked at the new system for a few years before I was hired back at my old system as a provider. I loved seeing the look on my old manager's face when I took my first shift at her hospital as a provider and not under her chain of command. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Idaho No. It says, nurses make malicious compliance truly malicious sometimes. Do not F with the nurses. They will somehow still do patient care well while destroying every other system and or person around them. If your nurses are union, multiply this by 100. OP responded and said, you're definitely not wrong. We can be a spiteful bunch. That's what happens when you have highly educated people who are trained in advocacy. We effing advocate. So many people in the comment section are just talking about OP's work. I just want to take a moment to say, OP, I hope you're taking care of your mental health after your divorce. I know that can be a really tough thing to go through. Glad to hear you were getting therapy, but I really hope you are looking out for you at this point. This story comes to us from Hadamai. Rewrite your prices to gouge money from students and bleed money out. A tutorial. This is from over a decade ago when I was a student, but it never fails to make me smile even now. The curriculum I was in is very particular to my country. It's a 2-year intensive program that usually ends in admission to the best schools in the country. This curriculum, like most of its kind, was hosted by a public school with a much larger population of high school students. And, important part, it was heavily STEM oriented. This high school being downtown in a big city in a large area of nothing had, in addition to the usual lunchroom, boarding facilities that were mostly used by students in this curriculum, as the high school population usually lived in town. When I arrived, the price structure was the following. Boarding students paid a fixed price of about 62 euros a week for the room and all meals Monday morning through Saturday morning. Other students could eat lunch for about $4.30 a lunch with a prepaid card. Easy enough. I don't remember the exact prices, but it was in this range. In January of my second year, all boarding students were made to attend a meeting about new price structure that would count everything separately. The room would be 29 euro a week, lunch and dinners would be 4.20 a pop, and breakfast would be 2 euros a pop. The resulting price would be an across-the-board 2% increase, which is negligible. Keywords being across the board here. I still don't know who they expected to fool. Obviously, good STEM students would figure out instantly that for them, the week would now be 82 euros, so a 33% increase. There was an uproar. The rest of the meeting was hearing over and over it was validated by the school board, as if boarding students had any representation there. The parents were too far and the students too busy. and of course, other parents and students would approve of what was essentially a discount for them. So we were stuck with the new pricing. Okay, but we don't pay for the meals if we don't go, huh? Remember, the school was downtown, and it appears the students needed much less the breakfast, lunch, and dinner on site, where there are tons of options in walking distance at a lesser price, up to and including stocking up things in the rooms for breakfast. The kitchen was drowning in stock and bleeding money through the nose. The school being public, buying the food was not a very flexible process they could change week after week. It only lasted a few weeks. They came back to the old pricing structure, albeit a little higher, 65 euros per week I believe. I still call it a win. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called HarryWWC. It says, so more a 5% increase, and not the negligible 2% that was actually 33%. Nice little earner if you can pull it off. I can almost hear in the back office, hey, they're just a bunch of kids, they'll never know the difference. Or the equivalent in relevant Euro language. Wait a minute, so these are students that are working their way towards the best schools in the country, going through a program that's really only for the smart kids, and they thought they could pull the wool over their eyes and raise the prices without them making a stink about it? I mean, come on. This story comes to us from Bill0341. You can march a Lance Corporal to the Chow Hall, but you can't make him eat. Was in the Marines in 1987, stationed at MCAS Kaneohe on Oahu. Beautiful place to live. Horribly expensive to do much of anything off base due to prices. We lived in a squad bay literally across the street from the base Burger King. Always been a fan of their product, what can I say? Our battalion's Chow Hall was a 10-minute walk from the barracks I stayed in. The closest barracks to the Chow Hall was 7 to 8 minutes walk. The Chow Hall was named Anderson Hall, named for a Navy Cross recipient if memory serves, and it was a crap hole, even by 1980s Marine infantry standards. Think Biloxi Blues Chow Hall scene style. All the tables and chairs were broken or lopsided, no condiments, bland, over or undercooked. You get whatever they have, screw you, deal with it, you're in the infantry, or don't eat. Some of you know this feeling. If you don't know, if you are in the US military service, chow is part of the compensation you get. They don't say what, how much, or how often, but it's part of the deal. If you were not in your area at chow time and, say, ended up at the Air Wing Chow Hall, you, with your Chow Hall card, could eat there instead. They won't turn you down because you are at the wrong Chow Hall, but they definitely keep track of that. Since the long walk compared to Burger King in the hot, humid Hawaiian sun to the aforementioned crap hole on my time was not appealing to me, I would go to the Burger King lounge a couple lunches a week, along with lots of other Lance Corporals from my unit, as well as others that ate at Anderson Hall. The Burger King got busy, but they would do their thing and life was as okay as it gets for a Lance Corporal in the Marine Infantry, not out in the field. The Air Wing Chow Hall got a lot of repeat business as well. Apparently, the battalion commander, through the mess hall officer, got wind of this, probably due to the large number of meals being prepared and not eaten on a daily basis. Also, the other chow halls probably were bitching about all the extra meals they had to prepare for irritated Marines who don't belong in their decent, well-maintained chow hall where there are options and politeness and seconds and edible food. I can say this with confidence because orders got issued and everyone who had a chow hall card and could eat for free was to line up at their respective barracks 3 times a day, have a head count to make sure that nobody was missing, and then march to the Anderson Hall for their meal. Being the good Marines that we were, we submitted to this latest assault on common decency with all the grace you would expect from pissed off infantry grunts. There are several types of unit movements in the Marines, route step being one. Route step is a very casual unit march where you can be casual about the movement, talking is permitted, etc. Day 1, we went to the Chow Hall route step. Bitch, all the way there until we dismissed from formation to go eat. Once dismissed, fully 2/3 of us walked away without setting a foot in the Chow Hall. Repeat several times a day for several days. The poor NCO who would be forced to route step us down there got so tired of the bitching about bad chow and life in the infantry in general, we ended up marching to the chow hall. Imagine movie parade unit movement, everyone in step, facing forward, looking good, and most definitely no bitching. To make his life just a little less worse for having drawn the short straw and assigned to this task. Initially, if we were off on the weekend, we wouldn't have to march to the chow hall. This lasted 1 weekend. Second weekend, if you were found in the barracks at chow time, in formation and off to chow you went. Most Marines were never slow on the uptake, and were scarce if in the area on weekends during certain times. Finally, the light bulb turned on, and someone came up with the idea of asking why we didn't want to eat at the chow hall. What a day! Given permission to bitch about your crappy conditions with theoretically no repercussions. At first, it was the platoon sergeant with an informal bitch session. Bitching completed, he took his results to the platoon commander, who apparently didn't believe the 15-year veteran infantryman. So then, a platoon meeting was called with the platoon commander, first lieutenant in charge. The tone and language definitely changed, but the bitching came fast, furious, and amazingly polite to the LT. He reports this to the captain, who holds a company meeting, rinse and repeat. Still not good enough, Major Buffnuts from battalion has to come down and hear the exact same thing, although much more politely. He has been told 3 times already. After our little chat with Major Buffnuts, the force marching to the chow hall stopped and all was quiet over the weekend. Come Monday morning, the chow hall officer and the senior enlisted chef were mysteriously reassigned, replaced by the next punching bags assigned to lovely Anderson Hall. We were also told that air wing chow halls were off limits to the unwashed grunts. It got a little better, but never good. I would like to think that Major Buffnuts or the Colonel went to Anderson Hall and sampled the wares, but that would be asking too much. Things were definitely edible after the calling, but never air wing good. Someone effed up on several occasions, and I ended up on the Pearl Harbor Navy base and ate like a king comparatively. I think that this is the only time in my military career that bitching about something bad and needing a change actually had a positive impact. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Angry Armadillo 90. It says, prior Marine here as well. I remember once we had to do some training on an Air Force base. They put us up in some of their condemned dorms, and I swear to God, it was one of the nicest rooms I slept in while in. Everyone had their own room, a TV, and an AC unit. They even gave us keys to a truck without any nonsense BS. Just asked us if we wanted one. And yes, their chow hall, I think they called it a cafeteria, was on point. We talked a lot of stuff, but man, looking back on it, the chair force doesn't look too shabby. I can't relate at all to the military side of this one because I never did military service. However, I can relate to when I lived in Saskatchewan, I had a Burger King about 1.5 blocks away from my house. It became my second kitchen. We used to have competitions on who could eat the most Whopper Juniors, and to this day, I really can't stand looking at them anymore. This story comes to us from Knowledge from Work. Make the Aussie go to theater. So this happened 20 plus years ago, and it still makes me laugh hard. I'm an Australian radiographer who was working in the UK NHS. There was this older radiographer, Susie, who told me she hated locum radiographers and particularly hated Australians. Sadly, I was guilty of both. Susie generally tried to make my life hard, but regularly failed to succeed. All of the staff liked me, and I thoroughly enjoyed the work and the people I worked with. Susie also did her best to avoid doing any activity at all. She was disliked by nearly all in radiology, including the supervisor. One Friday afternoon, at a work meeting, the supervisor radiographer informed us all that a new pain clinic service would start Monday in the operating theaters, and as a radiographer, was required to go for 4 to 6 hours each Monday. Now, most radiographers I know are not overjoyed at doing theater work. You stand around in a lead gown for hours, pressing a button occasionally. Some love it, but I think it's okay sometimes. Susie quickly yells out, "I'm definitely not doing that. Make the Aussie go. He is getting paid enough." Everyone stopped and looked at me, and I just said, sure, no drama. Come Monday, I attended theater at 9 a.m., and met the loveliest pain specialist and his nurse. They made the whole day great. Here is the thing, but I would do a case and then pain specialist would say he didn't need me for the next case and I could go to the tea room and wait. I actually spent most of the day in the operating theater tea room, eating biscuits, drinking tea, and reading the newspaper. I would generally come down from theater about 2 p.m., where I would be met by the supervisor radiographer who would tell to take my lunch hour plus my morning tea break. I would return around 3:30 p.m., just in time for my afternoon tea break, then actually do some work from 4 to 5 p.m. Meanwhile, Susie has been assigned to the general x-ray department doing hard work, slogging away all day. This went on for months until I moved on. The last week I was there, the supervisor radiographer sent another radiographer to theater for pain clinic, and it was discovered what my working life on Mondays had entailed. Susie was livid and demanded she should go to pain clinic, but the supervisor reminded her she had previously refused. Was anybody else thinking this story was going to be about something completely different considering the title of Ozzy Goes to Theater? OP, sounds like you've got a pretty sweet job and some really good coworkers there as well. I think every workplace has a Susie, we just like to call them Karens. You should have just rubbed it in though. You should have thanked her in front of everyone for setting you up with that super sweet job. That would have been great. This story comes to us from Al Conan. Want to go ahead of me? Ask nicely. So when I was about a 13-year-old little crap, I went to the supermarket to get myself something to drink. There was only one cash register opened and a queue had formed. I was in the back with one person in front of me and one person in front of them putting their stuff on the counter. Eventually, a second register was opened and the girl said, "Next one in line, step over here please." The person in front of my line was finished packing groceries and was about to pay. The guy in front of me only had a few items, and I only a single can of energy drink. I stepped over to the next register, and this guy steps over behind me and starts instantly flipping his crap about how he was first and I'm stealing his spot. This is an adult man against a 13-year-old. Being the naive 13-year-old I was 90% sure this adult wasn't going to beat up a child. So I told him to calm down, and if he just asks normally, I will let him ahead of me. He doesn't want to, so I refuse to let him go ahead of me and turn around to pay for my single can of energy drink. Cue more raving from Kevin. At this point, some big burly security dude steps over to check out what's happening. So Kevin starts raving at him instead. After he was done, I was asked what was happening, and I told the security guard that the man was indeed ahead of me in the previous line, and if he had just asked nicely, I would have let him go ahead of me. The security guard made the lunatic calm down, and as Kevin growled out the words, "May I go ahead of you?" in a dejected voice, my response was, "Of course, sir, go right ahead." Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Baby8227. It says, "I absolutely apologize to kids when I get things wrong. It shows them that adults aren't always right, that we too make mistakes, but it's important to own them. Never had a kid not accept my apology, and it warms my heart to hear their little voice say, 'Of course,' when I ask if they accept." So this guy only had one person in front of him who was already paying for their stuff, and they seriously needed to bitch at a 13-year-old kid who only had one item? That tells us a lot about that person. I'm honestly disappointed that the security guard didn't just tell the guy to get the heck out because he was starting a fight with a child. This story comes to us from Heiser Flip. Heiser, you're too excitable and loud. Okay. Involuntary malicious compliance. It was early 2018 and I was a sales rep for a corporate location of one of the big US cellular companies, working in a very busy and very tiny old store. I'm also one of the top sales reps in our district. My job is to sell. I do well at my job by recommending things I'm genuinely enthusiastic about and transferring that enthusiasm to my customers. I did exactly what they wanted. I got to know my customers and found things that they would actually use and love, and they would be my loyal customers and buy my recommendations. We also were required to do as many demos as possible in a day. I was throwing my phone in its OtterBox, pumping up music on the Bluetooth, having a fun time with my customers while transferring their data. 3 times across 3 months, we'd have some senior that literally needed to call customer service and didn't need us sit in our tiny sales floor and make their call. Then get upset that they couldn't hear over the tiny room full of reps and customers actually, buying crap, which is what the sales location is for. My boss kept pulling me aside, telling me things like, "I know you get enthusiastic, but your voice carries and it's a small place. You have to tone it down." By the 3rd time, I just felt defeated. I was depressed. I was walking on eggshells. I was quieter for a week. I had 2 days off in a row. I came back in, and same boss pulls me aside again. "Heiser, remember how I told you to bring it down? I was wrong. It's terrible. You are the engine that brings this team together. It's like you're a ghost. The vibes of the whole place are in the trash now. We need you back. Forget I ever said anything. It was dumb. We need you." I danced my way back onto the sales floor. He started telling the complaining boomers to go home and call if they wanted quiet. We've got a job to do. Only time I've had a boss admit they effed up. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called OddGamer75. It says, "A boss willing to admit a mistake is a rare thing indeed. Nobody's perfect, and being able to recognize that in oneself and correct it is a great quality to have in general. As long as things keep going well, you might want to stay there, even in the face of better offers elsewhere." OP, wonderful that you actually enjoy your job and you work with the customers to get things done. I walk into our local Rogers Communications, which is the mobile provider that we have, and they just don't want to help. We went in there to try and get our 2 accounts joined together and add on a new line for one of our daughters. The guy basically gave us a bunch of attitude. He didn't want to help us at all unless we were going to buy new phones. Tell me you're on commission without telling me you're on commission, right? It kind of soured my outlook of that company, but I've been with them since I was 18, and that was a very long time ago. And I recognize that he's just a big fish in a little pond, so he can just sit in that store, twiddle his thumbs, and not do any work. This story comes to us from Ghost Alice. Karen says, "Stop cheating to reserve the best parking space in front of the building." A Karen neighbor of mine complained that my roommate and I park in the same parking spot, which is right next to the walkway up to the apartment building. Both of us ride motorcycle, and both motorcycles belong to me, but my roommate rides one to get to work. She accused me of using my second bike to get a de facto reserved parking spot when nobody in the complex has one, and said that what I'm doing is not fair and it's cheating. I said, "Okay, I'll stop parking both of my bikes in one spot." She seemed satisfied with that and left. An hour later, I had all 7 of my motorcycles, 5 of them from inside the garage I rent, but it's halfway across the apartment complex, sitting in front of the apartment building, taking up every prime parking space in front of the walkway to my hall in the building. She went straight to the management to complain. The management came out and knocked on my door. "We can't have you using every parking space." Let me guess, Karen complained? Yes. Yeah, she told me I'm not allowed to have 2 bikes in one parking space to reserve a space. I'm not doing it to reserve a space. Both my roommate and I ride both of the bikes we park in that one space. All the bikes belong to me, but I gave the keys to one of them to my roommate to ride for commuting to work. The other one is my bike for going wherever I need. We park both in one spot to be nice and conserve parking spaces, so other people have somewhere to park. I was just showing Karen what would happen if I'm only allowed 1 bike per parking space. The other 5 bikes are generally in another parking space, in my garage where I keep the bikes that I don't ride frequently. The apartment manager said, "I understand, you made your point and I'll talk to her. Please put the other 5 bikes back in the garage." "No problem," I said. It's been a few weeks, I haven't heard from Karen. Now, Opie added an edit on the bottom that's almost the same length as the story. It says, edit, "Since so many people are inventing details not in the story, assuming those details are true, and then getting upset over what they imagined. Let me clarify something. This happened at 1 in the afternoon on a day both my roommate and I had off. Most people are away at work during this time. What's more, with the exact topography of the apartment complex, there are only 2 apartments per walkway without going upstairs on my side of the building, but 4 on the other sides because it's up a level and the building is built into a hill. What this means is that most people park on the other side of the building, leaving most of the parking spots in front of my building free and open except for very late at night. How the heck do you think I took up the 7 closest spots with all 7 bikes if the parking lot was full of people trying to park? Think about it for just a second before you assume details that aren't spoken just because you want something to be upset over. Both bikes are away from the apartment complex at the same time for a minimum of 4 hours a day. We didn't engineer the situation where my roommate gets home between 3 to 4 in the afternoon and thus gets first pick of the parking spots. We also could both be driving cars instead of riding bikes. Then, there would be 2 spots taken up instead of 1. I could just choose not to rent a garage and park all 7 out there, forcing people into overflow parking, but I don't. Also, the garage is beyond the overflow parking. It's not fair to expect me to always park in the garage and walk even further because you don't want to park next to my bikes and have all 2 extra feet to walk to reach the concrete walkway to the building. Wow, OP seems like they got pretty triggered by the comments on this one, and to be fair, there's a lot of people making crap up, so I don't really blame them. You know, OP's really doing them a service here by putting both of the bikes in 1 parking spot. I don't really agree with bringing all 7 bikes out, but taking the 2 and putting them in 2 separate spots for like a week to let Karen know how that feels, that would be perfectly fine. This story comes to us from Gen X75. Property management tells me not to fix anything. Okay. Back in the 2008 housing crisis, I did some work on the side for a customer's computer system. We got talking, and he had a cheap 1-bedroom duplex for rent that was too good to be true. It was a detached garage converted to a 1-bedroom little apartment, and it was as plain and basic as they come. The actual house was being rented out, and he was charging the full amount priced for the area, which was high. So the little garage conversion was pure profit for the landlord. I signed a lease for a fixed price that was almost half of what the going rate was for 1-bedroom apartments in the area. It was no frills, plain as can be, with the cheapest appliances and amenities possible. Light fixtures from the early 80s, cheapest faucets and countertops money could buy, you get the visual. The elderly landlord and I had an arrangement. I could fix it up so long as I could keep the rent low, and he would allow me to pay for the remaining balance on upgrades if or when things broke. Years go by, and I'm still in this 1-bedroom garage conversion and making progress on updating the features. Kitchen faucet is gone, new fancy sprayer head faucet with a bar-style glass cleaner installed. Old toilet replaced with a water-saving tank and bidet installed. 80s lights are gone, LED smart home fixtures installed. Around 7 to 8 years go by and my rent is still half of the normal going rate for the area, and my landlord is happy with our arrangement. Sadly, he has a heart attack and surgery saves his life. He is no longer able to maintain his active lifestyle and hands the reins of being a landlord to a property management company. This company is as shady and money hungry as they come. They get a percentage of the monthly rent for their role in taking over the landlord's duties. They immediately hate me and my rental agreement from the start. The month they take over, my rent goes up the maximum limit of 10% plus 5% the cost of living increase for 1 year. I'm not happy with this, as this is a significant bump in my costs. I suck it up, but as a silent protest, I stopped making upgrades to the house that first year. 12 months later exactly, I get a notification that my rent will increase another 10% plus 5% cost of living increase. This is yet another blow to my finances, but I can't really complain as my rent is still well below the average cost for the area. Another 12 months and another 10% plus 5% cost of living, followed by another the following year. This whole time, I had been saving a good portion of my paychecks as a down payment for a house, but these rent hikes were hurting my ability to set aside money for this purpose. My landlord was not happy with the property management company he hired, but couldn't get out of his contract because they were doing maintenance and facility repairs like clockwork. COVID hits, and I had been in this place for 12 years by this point. My rent was still under the average for the area, but not by much. Seeing as this was now just a crappy one-bedroom apartment, I was looking for houses to buy to get me out of this rent gouging arrangement I was in. Right at the peak of the COVID scare in 2020, a pipe burst in the kitchen and floods the floors, ruining the crappy cabinets, the carpets, and the furniture I had nearby. I had renter's insurance that covered most of the costs to what I had lost. Not the nicest furniture, but my couch was a total loss. My desk, entertainment center, and my speakers were severely damaged. In comes property management to assess the repairs and gut out the damaged wood and carpets. I offered to pay for the upgraded wood and countertops, as well as requested hardwood floors. Nope, they deny my request. I offered to do the work myself as I'm fairly handy. Again denied with an actual written letter stating I'm not to do any work or maintenance on the apartment. I contact my landlord, who has his hands tied because this was the arrangement we had. I'm at a loss of what to do because this property management company is not setting me up with a temporary place to live, doing all the work while I'm working from home to watch my possessions. There is a literal door-sized hole in my wall as they spend 2 weeks fixing all the damage. They throw out my upgraded faucet, which was undamaged and worked perfectly fine, the upgraded sink, the light fixtures, the tile work I had done, the bathroom faucet, which wasn't even part of the floor damage. They then remove an outlet originally part of the apartment to save on costs. I was pissed at them and complained via letters, via phone calls, and talking to the maintenance supervisor. It took 2 full months to do all the repairs, and at the end, they sent me a notice that my rent was going up due to some loophole in the neglect the apartment was in and not reported. I was done with this BS, and I pooled my resources, called in all the favors I could, and found the house I wanted. I gave 30 days notice to leave at the end of my lease, along with an invoice of all the repairs I made to the apartment over the 12 years I was there. I attached a copy of my original lease agreement, a copy of all photos I took of before and after repairs I made, a bill of the costs, and a request of refund of the past 6 months of additional rent hike due to neglect like they stated in the letter. I had a running tally with all the receipts, work performed, and the cost of not being allowed to live in a motel during the work being performed to over $9,700. At the same time, I submitted all this to the courts as I knew they would contest all of it. My landlord was on my side during the court hearing, giving testimony he in fact allowed me in the rental lease agreement that I could do my own repairs. I won within 4 hours and was awarded $4,700. The judge removed all the billable hours I included. Judge was harsh to the lawyer for the property management, saying his client must obey the law and put a tenant up for housing during construction. Nearly 4 years later, I finally got my lump sum, including penalties and late fees, which totaled up to $7,500. Sadly, my old landlord passed away, and his properties passed to his son, who immediately fired the property management company sometime early last year. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Nev Bartos. It says, "That sucks that you had to go through all of that, but well done on reaming them back. Did they learn a lesson? Probably not. It's awesome the landlord was on your side too." OP responded and said, "I have no idea what happened at the end, but their lawyers fought me for 1 year until I was fed up and hired my own attorney. Sadly, my expenses for his services were $3,000 for him doing nothing but correspondence back and forth. Never even saw the actual guy in person, just a few Zoom meetings, but we were fighting to get them to pay lawyer expenses now. I'll see nothing of it if he wins, but might get reimbursed the $3,000. The thing I find interesting in all of this was that the landlord said that he couldn't get out of the contract with the property management company, but once the landlord died and everything passed on to the son, he was able to fire that company immediately. That's interesting. I don't think this landlord was as good a person as OP makes him out to be. I mean, he went along with all of the rent increases too, right? He never fought back for OP in that case. I don't know about this guy. This story comes to us from Defiant Lion 8183. Delete it? You sure? Okay. So I am a fiend for Excel spreadsheets. Absolutely love them, and even bought an extra wide monitor for home so I can see them in all their glory. My boss keeps telling me that she's an advanced Excel user. She can run macros, she can do pivot tables, she knows formulas. Not once have I seen her create or manipulate a spreadsheet in the 6 months I've worked for her. So I had a template on our Teams chat that we used every week. It was automated to within an inch of its life to tell us about the company's health. We've been using it for the last 4 months after I was given approval by the boss to make it live. Gave her a tutorial and everything. This was for the admins to all see it, and I'd only need to update the raw data once a week instead of sending it manually to whoever wanted it on a given day, up to 4 times a day usually. Took about 6 hours of work a week having it set up like that. Well, the boss told me to take it down because a different department who hadn't seen it was worried about personal data when one of the admins told them about it. There isn't anything like that in there, and anything that isn't open access is password hidden anyway. Our IT team has to be formally requested to add a new member to our Teams chat. The spreadsheet is password protected, the tabs are password protected, and the whole company is locked down hard anyway. So boss orders me to take it down and delete it, run a fresh one for anyone who wants it. So I explained there wasn't anything in it that was personal or private data, but got told nope, delete it. Tried to explain we use it amongst the admins every day, and it has all these built-in features and tables, etc. Nope, delete it. So I did. The fallout? Read on. Q today, boss says to me her big boss meeting is presenting figures to the executives tomorrow. She starts quoting figures that are wildly out from the true numbers. I question where they came from, and she shows me a Frankenstein report that is saying the exact opposite of what she thought. Run by someone not even in our department. I tell her the accurate grand total and show her how I got there with a simple table and some screenshots I had of the original shared spreadsheet. She asks for access, and I tell her it's been deleted. I explained why, and even showed the meeting notes where she had approved its use after viewing it. She denies any knowledge of it, but wants it back. I said it would take me 2 to 3 days to make it again due to my workload increases. I saved a copy of the template, but no way am I telling her that. This will give me breathing room to get the backlog out of my queue while she thinks I'm working on it. Let her sweat through that executive meeting knowing every figure is wrong. No one's saving her butt in this team anymore. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Jeswell. It says, luckily we have a team in our organization dedicated to information management. If this happened to me, I'd state that I'd get it officially checked to see if it could continue to be used. So much easier when you can outsource verification. Why do you think consultants play such a big role in providing advice? OP responded and said, it was that team who questioned it, and I did verify with later in that day. Unfortunately, my boss is the highest rank in our depot, so her rule is law, unless an executive rocks up. This just goes back to what we say after a lot of these stories. OP, you needed documentation from this person saying exactly what it was that they were asking you to do when they told you to delete that spreadsheet. Even asking them to put it in writing can make them think about what they're doing. Although a lot of bosses aren't really as smart as they think they are, so that probably wouldn't go anywhere anyway. This story comes to us from Diligent Comfort 191. Train fare on expenses. This happened a long time ago in a different century. I was working for a large multinational firm with multiple sites in the UK. I was usually based in, let's say, York, but was sent on a 6-month secondment to head office in London. Everything was on expenses, the hotels during the week, evening meals, and particularly rail transport to and from London on Monday mornings and Friday evenings. At this time, I was living in digs in York, which were charged by the nights I actually slept there. So most weekends, it saved me cash to go back home and stay at the parents in Reading, relatively close to London compared to York. As I was in Reading almost every weekend, I asked if I could travel from there direct to the London office, instead of driving all the way from Reading to York just to catch the darn train back all the way down to London, and do the reverse on Fridays. Not unreasonably, this was agreed to by my line manager. All was fine for the first few weeks until it was discovered by finance that another colleague on the secondment had been doing similar to me, but claiming for rail travel to London from her parents' house in Edinburgh, a lot further from London than York. There was a bit of a stink about the company subsidizing her travel home to Scotland at weekends, and as a result, an edict was issued that said only rail travel claims for York to London would be signed off on in the future. I spoke to my line manager about my circumstances, and he referred me direct to finance. I think he knew what was coming and didn't want to be implicated. I spoke to a senior manager in finance and began to explain my circumstances, but he just cut me off and said, in a tone that would brook no dissension, that only claims from York and London would be signed off. No exceptions would be made. As a callow youth, I got the message, and thereafter submitted weekly expense claims for flexible return rail tickets from York to London for almost 5 months, whilst actually traveling from Reading to London. I made a surprising amount of money from this, and combined with not needing to pay for digs and meals, I saved enough to buy a nice second-hand TVR after the secondment was over. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called the Sad Clarinet. It says, "Sounds more like fraud than malicious compliance. The difference here is that had you been discovered, you'd have lost your job and may well have ended up in court." OP responded and said, "The initial instruction saying we could only claim for York London was sent as a memo. I attempted to question the logic of it twice and got firmly put back in my box by finance. My manager, who signed off on my expenses prior to them going to finance, knew very well what the situation was, as he was on the secondment with me. As far as I was concerned, finance had changed the travel rules for the secondment to a fixed allowance. You know, I say if you have a chance to get more money out of the incompetence of management in a large company, then by all means, go for it. Just keep in mind, this is not legal advice." It really sounds like one hand doesn't know what the other one's doing in this company, which leads me back to the comment I made on the last story, where the managers really think they're smart, but they're really not. This story comes to us from Dr. Horrible himself. "Don't tell you where you can't walk? Okay." Happened this morning when walking my dog at the municipal park. It has a skate park, playground, tennis club, softball fields, and to note, a disc golf course. With disc golf, some of the holes tee off and end near the footpaths that take you around the park. While there are signs in the general area that serve as a warning, people are usually aware of the disc golfers. Anyways, I'm walking my dog and I see a group of golfers playing through, and they're throwing at a hole, that cage thing, that's about 20 feet from the path. I stop just in case anyone overthrows. Also, it's fun to watch. I'm standing there, and some grumpy old man is walking from the pickleball courts at the tennis club to the parking lot. He has to walk up the path that I stopped at. I try to tell him, "Sir, you might want to hold on. There's a group of..." He immediately cuts me off with, "Out of my way! Don't tell me where I can walk!" and trudges through without looking at his surroundings. I just look at him as one of the discs sails along and connects with the side of his face, and clocks him off his feet onto the wet grass. I see the coast is clear now and make my way to the parking lot. He's dazed and now angry and yells at me, "Why didn't you warn me?" I looked at him and replied, "You told me not to tell you where to walk," then proceeded on my way as he tried to get up and get his bearings while still cursing at me because all of that was my fault, apparently. I think OP should advocate for whoever threw that disc to have at least one shot taken off of their score, just for dealing out some well-needed karma. I'm not sure if that old guy was entitled or just plain dumb, but one thing you have to remember is you can't fix stupid. But duct tape can muffle the noise. This story comes to us from Burn and Count. Do exactly and only as told? Okay. Take holiday ASAP? Okay. Check emails on holiday? Okay, but it'll cost you in the long run. To set the scene, recently directly employed at UK HQ for a sizable national B2B company that I'd contracted for. Me is me, your OP, Bob is my new micromanaging boss, Jim is my nice hiring manager, the guy who talked me into joining rather than continuing on contracts, only mentioned as his warning to cover my rear with Bob made this possible. So to the story before you lose interest. Bob started our relationship with a request for one-on-one meeting to understand my role, as it was one they'd never experienced except as an end stakeholder. Seems promising, so I prepare a concise but thorough briefing presentation to outline core deliverables and resource allocations as they stood. Dear reader, I lie not. Second slide showing the period spread of legal and corporate compliance activities was up for about 3 seconds when I was instructed to cease presenting and dress down as follows. Paraphrased for expediency and clarity, as Bob had, as I later learned, a tendency to ramble on tangential lines. Do you presume to instruct me, a board director, your superior in all aspects, and your direct manager on how to run my subordinates? No. I presume that you called this meeting to familiarize the key deliverables and legal requirements of a business area that was hitherto the exclusive remit of Jim. If this was a misinterpretation on my part, I apologize. And that's quite enough. You're here to be told what, how, and when to do your job. I'm having a mental replay of overheard break room conversations about Bob's need to control everything. Bob continues as I settle into the at-ease pose adopted by frequently disciplined grammar school boys and military recruits. I am in charge. I give the instructions, and you treat anything that could be construed as a request as a direct order. The only time I want to hear from you is for clarifications, authorizations, or to confirm that you have received, understood, and actioned my orders. My blood was rushing in my ears. The nails on both hands were close to splitting my palms, but I knew anything I said would end badly for my salary, and I'd have to play nice. I gritted my teeth. Understood. May I clarify one thing, please? Bob looks at me with utter contempt. What exactly was unclear from what I just said? I reverted to a customer service developed, crap-eating tone. Nothing was unclear, only you omitted to reveal how and when I am to receive orders. Bob turned crimson. Email when it hits your inbox. My PA will have minutes of this meeting ready before you've made it back to your desk. Now out. I am too senior to waste more time on this. About 6 months later, after fastidious compliance with directives issued to me, mostly via Bob's nice but very timid PA, and careful cover-my-butt archiving of all comms and backups to keep us legal, and I add, all whilst discreetly exploring alternative career options, both within and outside the company, I am in receipt of a meeting invitation to attend Bob's office. At least the order came forth with opportunity for malicious compliance that started the avalanche. Bob didn't look up from his monitor. OP, I need you to book 2 weeks holiday to be taken ASAP. This off-the-record request is your #1 priority. Klaxons going off in my head. I'm about to be stood up to take the fall for the state of our compliance submissions had fallen into. Luckily, I did everything required legally of me. I'm not responsible under policy or law for the compliance, only what I am told to do. I decided this is my chance to goad Bob's ego. 2 weeks? ASAP. Gladly. I can hand over everything by the end of this week, and I did get ahead of the monthlies in case you forgot to request them, so could start with next week and the week after. Bob looked oddly relieved and made eye contact. PA will process and authorize. Those monthlies better be perfect. You are dismissed. Friday comes and the anticipated flurry of last-minute requests and instructions come through. Amongst the laundry list was the utter gem I had hoped for. A direct email, not PA acting as, with instruction to keep company phone with me at all times, and to keep regular twice-daily contact throughout the 2 weeks. No one asked what I was doing with my impromptu 2 weeks away from the office. I was fortunate to have the chance to fly halfway around the world to stay with my brother. 20 minutes booking flights, no luggage or hotel costs to worry over. Remember that order to be online? Early 20-teens data costs were insane. Add roaming, you get where this goes. I dutifully followed orders and ate roaming data like a social media obsessed teenager. I logged hours and dutifully submitted them to payroll. I drank like a fish and had the best time with my brother. End of the month, I'm back and being a good peon with my head down and keyboard clicking when the calendar entry pings in. Seems I am to be favored with another face-to-face. I have an idea of what is coming, but oh boy. Bob appears to be in the middle of a meltdown. What the hell have you done? You have caused incalculable damage to my reputation in this company. The other board and Jim were laughing at me saying I can't control you. You're out. You're over. I interrupted in parade ground voice, standing to my full 6'4". I'm covered. Your hubris and ineptitude are laughable. If I'm out, it'll be by my choosing and with a clean sheet. Jim knows full well that I wouldn't drop the ball on compliance, regardless of your meddling in things you're not even aware of. Everything you forgot is covered except your own backside. You're not even peer-worthy, let alone superior to me, even though you may be higher ranking. Yes, I got that from a film I can't remember, but this part is crystal clear. I bid you good day. I turned 180 and walked out of the office into stunned silence across the open-plan 100-seat floor and back down to my desk. The fallout. I enjoyed the inevitable HR session chaired by Jim. I promised to not use any manner that might be deemed threatening for 6 months. I was also returned to reporting to Jim, who reinstated my overtime plus time in lieu for the time I worked on holiday, and let me get back to keeping things compliant. Bob did indeed have a full meltdown soon after. My show of assertion crumpled the empire of fear. They left to enjoy early retirement and faded into memory. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called K1YCO. It says, I am curious. Other than micromanaging, what purpose would calling twice a day serve? I might be missing something. OP responded and said, literally no purpose. Nothing I could do except reply to a few emails and voicemails, of which maybe one over the 2 weeks would have given the team pause for thought in my absence. Pretty sure it was just a flex, or maybe Bob's need to feel in control. Apparently, a lot of people in the comments for this one didn't really understand what happened and where the malicious compliance was. So let's summarize this really quickly. Bob was a micromanaging butthole who ordered OP to take a holiday, but be in contact twice every day while on holiday, presumably using a work phone. The phone bill comes in, OP has cover your butt documentation, micromanaging butthole loses a lot of face at management level due to his order to be in touch twice daily. OP gets time in lieu for the hours worked while on holiday, and now he works under a much better boss. Wow, Bob really reminds me of Rick. We haven't had one of these in here in a long time, so let's put it in now. Screw you, Rick. This story comes to us from the Lightning Count 1. You wanted 0 idle time in Teams? Okay, we can do that. This story is from a few years ago. It's how I helped my sister and somehow got her company to willingly bypass their own idle time requirements. Her company went work from home after the lockdown and stayed working from home. At first, they were required an always-on camera system, but that quickly went away as the amount of unintended nudity that comes from your average household is quite startling. Then they went with the system that tracks your idle time in Teams, the amount of write-ups, meetings, group meetings, and eventual terminations for what was the dumbest requirement ever caused my sister to ask for help. She sent me an Amazon link for one of those USB sticks that jiggles the mouse. I told her don't use those as even lazy IT can detect them. At the time, Amazon wasn't selling mechanical mouse turners yet, or at least at reasonable prices. So I looked at building one. I found an STL file, that's a 3D model for those who don't know, for this flowery mouse holder which I modified to be just straight monocolor and 3D printed it. I cut out 1.5-inch circular disc and put it on a weak motor and connected it to a power source through USB. I set the wheel to spin every 1 to 12 seconds for a total of 2 to 5 seconds at a time, but ran into an issue. Sometimes the disc spinning would not actually move the mouse. I found a company that would print stickers at $1 a sticker if I ordered 5 of them. So I found this basic pattern of squares and lines crisscrossing each other and had it printed to just under the dimensions of the disc. I stuck it on there and the mouse turner worked perfectly. I quickly ran into another issue. Since the disc was raised, it quickly got hung up on the mouse with the sticker. So back into design I went and made it where the dimensions were slightly larger for the base and sit it where the disc would be 2 millimeters below the actual mouse. After printing it, the mouse sat on the cradle and the disc spun without touching. The mouse cursor would randomly just move in weird directions at the times the disc spun. So with all of that out of the way, I got a free lunch out of my sister and delivered it. It hooked up to her laptop's USB port, never being detected, and would turn her wheel, decreasing her idle time down to 0. Within 2 weeks, she was recognized as a top performer. She was watching crime dramas with her volume at max until she got a notification that a customer submitted a request. In other words, her productivity stayed exactly the same. So she calls me up and asks if I can make more of them. Thankfully, I saved the STL files and could order more stickers if I needed. I told her I could make each one for 25 bucks. The cheapest on Amazon at the time were like 50, and it only cost me roughly 12 bucks to make them, which went down to 8 bucks to make them at the end. She said several coworkers were asking her about it, and she said she would just give them my number. Within a month, I had built about 50 mechanical mouse turners, which was kind of a waste as this company only had 32 employees. I miscounted. Sometimes I would meet 5 or more of her coworkers at a restaurant at the same time, just so I wouldn't have to drive all over DFW. Then one weekend, I get a call from the CEO of that company. See, all of his workers were using the mouse turners, and he wasn't. So when the company published the report on idle times, his was abysmally low. That phone call was one of the most surreal I have ever had. At first, he thought I was one of his employees. I told him I wasn't. I worked for a waste management company. I don't, but I wasn't about to tell him. He asked me about the mouse turners. I told him that I designed them for a friend, but that person no longer worked for his company. Again, lies. I was protecting my sister. Not like he couldn't figure it out, but still, he asked if he could get one. This is where the conversation went very weird. See, I tried convincing him to give up the idle timer requirements as it clearly wasn't important and only harmed his company. I laid out all of my points for it and pointed out that the CEO of the company is buying a device specifically designed to bypass his requirement. He would not budge. He was so into his company dogma that he just wanted one from me. I already had a few left over, so I told him I could make him one for 35 bucks. Here is the really screwed up part of the story. He asked for a full list of my clients, promising that no one would be fired. He just wanted to know how many. I told him that a list would be unnecessary as it's every single one of his employees, literally all 32 excluding him. His response was to have the company reimburse each employee the $25 for the mouse turners and set it up where his company would contact me each time a new employee started. I said I had 10 left over from the initial batch of ones I made and I could just give him those and have him contact me when he runs out. He agreed. Well, that kind of never happened, as a company on Amazon made what is basically the same thing I was making for like 15 bucks. Theirs is much nicer than mine was too. So a company set idle time requirements which caused issues at the company. Now the company buys devices for each employee, so that bypasses the idle timer. OP added an edit on at the bottom of this one. It says, edit, a lot of people keep bringing up PowerShell scripts analog watches, a weight on your spacebar, or any other device that does it digitally or with regularity. I designed mine to have randomization in it. The reason is simple. IT departments can detect those USB thumbsticks, can detect PowerShell scripts that move your mouse. They have usage reports that show your mouse moved one time each minute exactly on the minute mark. Not every company has these, and some don't have anything even close to this, but some do, and this device was designed to be as undetectable as possible. One of the guys I gave this to said he has zero work to do until after his lunch break, so what he does is simply log in, set the mouse turner, and go back to sleep. He has his volume at full blast right by his ear, so if he gets a Teams message, it wakes him up. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Jabroon. It says he's possibly made a mistake and got a contract with a firm that does the tracking where he gets screwed if he canceled. This is possibly his malicious compliance too. OP responded and said possibly, I know he uses outside IT for his IT needs. Yeah, it definitely sounds like this CEO is reporting these fake numbers and maybe trying to use them to make the company look better, either to customers or maybe outside investors, I'm not sure. This story comes to us from Path of Uncertainty. You want to put how much concrete in your Civic? Many years ago, I worked in a locally run store that sold a bit of everything. I was the low-paid teenager that carried heavy things to people's vehicles. While working one day, I get called over the radio that a customer needed 12 bags of concrete, 80 pounds each. I was expecting to see a pickup truck or something similar backed up to our loading area. Instead, I saw a small Honda Civic there waiting for me. Thinking it was a mistake, I asked the driver to relocate momentarily as I had someone coming to pick up multiple bags of concrete. Imagine my surprise when they told me that they were the customer I was waiting for. I asked the customer how much they wanted to take in each trip, as I believe the nearly 1,000 pounds of concrete might be too much for such a small vehicle to handle safely. The customer became aggravated and insisted that they were taking it all at once. I quickly ran this past the store owner to make sure I wouldn't be held liable for any damages. I ran back, apologized to the customer, and began loading the bags. As I loaded everything up, the customer made several quips about how the customer is always right, and that I was too young and naive to understand that vehicles are engineered with a margin of safety. It quickly became apparent that there was no play left in the suspension, but at this point, I just stopped questioning things. I couldn't fit all of the bags in the trunk, so the customer cleared their back seat and I loaded that up as well. Upon leaving the loading area, you could clearly hear things rubbing. As the car went to exit the parking lot, it passed over the elevation change between the lot and the road. There was a loud pop of something breaking, followed by scraping. I could see that the driver was irate in the car. After a moment, they got out, looked around and under their car. The guy sheepishly asked for my cell phone because his had died and he needed to make a few phone calls. A short time later, a tow truck came to remove the car, and the guy waited in our lot for nearly an hour until his wife could come pick him up. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called OpenScore. It says, "Your judgment was concrete. Too bad his ego couldn't handle the weight." Another commenter down below called Speculatrix says, "Customer was probably mortified." You know, this might have actually worked out if they had distributed the weight evenly around the car. I mean, obviously you can't put anything in the driver's seat, but that's where that guy with the massive ego goes, and he probably weighs the same as the amount of concrete that you'd put in the passenger seat. Putting all that weight into the trunk and only in the back seat was just a recipe for disaster. This story comes to us from Powdered Toast Supreme. Manager gets me fired, doesn't realize there's a paper trail. I worked as a writer and editor for over a decade, and in that time I had my fair share of bad bosses, like anyone. But there is one that completely takes the cake. I worked for a large media company that had dealings with a number of other companies and subsidiaries ranging from publishing to fashion to sports to tech. You name it, they did it. How our writing department worked was each writer would have specific areas that they would write for, kind of like how journalists have beats they cover. So if you were assigned to the fashion arm of the company or one of its partners or subsidiaries, you wrote or edited everything for that arm. I worked for this company for about a year and a half before a new manager was hired. She was the second in command of our department. Part of her and our department director's job was to update our internal style guide when necessary. For those that don't know, a style guide is a reference document for how to either refer to things or how to format things for the company and partners. Before her tenure as manager, this was only done maybe once or twice a year, and the changes were relatively minimal since the style guide was very well established in the company and had been in place for a number of years. After she came on, it was being updated at least once a week, if not multiple times a week. It legitimately became an obsession for her. Aside from the general annoyance of keeping up with it, it didn't take long for me and my coworkers to reach the conclusion that our new manager didn't have the faintest idea what she was doing. Each new version had more and more glaring errors. At first, we all ignored these changes, giving her the benefit of the doubt and hoping, albeit naively, that these new directives were mistakes. That was until people started getting reprimanded for not following the style guide. I was the first to get a one-on-one, closed-door talk. One of the departments I wrote for was sports, and she had seen that I had not been following the new rule of how I was to refer to the men's and women's teams I covered. Truthfully, I had willfully ignored it, hoping that it was just a mistake. To my horror, however, it appeared my new writing manager didn't understand basic grammar. You see, the change she implemented removed the apostrophe from men's and women's, so for example, if I was covering men's basketball, I was to refer to it as men's without an apostrophe basketball. Her rationale was that the men didn't own the team, therefore it should not be possessive. Apparently, her understanding of the English language didn't evolve past grade school explanations. I was honestly pretty dumbfounded at first, but once I got over the initial shock that the second in command of our department didn't realize men's without an apostrophe was not a word, I tried bleakly to explain that men is already plural, and that a possessive S doesn't always denote direct ownership. Read men's bathroom. She stared blankly at me for a few seconds, and for the briefest of moments, I thought maybe I was seeing the cogs in her head turn. She, however, doubled down. Realizing the fight was lost, I told her that I would implement the changes going forward. Now, here's where my malicious compliance comes in. We worked for, and with, some very high-profile companies, and mistakes were not tolerated for things that were outward-facing. Realizing her idiocy could cost me my job, I made a simple request. Could you please email me the exact style guide rule you're referencing and how exactly you'd like me to implement it, with examples of where I messed up? She looked at me like I was stupid for not understanding what was being asked of me, but she still wrote it all down in an email for me. I also made sure any further style changes were referenced in an email, and specifically asked that if there were further changes, to please cite how I had done them in the past, along with how she would like them to be done from now on. Sure enough, within about 6 months of this, I was fired. And at my exit interview, I handed HR a folder containing every written communication regarding the style changes, along with quite a bit of evidence that she was passing off her projects to other members of the department, and changing people's work behind their back. She was fired 3 months after me, along with our department director 3 months after that. Turned out, my little folder sparked a full investigation by HR. And after interviewing other coworkers in the department, they realized she had done all of it to have grounds to fire people within the department she didn't like. I just happened to be the first on the chopping block. The project she was passing off to other people, she was taking the credit for what they were doing to make herself look good. Those changes she was making to other people's work, HR realized that she was changing things to make it explicitly incorrect. You gotta love software that tracks changes and timestamps and lists the user. On top of all of this, They also discovered that she had, at best, exaggerated and at worst fabricated large swaths of her resume. By the time she was fired, I had already found another job in a different department at the same company. It was a good gig, and my new manager wasn't a complete C. Eventually, I moved on from that company, but if anything, my time there taught me a very valuable lesson. Document, document, and document some more. OP added an edit down at the bottom. It says edit to address some questions and things mentioned in the comments. This was around 10 years ago in a US state that has laws that basically state a person can be fired for any reason, provided that it isn't prejudicial. Race, gender, sexual orientation, etc. Writers also aren't exactly top earners. I did well enough to support myself, but legal action would have been difficult to pay for. Not to mention, I was subject to some very strict NDAs because of the company, clients, partners, and subsidiaries I worked for and with. Any legal action would have put me at risk of a countersuit. I was happy that justice was served, and I had a job elsewhere in the company with good pay until I moved on. I can't believe the amount of people in my DMs asking if I'm X from Y company. Seriously, how many managers are out there that don't know men's, without an apostrophe, isn't a word? If you are trying to document bad practices at your job, your best bet is honestly your phone. In some cases, it isn't against policy to connect your work email to your phone. So, screen grab the crap out of everything that is suspect to you. Do not BCC. Do not use zip, USB, or thumb drives. Basic software these days can track it and could result in your firing regardless. Just take a photo of the computer screen with your phone if that's how it needs to be documented. It might not be pretty, and it might look boomer AF, but if you're trying to cover your butt, this is the easiest, most accessible way. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Zonte the Infernal. It says, "Well, I'm no lawyer, but that sounds a lot like wrongful termination to me." OP responded and said, "Probably was, but writers aren't pulling in the big bucks. It's why I left the profession. I did, however, get a significant, unceremonious raise 6 months after I joined that different department. Her getting fired and me getting paid a lot more than I originally signed on for was enough for me." Edit, I also wanted to add that my supervisor, third in command under bad manager, in that writing department to this day, is one of my references on my resume. Another commenter down below called Silverstar9192 replied to this and said, "Normally, if you're fired for cause, being bad at your job, which it sounds like what your manager tried to say you were, you would be ineligible for rehire at the same company. I'm curious how you navigated that. Did HR realize that your firing was improper and helped reinstate you at a different department?" OP responded to this one and said, "You know, I never considered that. I was hired in that different department even before HR finished that investigation, let alone fired bad manager. I had an old friend in the department I was hired into that got me the interview. They knew I worked in the writing department before I joined theirs, and I, for sure, didn't hide it. It was on my resume, and as I said in another comment, my direct supervisor was, and still is, a reference for me. So the short version is, I didn't navigate anything. HR might have cleared it because the department wasn't the same. I honestly don't know, and I literally have never thought about it. I suppose the company was big enough that it wouldn't be a problem, and my firing wasn't because of some egregious behavior." I love how OP in this one requested in writing from the boss all the changes they were making and showing where he was doing it wrong in the past, and the boss was just not smart enough to realize what OP was actually doing. This story is the perfect example of what we say on this channel all the time: document, document, document. Get everything in writing, because you never know when you're going to need to use it. This story comes to us from Fuzzy Concept 4606. Put more effort into my appearance? Okay. Hi, young woman of color who looks like she is in high school, but is actually in her mid-20s. I have one major example of malicious compliance, as I have been with my current science consulting role at a boutique firm since graduating college. Most of the people at my company have a PhD and/or MS, even though this is completely unnecessary for the job. I do not come from a science background, so this does not benefit me either. It is a bizarre situation as I am given much more responsibility than many people who are older, more educated, and higher in the company than me. Management clearly does not want someone who looks like me to be a leader at the company, but they give me the responsibilities of someone higher up without the title and compensation. I have been given several reasons as to why I was not being promoted as quickly as others. Side note, I have been promoted several times. My issue is that I'm doing more than others in terms of workload and responsibility, and I'm not being compensated for it properly per my current job description. I have just as much or more responsibility than many people above me, and am being treated by a different standard. Before my most recent promotion, which took 2 years to get, my previous supervisor, also a WOC, but older and with a PhD, told me that I was being treated differently by higher-ups at my company based on my age, gender, and lack of education. Although my work product was perfect, she said that I was being judged on how I appeared at first and interacted with coworkers, even though I have friendly relationships with all colleagues. She likely meant that I was too outgoing. She said she wanted to perform an experiment with me. She said that maybe I would be promoted if I started putting more effort into my appearance. Side note, I am a confident, charismatic person who respectfully does not need to put any more effort into her appearance. And even if I did, it is not her or anyone's effing business. She said I should wear tighter clothing. So I maliciously complied out of spite. I went from business casual attire that was the standard at my office to full-on business attire. I also never wore makeup to work and wore a full face of makeup every day for months. While others wore athletic t-shirts, sneakers, and hoodies, I wore dress shirts, dress pants, and pantsuits. My pastel-colored pantsuit really caught people's attention, and people would continually ask, "Are you going somewhere with a client?" I would always reply, "No, I receive feedback that I need to put more effort into my appearance." That shut everybody up real quick. My former supervisor apologized after a week and said she shouldn't have said that. I kept the act up out of malice for a few weeks after, and I got the promotion a few months later. P.S. I know this is a massive HR violation, among many others not discussed above. I do not have an in-house HR rep, and my company contracts a third party. I am afraid of retaliation, and I do not want to report anything because it will make my job worse than it already is. I know my worth and have been job searching for over a year since this occurred. I am approaching the final stages of interviews for several positions. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called New Bosterone. It says, "I used to play mind games with troublesome bosses. I'd randomly show up to work in a suit and tie and disappear at lunchtime. They'd never come out and ask if I had an interview, but they always stop by to ask, 'How are things going?'" Another commenter down below called Orchestra Light said, "First of all, good for you. This is amazing and a good excuse to get dolled up, silver linings. But one thing I noticed is that high quality performers tend to be held in more scrutiny than mid or low performers. It's like management gave up on the others, and those of us that succeed get reprimanded for petty things. Things other people get away with all of the time. Your manager sucks, and you will get the job that recognizes your quality of work. From here on, do only the tasks that are in the job description of the title you currently hold. Tell them you either promote me and pay me, or I will continue to go by policy and operate only within the scope of my title. Then list the tasks that are superfluous and suggest based on job descriptions where those extra tasks are supposed to land. Cite how much more productive and high quality your work would be if you were compensated and or only got to focus on the job you agreed to do. The worst they can do is fire you, and if they try, you will go out with pew-pews blazing. It was great to hear that OP knows their worth and is searching for another job. Hopefully they find one where they will be appreciated by the upper management and have a chance to be on an upward trending path. As we learned in the first story and in the comments that I made after it, OP from this story probably could have done a little bit better and asked that person to send that to them in writing as soon as they were told to dress themselves up. Maybe then that person would have realized how ridiculous their request was. This story comes to us from Defiant Lion 8183. Send an internal approval document to external to approve? Okie doke. Disclaimers. 1. No one will be hurt by the malicious compliance following. The users involved have 20 plus years experience doing the thing, and this is a tick and flick document. 2. The document itself is a compliance document taken from a full evidence pack that should only be used in full, and only by qualified assessors. There is legislation related to this. So a few months ago, as usual, my boss finds a random bit of information that is affecting her KPIs. 30 people don't have box X ticked off because they've been in the company 20 plus years, and box X was only initiated 5 years ago. So she finds an information pack containing all the requirements to get box X ticked, pulls a single assessment page with the clear guide that it's for our team only to sign, tells me via email to get all 20 people's external leaders to sign it as evidence. I was very aware that this is not the correct way to do this. It's just the least amount of paperwork. So I did due diligence and took it sideways to the team next to us who handles stuff like this. Their leader authorizes it without thinking it through. I explain my hesitation, and another leader overhears and also says, if it's in writing, you can action it, with a sly smile. She knew what I would do. Lightbulb, cue malicious compliance. I sent the entire email chain unedited and pointed out both authorizations, attached the piece of assessment, and sent it with the list of names to all external leaders from the official shared inbox and not my own. I sent this on day 1 of my boss going on leave. I had 10 emails sent back in less than 30 minutes, refusing to sign it with a big WTF. They CC'd in all relevant people and pointed out how this breaks compliance regulations. I replied excusing myself from future speculations until a directive from on high came down. 3 days later, I start to hear rumblings from the big bosses at head office. My boss still isn't back, and they would like an urgent meeting to discuss process. Outcome? My team is now required to get approval from the document control team before any external document is sent out. I've happily stopped editing the horrendous documents Big Boss sends to me to send out. She doesn't ask for edits, grammar checks, etc. I'm simply forwarding them to document control from shared inbox with her signature still attached. They have been sending everything back, slowing the team down by days at a time per task. Since she didn't explicitly know or ask for me to edit it in the past, she didn't know I stopped. Therefore, is very Pikachu-faced why suddenly her documents are all wrong. Her KPIs are tanking. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Tarleton. It says, never, never, never fix a superior's mistake in a document after they've handed it off to be delivered and won't see it again. Not only will you be doing invisible work you'll never get credited for, you're also setting yourself up to take the blame for some future problem if it ever comes out. After all, any future error might have been introduced in your unreviewed edits. And if you want a more generous interpretation, not showing people what they're messing up means they keep making the same mistakes forever. OP responded to this one and said, yep, I was required by previous boss to make edits, so I just continued with this one. Originally didn't realize she wasn't aware that's what I was supposed to do, but she's never asked or apparently known it was a thing. Now it's not a thing, and I'll be clearer in future roles. I have to agree with the commenter that OP was doing a lot of work that would just never be noticed, extra work that they're not getting paid extra for, and that their boss doesn't even know is being done. Pretty crazy if you ask me. This is just a reminder that you need to know what your actual roles are at all times, especially when a new boss comes in. Sitting down and going, here's what I do now, what would you like me to do, is probably a really good idea. This story comes to us from Sun-Dried Potato. My manager promised his manager that we could get our work done 2 weeks before the agreed timeline, so I made him work on Saturday with me. Almost 10 years ago, I worked at a company where my department analyzed survey and secondary data, compiling it into handbooks each quarter. After 6 months of joining the department, my manager, who joined us 2 months after me, reorganized our tasks in an attempt to improve our efficiency. This manager was promoted internally and was notorious for kissing up to management. He was technically not qualified for the promotion due to a different background required for our department, but one of the C-suite members liked him a lot. He did have some expertise in other areas, but generally had an unpleasant personality, so many people in the company didn't like him much. Along with 3 new projects, I was assigned the handbook task for the first time. The meeting was in February, so my first handbook would be for that year's quarter 1. In the meeting, I also asked my colleague who had managed the project for 4 years to explain the usual timeline. She said it took 6 months, a time frame agreed upon by management for years, considering the person handling it would also have other important projects. This meant for quarter 1 data, the printed copies of the handbook need to be ready by the 30th of September. The 6-month period includes collecting the analysis from the survey managers, and for secondary data, I would have to contact the data owner and do the analysis myself. I also have to work closely with the outsourced company that does the design and printing. I carried out the handbook project smoothly along with my other tasks, and by late July, the only thing left for me to do was to proofread the content. The next procedure required me, my manager, and the designer to review and finalize every page before sending it to the unit head for approval. Printing and delivery take about 2 to 3 weeks, so we aim to submit the design by mid-August and confirm the final version for printing by the last week of August. However, on the last Friday of July, a whole 2 weeks before our target timeline to send the design to the unit head, this conversation happened. OP, I need you to finalize everything today because we are sending the design to the unit head on Monday. Next Monday? Why? We have 2 weeks. Well, the unit head wants to see some changes around here, so I thought we could speed up the publication of this handbook to start. I told the unit head we would send the design to her on Monday. Okay, you could have discussed this with me first. I mean, the proofreading is almost done. I can get it done by today, but we still need to sit down with the designer and finalize and sign off. The appointment is in a week. Can you do it tomorrow? Go ask the designer. Now, it was not normal in our company to come to the office and work on weekends. And, of course, I already had a plan for that weekend, so this was really annoying to me. At least I knew that the designer would have no issue moving it to the next day because he is very cooperative. I can try, but tomorrow is Saturday. I'm not sure if he can make it. And are you sure you want to rush this? Because even if we meet the designer tomorrow, the hard copy will be delivered just 2 weeks earlier than the normal deadline. Is it that significant? Yes, just go ask the designer now. So I called the designer, and as expected, he had no problem meeting on Saturday. Mr. Manager, the designer is okay to meet tomorrow. Is 10 a.m. okay with you? Huh? The manager looked puzzled. You also need to be there for the sign-off. I do? Yes, you literally need to sign off on the final version to send it to the unit head. It's the normal procedure. To be honest, he didn't need to be there aside from following procedure. He had already seen the design a few times and likely wouldn't have contributed much to the meeting. I would have loved for him not to be there anyway, but at that point, I was quite excited to make him come to the office on the weekend when he obviously didn't realize he also had to be there with the designer. I can't tomorrow. I'm going somewhere until Sunday. Well, if you want to send this to the unit head on Monday, you have to be here tomorrow. Let me get back to you. About half an hour later, he came up to me with the sourest face ever. 10 a.m. tomorrow's fine, and walked away. I'm guessing he must have pissed off someone when he had to change or cancel his weekend plan. So the next day, he came in 1 hour late, not smiling at all, and was rude to the designer and me. He was really unhappy to be in the office on that day, but we got it done by 1 p.m. The following week, The story of how I made my manager come into work on Saturday was told around the company. Apparently, the plan that he had for the weekend was a group trip with some of his buddies who also worked in the company, and he had to make new arrangements to get to the place by himself and arrived late. A lot of people thought it was really funny, including the unit head and some of his buddies, and laughed at the image of him walking into the office on a Saturday for some trivial yet necessary work. Nevertheless, the next 2 years that I worked on the handbook, he never promised anyone to have the handbook ready before the 6-month timeline. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Old Pomegranate 822. It says, "Nice one. No manager should be asking someone to do longer hours without themselves doing them too. Isn't the whole purpose of a project timeline so that things get properly done by the end of that timeline? I mean, you schedule things out over the course of that timeline and have a certain amount of time for each step of the project. If somebody pushes it up, it's pretty much a guarantee that something will be wrong in the approved final version. Not to mention that everybody who's working on the team for that project is going to be incredibly stressed out. OP, congrats on making your manager come in on the weekend. I hope you had a gigantic smile on your face the whole time that they had to be there." This story comes to us from Miranda Broke Down. "I'm working my section, like you said. About a decade ago, I worked at a well-known bookstore as a seller of books. For anyone not aware, there were sections and duties that people were assigned to during shifts, and it changed frequently. It wasn't uncommon for shifts or duties to be swapped, relevant later in the story. There had been a recent change in management, and a fresh employee, let's call her Lexi, received a promotion to be an assistant manager despite having limited experience and quite the undeserved chip on her shoulder. Pretty sure she got the job because of her friendship with the departing AM, whose position opened up. She was very much a delegator who spent a lot of time hanging out in the back office. I knew Lexi wasn't liked by a few of the veteran employees for the seemingly undeserved promotion. I was a part-timer going to school, so I wasn't invested in moving up or challenging the store leadership. Didn't make much of a difference to me. She and I got along just fine overall, and usually exchanged pleasantries with a bit of conversation. Until one day, I showed up to work, clocked in, and saw my department was kids. I hated working in kids, as it was a Saturday super packed. And the person who I relieved was terrible at cleaning up whatever section she was assigned to. I called up Lexi and asked her if I could switch with another bookseller who liked working in kids that also just clocked in. Before waiting for an answer, yes, partially my fault, I asked the bookseller if she would be cool switching with me. Lexi, hearing me ask this question, yells over the phone, "No, you were assigned to kids, so go to your section." I replied with a simple, "Okay." I go to my section, and as expected, it's a disaster. Books on the floor, kids running around, toys strewn about. It was exactly what I anticipated. I got right to work on recovering messed up shelves, making stacks of the books to return to their proper locations, and picked up toys and trash. I was a man on a mission. Wouldn't you know it, but apparently there were some shelves and furniture that needed to be moved around. I get a call on my store phone. It's Lexi, and she needs my help with said task. Mind you, there were enough people on the book floor to help if she also left the back office to get it done. Her tone was much different, and she sweetly asked if I can leave kids to go help with the project. Well, kids is a mess. I was diligently working just to keep up with the unrelenting entropy due to the Saturday afternoon crowd. Could I have helped? Sure. Did I have an excuse not to? Sure did. I firmly replied, "Sorry, I'm busy in kids." Nothing more, nothing less. The shift ended and we went to go back to break room post-shift. Lexi talks to all of us and mentions how we need to remember to work as a team. Her demeanor was mildly sheepish, and she avoided making eye contact with me. I sat there, staring right at her with a dumb look on my face, pretending I don't know she's indirectly talking about me. I did find out from a couple of friends she did help out, which required her actually doing some work instead of hiding out. We never had any run-ins after that, and she moved a couple of months later. In any case, I worked my assigned section like she told me to. On the bright side, I cleaned up kids and organized it so well that the kids' lead thanked me the next time we worked together. I really feel like opportunity was lost here. OP, I wish you had a pair, because you could have said something to the boss at that point like, yeah, I heard the team really appreciated you coming out of the office, to help for the first time. I don't necessarily agree with the manager getting crapped on just because they're the one that got the promotion, but in this case where they were treating you like crap and weren't trying to do the job themselves, they deserved everything they got. This story comes to us from the Big Kahuna 43. Work my hours or we'll find someone who will. So there I was, working at a mid-sized IT firm as a software developer. My team had always been pretty laid back, focusing on results rather than the exact hours we were glued to our desks. Our projects were delivered on time, our clients were happy, and our team morale was high. That is, until we got a new project manager, let's call him Dave. Dave was fresh from a highly regimented corporate background and had ideas about proper workplace management, which basically meant micromanaging everything. He'd schedule unnecessary daily status meetings, demand we fill out hourly work logs, and insisted that everyone strictly adhere to 9 to 5 office hours with minimal breaks. One day, during one of his infamous efficiency crackdowns, he sent out an email with a new policy that all coding must be done strictly within office hours to ensure collaboration and supervision. This was ridiculous because creative work like coding often requires flexible hours for maximum productivity. But Dave was adamant, and he ended his email with, "If you think you can find a loophole, think again. Follow the rules, or we'll find someone who will." Challenge accepted, Dave. I decided to comply meticulously. I coded strictly between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., not a minute earlier, not a second later. If I encountered a bug or was in the middle of a complex piece of code, too bad. 5 p.m. means the end, no matter what. My teammates, fed up with being treated like school children, followed my lead. The results were predictable. Projects that usually took a couple of weeks started dragging on. Tasks that we could have completed in days with a bit of overtime took much longer because we couldn't capitalize on the bursts of late afternoon productivity we were used to. Our workflow was severely disrupted and the quality of our work started to deteriorate. Dave noticed, of course. He had to answer to upper management for the sudden drop in productivity and lack of commitment, which he knew was a result of our dissatisfaction with his new policy. When upper management called for an impromptu Zoom meeting with the entire team at 4:30 p.m. to address the ongoing project delays, the entire team logged in to explain our situation. In the meeting, Dave spent half an hour shifting blame and berating individual team members. He didn't even mention the 9 to 5 policy that had led to the whole situation. As the clock ticked towards 5 p.m., the tension in the virtual room was palpable, and our team hatched a plan over text. Right on cue, as the clock struck 5, one of the employees spoke up. "In compliance with Dave's 9 to 5 rule, we must log off now." Without missing a beat, every team member clicked leave meeting, leaving a stunned Dave to face the executives alone. This abrupt mass exit highlighted the impracticality of Dave's rigid policy, making it clear to the executives that change was necessary. The incident, quickly dubbed as the 5 o'clock Zoom exodus, led to another meeting, where Dave was publicly admonished and instructed to abolish his strict rules in favor of more flexibility. And as for me and my team, we made sure to celebrate our little victory with a well-deserved happy hour, after 5 p.m., of course. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called AgitatedBasket7778. It says, "Dave built his own scaffold, twisted the rope, tied it over the beam, made the perfect knot, set the trapdoor, and asked you and the team to stand on the trigger. Well done, team, well done." Another commenter down below called OK Entertainment 4959 said, "There should be a new rule for all new managers or supervisors. Don't try to fix what's not broken until you've thoroughly understood the current workflow or procedures. Does anybody else feel like these efficiency crackdowns by the manager were just him puffing out his chest and making sure that everybody knew he was in charge? It's really not that hard to be a good manager, even coming into a department where you didn't work before. You just need to observe what's going on for a while, talk to the people that are working for you, and ask them if there's anything that they think would help with productivity. If it's already a well-oiled team and the metrics are okay, you can sit back and just watch what's going on and only step in when you're absolutely needed. Most managers don't realize this, they just want to puff out their chest and make sure everybody knows, I'm in charge. Reminds me of my old boss Rick. Screw you, Rick. This story comes to us from Downtown Diamond, 1932. Talk to the boss. About 14 years ago, I was working IT for a large medical center, one of several owned by the same people. The regional CIO personally put me in charge of setting up and issuing laptops to doctors and other medical staff to go to patients' homes when they could no longer come to the hospital for any number of reasons, including disability, lack of adequate transportation, etc. When we got a new shop supervisor who was only promoted to that position exactly 1 year to the day after being hired from the outside, something that left myself and the other IT techs very upset, he made it abundantly clear that he was going to make several people's lives miserable, including mine. He'd look at my Outlook calendar, we all had to share access to our calendar with him, to see when I had someone scheduled to pick a laptop up, do their 3-month software update, etc. Then, a few minutes before the person was supposed to arrive, he would order me to do some menial project halfway across the hospital that he could have just as easily done himself, or delegated to one of the new people. If I tried to tell him that I had an appointment, he'd threaten to write me up for insubordination. Cue malicious compliance. One day, the regional CIO was due for his 3-month update. Right on cue, the shop supervisor tasked me with unboxing, then installing monitors on the first floor. About 15 minutes later, when the regional CIO arrived, he called to ask that I return to the office. I headed back up right away. The shop supervisor didn't know and never met the regional CIO, so the shop supervisor had no clue who he was dealing with. When I arrived, the CIO asked the shop supervisor to leave the room. He asked me what was going on, since I was always punctual and thorough to a fault. I told him about the shop supervisor making several of the lives of anyone he disliked miserable, with reassigning trouble tickets in multiple random floors at the last second, just as they had projects scheduled, or, in my case, as I had appointments close to arriving for the laptops. The CIO even asked why the shop supervisor always seemed to be out of the office most times the director came up, and could never get him on the phone. I just told the truth. He's been much too busy chasing skirts and shooting the breeze with his friends, sir. When the CIO asked if the shop supervisor had a girlfriend on the side, my response was, which one? He has us too busy running around to count them. He told me to wait outside the office for a few minutes and brought the shop supervisor back in to have a come-to-Jesus moment with him. The shop supervisor was put on 90 days unpaid suspension and was written up for gross insubordination for talking back to him, among other things. The CIO even asked HR to start an investigation to see what other department regulations he violated. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Illustrious Mind 683. It says, "But what happened after the 90 days? OP responded and said, after one of his side chicks threatened to sue him for harassment, he was pressured into leaving after a couple months. Beyond that, I don't know, since I moved south back in 2010. So the shop supervisor was so focused on making other people's lives miserable that they didn't realize that it was going to come back and kick them in the butt. How could they not recognize that the person on the calendar was the CIO of the company? I mean, this is an executive and probably one of the worst people that you could delay in the whole company. Talk about not being aware of your surroundings. This guy got everything he deserved. This story comes to us from admin4804. Can't switch with one preacher? I'll switch with the other. For context, I'm a pastor in a large denomination that takes years to become fully recognized or ordained as a clergy person. There are several interviews with different teams to see if a person is fit to serve. When this story occurred, I was already past 4 steps and working on the last and final step to be ordained. Part of this step required recording and submitting a sermon on one of only a set number of biblical texts. Sermons using outside texts would not be accepted. At the time, I was an associate pastor in a relatively large church, almost 1,000 people on a Sunday between multiple services, and I was initially hired to be one of the primary preachers. However, the senior pastor would set the sermon series, sermon topics, and scriptures for each Sunday. We were asked to stay on theme and on topic for any service in which we preached. Soon after I arrived at this church, the senior pastor, who had been there for many years, announced their retirement. An interim would take their place until the next long-term pastor was selected. We'll call this interim Pastor Richard. The first time I met with Pastor Richard after the former pastor's retirement and his start, he told me that he didn't think I had what it took to be a pastor. He then proceeded to strip me of nearly all my pastoral responsibilities. Prior to his arrival, I regularly preached 3 or 4 Sundays a month, was called for visits, and oversaw the sacraments. After the meeting with Pastor Richard, I was relegated to organizing a team of 125 volunteers, ensuring we had liturgists, ushers, greeters, and parking lot attendants. My preaching was also cut to just once a month at best. And even though I was working on my paperwork for the final step toward ordination, Pastor Richard refused to schedule any of the biblical texts required for the sermon for my ordination paperwork. To his credit, he did say that I could use whatever verses from the Bible that I wanted, so long as I stayed on theme for the sermon and series. However, I refused to bend scripture to say something that it doesn't. If a text is about forgiveness, I won't try and proof text it to make it fit a theme of justice. Somehow, every time I was scheduled to preach, the theme of the sermon did not fit any of the handful of texts I was allowed to preach for my paperwork. For anyone curious, it was also a requirement that the sermon be delivered in the church you were serving at the time, meaning I couldn't fill in for someone else in order to complete the task. Eventually, Pastor Richard's intern tenure was drawing to a close. There was one Sunday between his departure and the next senior pastor's arrival. That Sunday was not part of a sermon series and did not have a selected theme. It was Preacher's Choice. This would have been perfect because I could get at least one sermon recorded for my paperwork to submit. Usually, you'd want to record all of the texts so that you could choose the best one of the group. However, I was not scheduled as one of the preachers for any of the services. The 2 scheduled preachers for Sunday were Greg and Sarah. Greg was not a pastor and was not on track to become a pastor. So I went to Pastor Richard and asked if I could take Greg's place so that I could record at least one sermon for submission for ordination. Richard told me that I could not switch with Greg and he would not allow me to take his place. I agreed that I would not take Greg's place and left his office. But shortly after I left Richard's office, I went over and met with Sarah. I knew she wanted that particular weekend off, so I offered to switch preaching assignments. I would take the weekend I wanted, and she would switch for a weekend a month down the line. Sarah immediately agreed, and I went to the person who sent out our weekly email and had the information switched. I did not ask permission, and I did not tell Richard what I had done. The email went out Wednesday night, and on Thursday morning when Richard came in, the first thing he did was come into my office. He demanded to know why I disobeyed his order. I simply pointed out that he told me I couldn't preach in Greg's place, which I wasn't. Instead, I would preach in Sarah's place. There wasn't much he could do because the information had already been sent out to the church. So he left my office in a rage. I preached on Sunday using one of the required texts and used it to submit for the final step in my ordination. Unfortunately, I was not ordained that year. It would take me another year beyond that. but the look on his face when he realized I had followed his order to the letter and there was nothing he could do about it still makes me chuckle years later. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Upset Pachyderm. It says, "You didn't say why Pastor Richard had it in for you. Do you know?" OP responded to this one and said, "Hard to truly say. A couple church members took issue with the fact that I went on parental leave when my daughter was born and felt that the husband's job was to continue working and the wife's job was to stay home. My first meeting with Pastor Richard was just coming off of leave." Another commenter down below called Mr. Nuttall said, "Religion is weird." OP responded and said, "Broken people trying to do good, but are often misguided. Yes, religion is certainly weird." I think we can look at this story from a completely different perspective if we just change a few of the nouns in the story. It would actually become something like, my boss wouldn't let me work on a project I needed for my promotion, but I traded shifts with a coworker and was able to complete the project, even though he didn't want me to. It's just a completely different kind of business that OP is in compared to the stories we normally get here. Also, OP, I see what you did there naming him Pastor Richard because he definitely sounds like a dick. Well, speaking of dicks, this story comes to us from the Moby Dickler. Insist on your mileage sheets monthly? Okay, boss, you'll get your paperwork in spades. True story regarding the beautiful Emerald Isle and petty revenge on an overbearing newly promoted boss. This beautiful country of ours has a fairly low population density, generally for reasons dating back to the infamous famine. Watch Black 47 for reference. It also, however, has a layer upon layer of civil servants and bureaucracy. We have a beautiful system of government where we have 2 houses and a representative for every 30,000 people as a fact of law. Underneath that, we have a local government system with local authorities in each county and city, each with their own elected councilors and administration. Planning, fire safety, and roads are administered by these local councils, which leads to the public service being the largest employers in the country. All in an island with a southern republic that has an area of 26,000 square miles, with at the time about 31 or 32 local authorities and a population of 5.5 million plus or minus. It's totally over the top, but that's discussion for another day. Anyhow, while working for one such local authority as a senior executive engineer, a fire officer, my good friend, an extremely intelligent civil engineer, had the misfortune of being gifted with a new boss, a spanking clean, brand new inbox county engineer in his first role in that position, full of the proverbial piss and vinegar. Now, this particular county was landlocked by other counties and is a particularly odd shape with a brand new motorway going through it. There are many parts of the county that the only way to get to by road is through other counties. This is important. Most staff use their own cars, and once a month you filled out your mileage sheets, sent it to your direct line manager for sign-off, who sent it up the chain and claimed it back at a rate of so much per mile. It was often a nice addition to the paycheck and more than covered the cost of maintaining and running the vehicle. If you crossed your LA's boundary, you had to fill out another sheet explaining why and get it signed off by your line manager. Under their previous boss, they had devised a system where no one had to bother with the mileage sheets necessarily on a monthly basis and could let it slide for a few months and then submit them all together and get a nice bonus in one lump, nice if you had a special occasion or holiday coming up. An easy savings plan, if you will. No one bothered with the second sheet because you crossed the boundary so many times a week that they became irrelevant. Cue new boss's arrival, who insisted on doing everything by the book, didn't like the way things worked previously, and was going to sort it all out, straighten out everything, and kick everyone into line. He called everyone into a meeting, explained what he was doing in his best authoritative manner, and insisted on monthly submittal of all expenses and mileage sheets and everything listed down to the finest detail, including reasons for your trips, etc. And they had to be explained fully and in detail, otherwise the mileage sheets would be sent back unsigned. My friend and the rest of the staff went away from the meeting wondering how they were going to deal with this new way of working. After a few days stewing, my friend came up with a solution to the issue and then called his workmates. They had a little discussion amongst themselves about how to deal with things and came up with a plan for petty revenge. Everyone under the direction of the new boss found that the extreme ends of the county is where they were needed to work that month. The staff then slightly redesigned all of their trips so that they crossed county boundaries multiple times a day, 6 days a week. At the end of month 1, this plan culminated with the submission of thousands of permission confirmation sheets to cross the county boundary to be signed by the new CE after his first month. It took him over 4 weeks to get through that batch, and on week 4, after receiving the second month's batch, all the senior staff were called into a meeting, the agenda of which was kept very hush-hush. The only thing that ever came out of that meeting was a quiet word from the senior staff that everything was going back to the way it used to work. A perfect teaching moment and petty revenge combined. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Academic Nectarine 94. It says, "If there's anything I've learned from my time working with engineers, it's that you don't want them to stop problem solving and start problem making, laugh out loud. Their entire career is made on figuring out new and innovative things to do. You really don't want that to go the other way and create new and innovative ways of making you hate your life." Another commenter down below called Haddock said, "Nothing quite F's up a working public sector system quite like A. Greenhorns with something to prove, B. Private sector mid-managers who think anything public is covered in bloat and inefficiency. They usually show their incompetence, they cause inefficiency, and either learn to be competent or find themselves looking for something else to F up." OP responded to this one and said, "To be fair, this guy seemingly was a perfect example of a career public servant that had been promoted up and out so many times to get him out of people's way. He hadn't learned on the way up, so they kept moving him up and onward." Yep, that's how it works in a lot of corporate structures. You just fail upwards until you're at the top making the big dollars, and everybody below you does the actual work. You have to admire this guy's dedication though. He did hold on for a full month and didn't tell them to stop submitting them. He worked on them all. I can just see him sitting back with a coffee going, "Yep, this is all I'm doing this month, is working on these darn papers." This story comes to us from Anomalous Floating Chi. "I won't let you cook me alive." I have a second to senior position in my department at work, so theoretically I have my choice of station to go to when I come in, as long as my senior doesn't want it. My senior coworker has a station she always goes to, and it's understood that she likes the third station and I like 7th station. Our stations are even denoted by personal items and magnets. My station is preferred because I have medical issues with overheating, and the floor fan points at that location. My personal items at that station include a backup fan in case the big one just isn't enough. Now, this fan is way quieter than the big fan. The new manager complains about the noise of the big one. I have poor hearing and it doesn't bug me. Recently, the new manager has started stealing my station because the fan in it is quieter. Whatever, it's the least awful thing she's done, so it doesn't matter much to me as long as I'm not there to need the station. Where she crosses the line is stealing my station right at the start of my shift. I ask her if I could have my station, since there are plenty of open stations. She says, "No, you need to be able to work at any station." Knowing that I have an agreement with the office that I can always have the floor fan on if I need it, I start to get some ideas and question, "So I can have my personal fan from my things first, right?" She quickly gives me that awful manager who thinks they're God face, "No, go to your station now and start typing, or I'll write you up for not starting on time." I comply like the peaceful worker drone I am and click on the big fan while going to the station right next to her. At this point, I'm already sweating, but I'm close enough to the fan that I won't pass out. Just then, she clicks the fan off. I sluggishly click it back on. It goes off and on for a whole hour. but at this point, I'm seeing spots, so I give her a heads up. The office says the fan stays on if I need it. She goes to click it right back off. I don't care, this thing is too loud. I'm almost office staff anyway, and things will change around here soon. Within the next 2 hours, I'm unresponsive due to heat sickness. At this point, I've been magically placed in a medical unit for a few hours. I don't know how I got here or who called, but my girlfriend brought my things from work, but all she got out of the managers was that I'm dismissed for a few days. All I know right now is that the new manager has a paradigm report to worry about, and I hopefully get my spot from now on. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Yodoshi. It says, "Mate, your manager is just incompetent and harassed you into a heat stroke. Get a lawyer. Demand your ADA accommodations, assuming you're in America. Enjoy your payday. Start with a demand letter when you get back. Since this is their fault, they also owe you for your time out. This is paid leave at their expense." Okay, maybe I'm not understanding exactly how this works in OP's place of employment, but if it were me, I think I'd walk right up to that desk and go, this is my personal property, and I would just take it. What are they going to do? Physically stop you? Are they going to report you to someone higher up because those higher up people are the ones that are making the accommodations for you to be there in the first place? I just feel like there are other ways that OP could have handled this one rather than being put into a major medical issue and being taken to the hospital. That might be malicious compliance, but it's also effing with your health. This story comes to us from aggravating.5217. Email above anything else. I'm not sure if this story belongs here or in Am I the Butthole. Let's start with a bit of background. I work for a very big company, but due to my specialty, my work is split across the main company and one of the smaller companies. The MD of the main company allows my days to be split in half. The big company is very laid back when it comes to my work. As long as my work is done by the deadline date, they pretty much don't care what I do during the work week. In the smaller company, I report to the C-suite, but the CEO. Let's call the CEO Raw, because the sun doesn't rise until he gets out of bed. Raw is most interested in what I do during the day. If I didn't know better, I'd say that Raw thinks that I don't work, but sit around playing computer games all day. Raw sends anywhere from 20 to 30 emails to me per day, and more than half will be the same question, just phrased differently. Each email response is usually anything from 2 to 5 typed pages. I have even had emails sent to me at 11 p.m. and at 8:30 the following morning, an email asking why I haven't responded to the previous email. If I am asked the same question multiple times, I ignore the majority of the emails and only answer the question once. When I am working, I need to concentrate, and most days I close my email client so that I'm not disturbed. Last Monday, I'm working quite happily, and I get a WhatsApp from Raw asking me to please read an email and respond post-haste. I stop what I am doing as I get the sinking feeling that something bad is about to happen. As per usual, there are 30 emails from Raw. The first email starts off by stating, "You must always answer emails as quickly as possible, as it is unprofessional and shows disrespect to the writer of the email. Cue Malicious Compliance." I stop what I am doing and start to respond to each email individually, making sure that my answers to the same questions are different. I further indicate that I only work for him half a day and will stop my work at exactly the middle of the workday. I spend the next day and a half responding to emails and not doing my work, even though there is a deadline looming for Raw and his little company. These days, when I walk into the office in the morning, Raw seems to have spent the entire night responding to the emails and in the process, dragging other members of staff into the email trail. And the email is getting so complex that I don't know what's going on. Yesterday, I was expected to have finished Raw's work, and when asked to present the outcome, I simply said that I had not finished. When asked why, my response was that I was so busy responding to emails, I wasn't able to do the work. Raw lost his mind and started to threaten me with being fired. He said that there was a customer that was waiting for the result of my work. He then asks why was emails put above doing my work, and all I did was produce a copy of the email. My boss from the big company was also present, and all she did was laugh. She then told Ra that I will no longer do any work for his company, and he must find somebody else. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called ParticularCar8520. It says, "This is the epitome of F around and find out. You handled that situation amazingly, and your boss seems like a truly good boss to back you up and take you out of the situation." OP responded to this one and said, "Thanks, this boss is the best." I'm assuming here that OP must be on salary and the boss wanted them to work even when they weren't really on their scheduled work hours. Screw that. On the other hand, if they're paid by the hour, here where I live in Ontario, Canada, if you want me to answer emails at night, that goes down on my schedule and you're gonna pay me a minimum of 3 hours. Also, that's overtime if I've already worked that day. This story comes to us from Illuminatus Prime, exposing the drunk. A man was hired as my assistant at a tech-oriented business. He spent his breaks and his lunches getting drunk. I overlooked his behavior and covered for him because he was going through a contentious divorce. Surprisingly, he even accused me of treating him like crap. Then he engaged in a profanity-laden rant where he accused me of a lot of illegal, immoral, and unethical activities before telling me to leave him the hell alone. Yes, I now know that I was enabling his behavior, but I had once gone through a messy divorce of my own, and I was feeling sorry for him. Cue the malicious compliance. I stopped covering for him cold turkey. It was bad enough when no one could find him because he was passed out in his car, but being passed out on the floor of the men's room with his trousers around his ankles on Customer Appreciation Day earned him a dismissal. Of course, he said it was all my fault. It was not. The fallout, because it was discovered that I was capable of doing both my work and the work of my erstwhile assistant, I was allowed to work on my own after that, without any adult supervision of my own. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called WordWizardX. It says, "So you covered for him, presumably by doing both your jobs, and you're pleased that the outcome is you get to do both of your jobs? I mean, whatever works for you, but I see no win here." OP responded and said, "The win was getting rid of a drunken bum who liked to blame me for all of his troubles. The fallout was having to continue with what I was already doing, but with much less supervision." OP, I know you felt some sympathy for this guy, but if he's drinking at work and passing out in his car and passing out in the bathroom, this guy needs to go. This isn't something that's really negotiable. This story comes to us from Brush Melodic. Change the business name? Okay. Sometimes just the threat of malicious compliance is all you need. Years ago, a gentleman owned a chain of auto parts stores. He always named each store name of town, auto parts, and put the initials on the building. One of the stores was in a town that started with a W, inadvertently placing an, at the time, racial slur on the building. I'll let you go down that rabbit hole. After being up there for many years, the city fathers, think City Hall today, came down and told him he needed to take that down because it's offensive. The owner said, "It's the initials of the business, how is it offensive?" The city said, "We don't care, take it down or else." At that point, the owner looks them dead in the eye and says, "Okay, I'll change the name of the business to Frank's United Chicken Kitchen and put those initials up there." It took the fathers all of a minute to say, "Never mind, keep it like it is." They left and never had any other issues with them about the sign. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called SarahAngel826. It says, "I actually had to look up WAP to see what it means, which apparently means an excited female. Still can't see how that's racist, but I'm old, so I just don't get most of today's slang." Alright, so I did a little bit of Googling on this one myself, and what I have determined is that the description of an excited female fits that very perfectly. But I don't see it as being racist. There's nothing on there that actually leads that way at all. I am definitely not going to define it here though. If you want to figure that one out, you can Google it yourself. This story comes to us from Willowfeather8633. I warned her, Camp Edition. In the late 70s, I went to Girl Scout camp. It was great, but one night they served boiled spinach, and as fate would have it, I'd been playing with pond moss that very afternoon. Add to this, I'd tried spinach once at a friend's house and I threw up. Mom despised spinach, so it hadn't crossed my plate any other time. At dinner that night, our vegetable was boiled spinach. I told the counselors, I can't eat this, I'll throw up. If you don't take at least 3 brownie bites, you can't have dessert. What is dessert? I queried. Ice cream sandwiches, answered the counselors. Damn, game on. Okay, I want that. I'm gonna take a bite and puke. Should I aim for the railing? It was semi-outdoors. The counselors had stopped caring. Sounds good. I took the bite, swallowed it, and promptly puked over the railing. Suddenly, they are all action and rushed me to the one-stall bathroom that was occupied. I puked in the sink until the vile green crap was out of my system. As I wiped my mouth with the paper towel, I said, "So, do I need to take my other 2 bites?" Several counselors asked me shortly thereafter, "If you knew you were going to throw up, why did you eat it?" "I love ice cream sandwiches," I answered. My sweet mother raised hell upon my return from camp that summer, and the forced 3-bite rule went away at Camp Winaka for many, many years. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Retired Night Shift. It says, "My mom cooked pork chops into leather, because if undercooked, we could get worms. You had to have good teeth to eat my mom's pork chops, haha." OP responded to this one and said, "Salmon was such a delightful surprise when I first tried it as an adult. Mom's fish was leather, and McDonald's filet of fish was odd though edible. I didn't have good seafood until I was in college in the early 90s. I'm realizing how ridiculous this is since the Pacific Ocean is 10 miles that way." Another commenter down below called 3Dogs2022 said, "Poor little moppet. Of course you threw up. Boiled spinach is a terrible way to eat a green. It wasn't until I was an adult that I learned I didn't hate greens and vegetables. I just wasn't fond of someone dumping a tin can into a pot, boiling it for 20 minutes, and then slopping it on my plate. This right here, if the vegetables are not prepared properly, they can be absolutely disgusting. But a properly prepared vegetable is actually amazing. If you don't have a veggie steamer yet, make sure you get one because it makes wonderful veggies." This story comes to us from Competition Extreme 36. Middle manager wants to replace his coworkers with AI? I'll let him throw the first stone. I own a managed service provider MSP firm which provides cloud computing services to clients. Business is good enough to pay my employees a respectable wage while offering them a good work-life balance. I haven't had to lay off a single employee yet. I hired a senior IT technician as a middle manager. Let's call him Harry. Harry seems to have gone off the rails about AI. He has started to micromanage our coworkers to an unacceptable extent, and he has kept on pestering me to investigate how I could use ChatGPT and other AI technologies to reduce employee costs. Frankly, this rubbed me the wrong way. Harry doesn't have a stake in any of his coworkers losing their jobs, and his constant micromanaging had become an issue. More so, I looked at ChatGPT, and there's simply no way it could replace any of my technical employees. ChatGPT has no agency, nor can it deal with clients, nor can it see the computer screen to troubleshoot jack crap. However, ChatGPT could easily replace a middle manager, assuming someone else takes on some additional responsibility daily. You see, ChatGPT has a code interpreter mode which can do calculations and process spreadsheets. This can decimate the workload of a middle manager, at least in our firm, allowing their responsibilities to be absorbed by another senior employee, me in this case. I kept this in mind and have been shadowing Harry's job for the past few months. A good employee retired last week. I approached Harry and told him that I took his suggestion to heart and have decided to automate his role with AI. I told him he could accept his redundancy package or be retrained in Azure. He chose to be retrained in Azure. Unfortunately for Harry, he'll lose the comfy privileges being a middle manager entails. Fortunately for our coworkers, they will have an impartial AI making decisions. Fortunately for me, I won't have to pay for a redundant role. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Mountain Butterfly 38. It says, funny how his own suggestion came back to hurt him. I'm sure the employees appreciate it. Great malicious compliance. Another user down below called Larengar said, honestly, it didn't even really hurt him. He got moved back into a technical role after finding his level of incompetence. So he still has a job, doing something he's honestly likely better at than being a manager. And the company gets to reduce their headcount by 1 without actually firing anyone. It's win-win all around. Okay, I gotta be honest, I'm not completely sold on this whole AI revolution thing, because AI definitely still gets some things wrong. There was a story a while ago about a bunch of car dealerships that were using AI chatbots on their websites, and people were manipulating the chatbots to say that they could get the cars at hugely discounted prices from what they were actually listed at on the website. And then they look at this and go, well, it's on your website. Is it not truth in advertising if you're telling me I can't get it at that price? Listen, AI's getting better, but it's still got a long way to go. This story comes to us from Ash Skyra. Not until 4:01 malicious compliance. I work in a place that has a queue taking incoming calls until 4 p.m. It's generally always busy, always understaffed, but that's the nature of the beast. I work the closing shift, where you generally come in at a later time and stay later. So a few years back, I used to work extra hard trying to get my end of work duties done early between calls in order to leave early right when we shut down. Manager was totally on board with this. Sometimes I'd be done by 4:10, sometimes 4:45. Didn't matter, I left when my work was done and rarely had to stay to my full 5 p.m. Enter the supervisor, person right under manager, and the person who complains about having never enough time to do her job when she spends 60% of said time out of her seat gossiping with other coworkers. Okay, not my circus, not my monkeys. I ignore it and proceed to keep at my habit of working my butt off to get done early. This usually meant multitasking between calls and adding extra stress to work off a sheet for another aspect of our job. This goes well for years until supervisor starts wondering why calls aren't retrieved from voicemail after hours. Never mind that it's my job to get them in the morning following, which I always do. Eventually, I decide, okay, I'll stop working double when the queue is active and save that work for 4:01, since that would make her feel better. No problem. I refuse to do anything but answer calls, cause that's my immediate priority. Fast forward months later, and supervisor is constantly asking people to help on the list between calls. Nope, not until 4:01, ma'am. Meanwhile, the actual manager, the one in charge, is happy as a clam with super high productivity. After all, I am focusing on calls only until 4:01, at which time then I will start my closing duties and not a minute before. OP added an update to this one. It says, okay, first of all, I apologize for the vagueness of the OG post. I've had quite a laugh about some of the comments and am sorry for the confusion. I'll try and clarify where I can, and I have updated and edited because you all had a field day about our work abbreviation of the word Q into QUE. Laugh out loud. I work for a hospital, so I have to be careful how I explain things, and how much for HIPAA, and honestly, just because I don't want to be too identifiable. Secondly, a few of the replies got the basic gist correct. In the hospital call center environment, we take literally hundreds of calls from both patients and offices to schedule things. On top of this, we have been severely understaffed since COVID, and as a result, we have less people taking calls than we should, and more work being assigned to less people to struggle to get it done. We have basically the work of 3 people being assigned to 1 or 2, and that's assuming we even have the staff for it. We don't. So a lot of what's been happening is, instead of working my butt off to get more stuff done during the day, and leaving early as was always permitted by the manager, I'm saving all my closing stuff until the last minute. It still only takes 10 to 20 minutes max anyway, but it means leaving other people to do their job instead of me working my butt off to do theirs for them, just to save 20 minutes on average. Still much less stressful this way, and I'm enjoying it a lot more now. I'd like to give you guys a TLDR on this one because it was a little hard to understand. Let's go. Did work efficiently before anyone said anything. Manager was happy. Answered calls, went through checklist instead of waiting until 4 p.m. when the call shut off. But supervisor wanted voicemail checked at night instead of the next morning, adding to the workload. OP did voicemails instead of checklists between calls, making supervisor having to do the list and answer calls, while OP only answered calls until 4 p.m. I hope that clears things up. This story comes to us from SNJXX, new manager putting productivity over everything. I worked at a call center of nurses to give advice on whether the caller needed to go to the ER, GP, manage symptoms at home, etc. As it's health advice, it's crucial to document everything, because if someone was, for example, instructed to stay at home while exhibiting clear stroke symptoms, we'd be responsible. Well, a new manager was hired above our own floor manager to increase productivity, as the number of calls increased rapidly at the beginning of COVID. She felt it was necessary to reduce the time we spent on documenting after the call had ended. In addition to medical records, we had to fill out a short questionnaire about each call to monitor the reasons people call us. Internal purposes, not really my expertise. So it obviously took a while. Average time I think was around 3 minutes after each call. The new manager informed us that 90 seconds was going to be enough, and she had asked the IT department to make the program push us a new call after those 90 seconds, whether we were ready or not. The call would ring loudly, first on headphones, and after 10 seconds on the computer sound system. New patient information screen popped up, everything unfinished was pushed to the back, and we had to either decline the call, only allowed in emergencies, or let it ring and try to work over the ringing, which could not be muted. It was horrible, the noise was unbearable, and just in a few hours, we workers complained so much that the new manager just told us to take the new call and finish up the old one while talking to the new patient. Cue Malicious Compliance. Patient information law, similar to HIPAA in the US, violations, here we come. Having two patients' info up at the same time, trying to figure out why the latter called, and wrapping up on the previous one. How many documentations were written on the wrong patient's records? We tried. It was even worse than before. It took us about an hour to realize it would never work, and so we took the new call, asked them to wait for a second, muted the call, and finished up the previous one. The customers were not happy, but us workers gladly directed them to avenues to give feedback through. The company got so many bad reviews and online complaints in the first 6 hours that they had to regroup and stay late on that Monday evening to undo everything. We went back to normal on Tuesday, 2 hours later than we should have opened due to reprogramming. The new manager was with us less than 3 months. Don't miss her a bit. I had the most chaotic, headache-inducing 8.5 hours of my life that day. Still have nightmares of that ringtone. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called PageFault. It says, "This is a huge problem in medicine right now. My wife is a doctor, and they keep pushing more and more patients on her. She works at a clinic and is off by 5 p.m., but she was working until 9:30 p.m. last night, trying to keep up with notes and documentation about patients she saw that day. Management does not care about patient health. They want as many patients as possible to come through. If you start making mistakes, it's not on them, it's on you, and they don't care. Side note, wife just quit her job over it a few days ago. I am encouraging her to start her own practice." OP responded to this one and said, "I'm glad she quit. I'm also working somewhere where quality of care is put over quantity, charity-based organization. I was so worried I'd make a mistake while rushing through the calls. It's hard to assess people without seeing them. You have to trust what they tell you and record everything they describe experiencing to prove your assessment." Ah yes, this is totally effective management. Let's overwork everybody who's in here by making them take multiple calls when they're not even done the previous ones. Yeah, that's gonna do nothing to their stress levels. They're gonna be great, our numbers are gonna go up. Just watch, it'll happen. Does anybody else smell that? This story comes to us from Illustrious Log 3261. Boss, I don't need your input, just do what I say. So my wife is having some issues at her work with multiple people of different levels of management telling her different things to do, depending on who's the manager on duty at the moment. I said she should do what the acting manager told her to do, and when another manager comes on duty complaining about what she was doing, to relay what the previous manager had told her, and to let them work it out. I also said that she should document everything so that she could relate it to HR if it became necessary to do so. I then explained to her about malicious compliance and what it meant. This started me thinking about an incident at my old job at a manufacturing plant about 12 years ago. The building had two areas, a production and packaging area and an attached shipping and receiving warehouse. The production area was air conditioned and heated. The warehouse was heated, but only had roof exhaust fans and no AC. So it got pretty hot in the summer, but was bearable. We just moved slower. On end of Friday, we closed all the dock doors and shut off the exhaust fans and closed the overhead door that separated the warehouse from the production areas. During the week, the overhead was open, but had those plastic flap strips you could drive a forklift through to keep the air cool in production. One Friday, the newish manager, who spent little actual time in that building, told us that we should keep the fans on and the separation overhead door open during the weekend to keep the temperature cooler in the warehouse. Why he cared, I really can't fathom. We tried to explain to him that with the dock doors closed, the roof fans would simply suck all of the cold air out of the production area. But he blew us off with the standard, "You will do as I instruct you to do." So, cue malicious compliance. Monday comes, that morning in July, and it was hot as hell in the production area. The warehouse was the same temperature as always, and the coils on the production AC units had frozen, and we had to have people come out and service them. All the manager had to say was, "Keep that separation overhead door closed at all times." Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Grimes407. It says, "I mean, it was kinda silly and short-sighted of your boss, but it kind of sounds like he was just trying to make the warehouse cooler." A commenter below that called Call Nick said, "This is why the newish manager should open his ears and listen before spewing instructions. They don't want to be hot, and they tried to tell him, but he responded by pulling rank. Stupid." This manager sounds exactly like my old boss Rick, and you guys know how much I love him. Rick the Dick, who was the only person allowed to actually think in the store. If you had anything to say that went against what he said, you'd be pulled into the office and told, "I'm the manager, you do what I say." Screw you, Rick. Also for this one, did anybody else think that this malicious compliance was going to be a story about his wife? I mean, that whole first paragraph was about as useless as the first 3 minutes of The Simpsons. This story comes to us from Cryptographer Medical. I feel the need for speed. Many years ago, I worked on checkouts at a major supermarket. I loved it, chat with customers, flirt with old ladies, make them smile. I used to get positive customer comment cards every 7 to 10 days, which was the highest rate in the whole store. Some customers used to queue at my checkout on purpose. One manager and I never really got on. She was a really miserable, bitter old woman. She gave me a severe telling off as I was scanning stuff too slow. I asked if customers had complained. No complaints. I explained that I scanned at the speed for the customer. She threatened me with a verbal warning if I didn't get my scanning speed up. I wasn't slowest, but I was in bottom third for speed. Normally, I'd have said go on, but I wanted to go on management training. So I decided malicious compliance and went as fast as I could for the rest of the shift and most of next shift. So fast, my hands and wrists ached. 3 complaints that I was going too fast. Told to go back to what I was doing before. I can understand the company wanting to be more efficient and get customers through quickly, but you can't let that go at the expense of customer service. I've been in grocery stores before where they're trying to get you through really quickly. You pay, you're still trying to get your stuff into bags, and they're throwing down the next customer's things, hitting yours back behind. You have to figure out whose is whose. It's just a pain in the ass. This story comes to us from Classic Ad 6001. Haven't done the dishes in weeks. I'm not sure if this falls under malicious compliance or petty revenge or a combo of both, to be honest. But anyway, I'm a college student with roommates who love to use my stuff, even though we had a roommate agreement, and I basically said, ask first if you'd like to use my stuff. That lasted a week, because apparently they think if I let them use my stuff once, it gives them permission to do it all the time. I noticed one roommate in particular had taken a liking to my frying pan and mugs. Specifically, these are 4 identical glass mugs. One day, I was doing the dishes and was in a rush to get somewhere, and noticed there were 2 of my mugs in the sink. I went to the girl and said something along the lines of, "Hey, if you're going to use my mugs, please clean them." Then she said okay. I left both in the sink after doing the dishes I used. I come back after a weekend at home to find those 2 mugs still in there, with coffee from 3 days earlier marinating in there, and another one of my cups in there. I talked to her multiple other times in the following weeks about how if she plans on using my stuff, she shall clean it. Once I realized this stuff was not being cleaned, I decided, well, if people don't want to clean my stuff that they use, why on earth should I clean my stuff that I use? So I stopped doing my dishes. Funnily enough, 3 days later, this girl nagged me about doing the dishes. So I said, then do yours. And she said that there were none of her things in the sink. I responded with the fact that all 4 of the mugs she has used are in there, and my pan. She said, those are your dishes. Her logic is basically if she doesn't own it, she can use it without cleaning it. So I started not only leaving my dishes in the sink, but using hers. Anyway, I haven't done the dishes in 3 weeks. If it bothers her so much, she would clean her stuff that I used, but apparently according to her, I have to clean them because I used it. Hypocrites are so funny to mess with. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Global Dude. It says, clean your stuff, remove it, and then start using her stuff without cleaning it. OP responded to this one and said, will do. OP, that is probably the best solution. I would clean your stuff and then lock it up somewhere, only bringing it out if you absolutely have to use it. And then randomly, not every time, but randomly use your roommate's stuff every once in a while and just leave it in the sink, just to see what happens. This story comes to us from Zealous Ideal Ad 7045. Paint? Okay. Have a small house in an HOA community. Most of the rules are basic and hardly enforced. However, we got a butthole self-appointed president who did things his way. We eventually got a lawyer involved and got him out. However, one time he started saying we needed approval for everything, which was incorrect. He even said if we paint our house, we need approval. So had the house pressure washed, which left paint flaking on the foundation. He sent me a letter, so I painted it black. He sends another letter, not an approved color, looked at bylaws, and there was no mention of color. So I left it black, painted the door lime green, and shutters pink. He sends another letter. My lawyer sent a letter. After the butthole president was ousted, I painted my house back to nicer colors. My friends helped me both times, so other than a case of beer and a few gallons of paint, I wasn't out anything. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called I Want That Boat. It says, I like that you painted it back to normal colors so that whenever he drives by, it's blatantly obvious that you only effed with the colors to piss him off. There's not a whole lot to say to wrap this one up, just that I would never, ever buy a house in an HOA. After all the stories we've read here about them, they sound absolutely horrible. If you're listening on YouTube rather than on the podcast, comment down below and tell me your HOA story. This story comes to us from Sweet Secretary 2221, minor malicious compliance that felt really satisfying. I, 17 female, am a very outgoing person. I'm super extroverted and jolly around others. Whenever I meet someone, I'll greet them with a big hug and a smile on my face. To be honest, most people are really happy when I hug them, and that makes me want to do it even more, if that makes sense. A few weeks ago, a friend of mine, let's call her Tam, saw me hug a mutual friend. She immediately said, "You greet people as if they're your long-lost lovers. God, that's so cringe." I've been told it's cringe in the past, but the long-lost lovers thing was new, so I decided to do a little bit of mischief. When I showed up to class the next day, I hugged every one of my friends except Tam. When I'd hugged everyone, I walked over to Tam and I just shook her hand real slow, making eye contact the whole time. The awkwardness was palpable. This was 3 weeks ago, and now Tam nearly begs me to hug her because the handshake is somehow awkward. I just say, "Nah, you said it was cringe." I don't know whether it counts as malicious compliance, but gosh darn, I love the look on her face when I shake her hand. OP added a quick edit at the bottom. It says, "Edit, no, I don't go around hugging strangers. I don't hug people that have told me they don't like physical contact. No, I don't hug random men. My academy is an all-girls one, so no strange guys whatsoever." Wait a minute, was this malicious compliance or was this wholesome compliance? I think the only really cringe thing about this whole story was OP's supposed friend being crappy to OP for being their authentic self. OP, you're an individual and you embrace your individuality. You rock. This story comes to us from Lady Nutbar. I cut lettuce how they wanted. I work somewhere that sells pizza. At my store, we do not get the veggies pre-cut. We cut them by hand, minus the mushrooms and black olives. This includes lettuce, tomatoes, green peppers, and onions. A customer ordered taco pizza. It is topped with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and chip crumbles. He called in after getting home to yell at an employee about the size of the cut lettuce. Then he came in and threw an absolute tantrum over the lettuce. Like full-on meltdown, cussing at the employees, yelling at other guests who were telling him to calm the F down. Well, last night he ordered again. In all caps in the notes he ordered online, he wrote, "Cut the effing lettuce smaller." Alright, bet. Cue malicious compliance. I took the measured amount of lettuce out and minced the F out of it. It was basically lettuce confetti when I was done. Topped his pizza. He checked it before he left and said, "Are you effing serious? This is ridiculous. I'm not paying for this, and I'm never coming back again. You people are effing stupid. I'm calling corporate." To begin with, it was like 1 by 2, so not even that big at all. Literally no one else ever has complained. And the order description says chopped lettuce, not shredded, so we're cutting it to spec anyway. One of our teenage employees quipped to me that if he thinks the lettuce is so big, they feel sorry for his wife. All I have to say on this one is that when a customer says they're fed up and they're never coming back, you just want to look at them and say, "Oh my gosh, sometimes the trash takes itself out." This story comes to us from Atlas Shrugged. Back when I scheduled a machine shop. Okay, this is sort of a back in the day malicious compliance. I was a swing expediter, scheduler, shop assistant. I didn't run the machines, I just helped get done what needed to be done on our shift. Had an old school machinist come in at the start of shift and explain the blueprint was wrong, and if he followed the attached manufacturing procedure, it was going to result in a bad part. He showed me the issue and I agreed right away. Said I'd catch the engineer before shift the next day. Call engineer, he says, "It's right, just do it." Call him the next day, same result. Move it up a level and he storms into our office pissed off on third day. I try and show him the drawing and procedure, but he insists it's correct. He tells me I have no idea what we are doing in our shop. Just follow the procedures as it's written. I had logged all of the calls, etc., and asked if he would put that in writing, and he does. Cue malicious compliance. I go to the same machinist, tell him the issue. It's a 16-hour job. He sits and reads for 2 days and then hands paperwork, no part, into quality control. They check measurements and confirm if it was manufactured correctly. They ask what's going on, where is the part? I come by and explain that according to both the drawing and procedure, the machinist was to machine a 12-inch part down to just over 13 inches shorter than it started at. Thus, the produced product, nothing. Usual ask about why did we do this, I showed them the records I had, so they wrote it up as a procedure issue. 2 days later, same engineer storms in, but brought his boss, the one I initially went to when I got no response, and starts accusing me of sabotaging his part. I calmly show both of them everything, explained that we knew it was an issue and tried to fix it, but we were overridden. Boss looks at engineer and says, "Why aren't you listening to people that are trying to help?" And the engineer replies, "They didn't go to college to become an engineer. They don't know what they're talking about," and walks out. I look at boss and he says, "We will get you a revised procedure and drawing. I assume you still actually have the original stock to make it from?" I laughed and told him I wasn't stupid, of course I do. Engineer was no longer with the firm a couple weeks later. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Pax Anders. It says, "I'm a CNC operator, and boy, let me tell you, when you have an old head who never went to school and has been machining for 40 years, that guy is 10 times more valuable than someone with a college degree. Protect him at all costs." Laugh out loud. So you mean to tell me that you were supposed to remove 13 inches from a 12-inch part according to your documentation, and the engineer didn't realize that something was wrong with that? Are you sure he went to school? Here's a little life pro tip for the engineers out there. If a machinist calls you and says, "Are you sure?" maybe you should take a look at what you've done, just to be sure. This story comes to us from 3/5 of a brain. Annoy me while I'm trying to make the shopping list? Okay then. Kind of a small one, but lately my dad and older brother have been trying to push the job of making the shopping list onto me. Of course, because I don't know how much they need, since I'm the least food interested person in the house, I need someone's help with making the list. As dad has gone to bed, my brother helped me. Well, he quote-unquote helped me. He would sit there and tell me which item I needed to check, one at a time, and give me vague or stupid answers as to how much we needed of something. For example, we needed 35 tubs of mint ice cream, or the amount of beer we needed was a fridge, and I was getting annoyed. Especially because he was trying to watch a movie at that time, and kept pausing and unpausing it between items. So I had to deal with him always telling me to shut up and wait for the end of the scene, or a good time to pause, which took several minutes per item, for a full shopping list for 3 people and a cat. Did I mention it was like 11:45 p.m. when we started doing this? And this is after he had dragged his feet on helping for 3 days. Eventually, I got sick of it. I started writing exactly what he said when it came to his foodstuffs. So we needed an amount of veggie burgers, just guess, of tuna, shut up, this is a good bit, of dark cooking chocolate, and look at the silly moggy of butternut squash, and so on. By the time we were done, it was past 2 a.m. and I was knackered, stressed, and satisfied with my work. I took the list upstairs to my dad, left it on his bedside table with a sticky note that said, "If anything looks wrong, just don't get it." In the morning, Dad went to do the shopping. He came back with everything I eat and he eats, but my brother was missing about 85% of his food items. When my brother asked WTF happened, my dad said that he couldn't tell whether we needed to get some things because the amounts of those things seemed unusual or costly, and felt that it was safer if he didn't buy those things. It turns out Dad had been kept awake by my brother's movie for 2.5 hours last night and was as sick to the back teeth with it as I was. My brother had to walk up to the local shop and buy as many of his things as he could from there. They didn't have everything. Out of his own money. He even had to make 2 trips because he couldn't carry everything the first time. It was a mile walk there, meaning he had to walk 4 miles in total to buy his food out of his own pocket. Dad wouldn't drive him because he had a long run to do, and I'm sure as heck not going to help. I was too busy eating my Pringles that I forgot to put on the list. I'm still going to have to help make the list in the future, but when I do, something tells me my 27-year-old brother will help properly next time. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Cosmic Changes. It says, "Great job. 27-year-olds can think of and make their own grocery list. I suggest you don't ask him at all. If he doesn't think of it in time for the list, then he can go get it himself." I completely agree with this commenter. This guy's 27 years old, still living at home, and wants everybody to do everything for him? F that. I would put my foot down and say, hey, you're old enough to make your own list and go get your own food and pay for it yourself. Good luck. This story comes to us from RickBB80. Okay, really old one. The comments in the machine shop post reminded me of something that happened a very long time ago with a college-educated engineer. When I was in the Boy Scouts, I was the troop quartermaster for a while. We needed a place to store and organize our camping gear, tents, Dutch ovens, etc. One of the guy's dads was said engineer and volunteered to supervise building some shelving for the small closet we had to store the gear in. He produced very professional blueprints, yes, for simple shelves. I was only 13 or 14 at the time, but my dad was a self-employed carpenter and took me along on jobs when not in school as his helper. So I knew how to read blueprints and a bit about building shelves from wood. I took one look at the plans and saw a very big problem and tried to point out his mistake, which was my mistake. To say he was highly put out by being corrected by a kid was an understatement. Lots of words like, "I know what I'm doing," "It will work, don't worry," etc. The usual engineer self-righteous babble. So me being me, I shut up and backed off. His plan to get the shelf into the small closet, build it in 2 halves and put each half in and then attach them together. But he had no support under the split down the middle of each shelf. We got it built, installed, and he was quite proud of himself. "See, it's fine." "Okay," says me, "let's get all the gear stowed." First tent, canvas about 10 pounds, went up on the top shelf, in the middle, right at the split. And it went right through that shelf and all the other shelves all the way to the floor. An entire Saturday wasted. He stood there dumbfounded and speechless. I looked at him and said, "It needs supports under the shelves that aren't cut in the middle." Next week, I came to the troop meeting and looked in the closet. Supports installed, gear arranged. He never spoke of it again. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called G Gibby. It says, "The worst part is that the dad completely missed the point of scouting. He had an opportunity to guide you in the design and build process so you could learn and demonstrate a skill, then claim ownership of the result." You mean to tell me that a dad completely missed the point and inserted their own ego? That never happens. If I were that kid and the suggestion that I was going to make was implemented after the fact, and that dad just didn't talk about it anymore, I would completely bring it up every chance I had when that dad was around, but not directly to them. I'd bring it up to other parents that are close by to that dad so they can just hear it in the background and cringe and try to hide. This story comes to us from Hanky Panky. Permanent structure? Okay. I grew up in an okay town that has since become a bit snobbier. I was driving down my old street last year and I saw my old neighbor Andrea sitting on her front porch, so I stopped in to say hi. Turning into the driveway, I noticed a regulation-sized soccer goal in her next-door neighbor's small front yard, which is very out of sync with the rest of the neighborhood. It made me laugh a little. After a quick catch-up, I learned a couple of things. She's the last of my old neighbors who still lives on the street, and the neighborhood has become very keeping up with the Joneses, with the exception of her next-door neighbor. I asked about the soccer goal, and here is the story. The neighbor has a young daughter who loves soccer. She would spend hours in the front yard kicking goals into a small goal anchored in the front yard with tent spikes. Apparently, another neighbor, they don't know who, but they suspect the people directly across the street, complained to the township because of the semi-permanent structure in the front yard. The neighbor got upset, obviously. It was basically a toy in the front yard. Cops came to their house, they got a warning. Then they thought it would be okay as long as they took it down when they weren't home. But nope, cops were called again and they were fined while the daughter was using it. The fine said something about having a semi-permanent because of the tent stakes structure. Cue malicious compliance. They weren't allowed to have a semi-permanent structure, but they could have a permanent structure. So they went, got a permit from the township, dug the holes, filled it with concrete, and built a regulation-sized goal, and hung the permit on one of the poles. Now, the mystery neighbor has to look at that goal every day. This is absolutely the correct response when a neighbor has to pitch a fit. It does make you wonder though, what was their goal here? I truly love this neighbor because it took balls to do what they did. They truly are a keeper. Oh my gosh, I got a real kick out of this story. This story comes to us from OilGlad7943. Daycare wants us to work? Remember this from my childhood. I was in daycare and Christmas was coming up. Our daycare educator, Mrs. May, asked us to cut out a huge stack of A4 Christmas trees with our scissors. Mrs. May forbid each table from going out to play until we had cut out all the Christmas trees. She gave each table a sizable stack of Christmas tree cutouts. Now, this was unpaid overtime plus child labor. I came up with a simple idea. I got 5 papers, stacked them on top of each other, and cut them at once. All of my classmates at the table did this too. Mrs. May went around the classroom, and when she came back to our table to check up on us, we had already cut out all the Christmas trees. The gobsmacked look on Mrs. May's face was priceless. We explained what we did, and Mrs. May said this was not what she expected of us. True to her word though, she let us go out. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Dang Near Wrecked It. It says, if you want to find a better, more efficient way to do something, hire a lazy person, or a kid who would rather be anywhere else. You know, I'm kind of wishing that the kid in this one was more like that little bastard Johnny, and just cut out a whole bunch of dick shapes instead, and then handed that in to the teacher. Then again, my brain really hasn't matured over my 42 years on this planet. This story comes to us from Brother Gatto. Yes, sir. When I was at the army, I was a drill sergeant and trained some new recruits. I was fair and not like one of those douchebags. I did everything I ordered them to do with them together to show them how to lead. I liked it that way, and my squad also liked that I get dirty with them. So my standing in the company was quite good, and I was appreciated. After a couple of months, I had to switch company, and a pretty young and fresh second lieutenant was my new leader. He was kind of the same age as me, but was full of discipline and wanted to spread his knowledge. What you need to know, we all salute each other, but the other formalities were just needed and required, where there were some official things to do. But not for this guy. He ordered me to be like a real soldier and salute every time I enter the room where he is and speak with him. How I should be more respectful. Cue malicious compliance. Every effing time I entered the room where he was, I put on all the military manners I got, and I have a lot of them. Saluted him and spoke only highly official with him. Only short reports, yes sir, no sir, as you wish sir, and I continued this for days and weeks. Every other officer looked at him like, dude, are you serious that you want it like that? And he became more and more embarrassed. He even told me, please don't say yes sir no more, because we both know this means go F yourself. I just responded with, yes sir, anything else sir? And we both knew that I would continue this behavior. At the end, when I left there, all but him thanked me for what I did, and we all had a big laugh about this. But I think he did not appreciate his order, and will think twice in the future. For me, it was just him, and I like to show that I got respect and manners. It was a very funny time. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called CoderJoe1. It says, it's always better to train your officers correctly from the start. Well done. Another user down below called Lap Steel Guitar said, F around and find out, especially in the military. I really think one of the more important things a junior officer can learn is when to insist on strict military protocols, and when they are an obstruction to the job. I hope the lesson was learned by the time you were done with them. OP responded and said, one very funny situation was, when we carried some boxes in his office, I put them down in the moment I entered his office, where he was, and I saluted and reported him. I walked the whole mile and he felt that. This story comes to us from Appropriate Rip 9996. Make this pack of beers fit in that fridge. They don't fit. We were going camping 40 years ago. We had a pop-up trailer with a built-in mini fridge with a sink and cooktop. My dad said, put these beers in the fridge. I took the beers, I don't remember exactly, but I think it was a 12-pack of long neck glass bottles. I opened the fridge and put the beers in. They didn't all fit. I put them all upright. I guaranteed that the door could close and that none would fall out when you opened the fridge. There were some in the door where condiments go. It was pretty full. I reported back. They were angry when they heard that they didn't all fit. They commanded that I go back and put all the beers in the fridge and not to come back until that was done. Could the beers be on their side with the fridge door still closing and I could stack them up? No. Could I put beers that are upside down with the beers that are right side up? It wasn't stable. I worked at it for a while since I didn't have a time limit. I like geometry. I'm good at math. I like puzzles. Still, it could not be done. I was satisfied that volume of the beer challenged the volume of the fridge, and that there were possible alternative unstable stacking methods that could get some more bottles in there, but woe to anyone who opened the fridge, because the cascade of beers would be impressive. Feeling confident, I reported back that the request could not be done. They were enraged. It strikes my adult self that I should have just reported victory and hid the other beer somewhere else in the camper until there was room in the fridge. Maybe I should have drank the ones that didn't fit. I was young though. Didn't think of that. They were so mad. I had to go back and fit them all in the fridge. Okay then, I went for an unstable arrangement of beers and worked at it for some time until I could just slam the door closed in time to form a seal. Eventually, they opened the booby trap door. The camper was not level. As the door opened, the beers all rolled out of the fridge in a rush for the open door of the camper, like salmon jumping free when the dam is released. But they crashed in pools of broken glass and beer on rocks. My dad caught a few like an Alaskan bear on the river. He got like 2 in each mitt. I expected to be yelled at again, but no. Strangely, the worst of it was reporting the news that they didn't fit and not the aftermath of the Great Beer Migration. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called rjack151. It says, I thought you were going to dump the beer into a container that fits in the fridge, resulting in flat beer when they went to drink it. OP responded and said, another good idea. Does anybody else feel like OP's dad was already 3 sheets to the wind before he told OP to put them all in the fridge? Then OP's dad gets mad at OP because they couldn't fit them all in the fridge and sends them back twice to do it again and again. Parent of the year right here, dick. This story comes to us from Mr. Bones 6150. Boss didn't follow his own dress code. I worked for a popular fast food company. I won't say the name, but it can be recognized by the sound of a single bong in its jingle. Anyway, we are required to wear company brand shirts and must display the company logo on our bodies somewhere. Enter morning shift boss. I almost never see anybody from morning shift as I either work evening or closing, but due to layoffs, we needed a closing manager. He is incredibly nitpicky and hypocritical and only invokes the rules when it's convenient for him. Anyway, my attire that never got any write-ups or talks was a company shirt, company hat, an apron, and jeans. Boss walks up to me and talks to me about the dress code and my violations. Apparently, the rim of the shirt was too low, My apron wasn't allowed to have pockets. But the thing that really set him off was my jeans. He said I can't have them cuffed, and I either have to cut them to size or get new jeans that fit. I tried to explain to him that I have very wide hips, and jeans of my waist size are usually meant for big and tall people, and I couldn't find any jeans anywhere that had my leg length. He said, just cut them then. Later that week, he made everyone sign a pamphlet that basically says, I understand the dress code and will follow it or face repercussions. Fortunately, this pamphlet had the company dress code written in the text. Everyone else just signed their name and moved on, but I took the pamphlet into the back office and took the time to read the whole thing. My boss came in and wondered why I wasn't working. I told him, my father told me never to sign things without reading the terms first. Just sign it, he replied. I will, I just want to know what I'm signing my soul over for first is all. I'm guessing he thought what I said was funny as he chuckled and walked away. But then I saw it, my saving grace. Only dark blue denim, black jeans, or black pants, solid in color, are approved to wear as your company uniform. Pants and jeans should not touch the ground, have holes, fading, embellishments, or light washes. That's everything the dress code says about jeans. It said nothing that I wasn't allowed to cuff them. And it did say I have to wear a company apron too, which doesn't have pockets. But it never said I can't wear more than one apron. I proudly signed the pamphlet saying I fully understand the dress code, and I saw that my boss was the first person to sign it too. The next day, I came to work with my jeans cuffed, my company apron on, but I wore it backwards and my usual apron on regularly, and I did tuck in my shirt as that was the dress code. A few coworkers wondered why I had two aprons and still cuffed my jeans. I told them everything I'm wearing is to the letter up to dress code. When my boss finally called me into the office and said I would receive a write-up for insubordination and dress code violation, I told him nuh-uh with a cheeky finger wag. Everything I am wearing is up to code. I thought you knew that. You signed it too. I assume you took the time to read the terms of the dress code too. He got the pamphlet out and started reading the terms, and I could see him looking at my jeans and back at the pamphlet, then back at me, then my apron, then the paper again. Is there anything that violates the dress code? No, he replied. Well, then a write-up would be unnecessary then for me, but I would like to point out that the dress code specifically prohibits holes in attire. And I think I see a hole right there on your shirt, and also it says pants cannot touch the floor. And your pants are down by your heels, sir. I can see some dirt and a stray piece of lettuce on the rim of your pant leg. He looked and saw, then he shimmied his pants up higher, up to his belly button. You know, if they're too long, you can just cuff them. And then I promptly left. Felt pretty proud of myself for that. My boss never came to me about dress code after that. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called MotherAthlete2998. It says, in business law, we are taught to never sign anything until you can read and understand what is written. Ignorance is never a good defense. Read and understand always. In this case, could OP have insisted that the manager write themselves up for their own dress code violations, especially right after they signed the pamphlet as well? The manager here just sounds like a micromanager looking for something to do instead of sitting in the office. They have to make everybody else feel uncomfortable because it makes them feel like more of a manager. This story comes to us from Small Town Flair. Can't do your driver's license test until spring? Okay. Not sure how malicious this is, but it was about as close as I had ever come. This took place back in the early 80s, long before graduated licenses. My birthday falls on Victoria Day long weekend, and just afterwards, I was able to write my 365 beginner's license. I had driver's education through the summer, and near the end of August, completed the training and went into the ministry to book my G driver's test, Ontario, Canada. I came home and told my parents that I needed the car early Wednesday morning, and my mother put a stop to that right away, saying that she wanted me to have winter driving experience before I could take the test. So I clarified that I could take it in the spring. In all honesty, I couldn't fault her for wanting that. Our winters back then were bad. If the highway wasn't closed once a week due to snowstorms, we were having a good winter. So I went back to the ministry and canceled my test for that upcoming week. Fast forward through the winter to March, I went back to my mother and said that I again needed the car for my test, and she immediately said no. I responded that she said I could get it in the spring, and she said it's not spring yet. I told her that my test was on March 21st, the first day of spring. The look on her face was priceless, and the laughter my dad had was even better. He looked at my mom and said, "Well, he's got you there." I got my license that day, passed with flying colors. So wait, what's this? OP said they had to wait until spring, but they live in Ontario, Canada? We only have 2 seasons here, winter and road construction. This story comes to us from Alger Elric. I should answer loudly every time? Okay. I would never have thought I would have a personal entry in this subreddit since I'm mostly a lurker here, but here goes. My wife and I take turns in tutoring my son, who just started school this school year. He is generally doing well in school, but we still tutored him over the weekend to give him the impression that school is serious and that we were intent in him taking it seriously. My son rarely pays attention whenever we tutor him during the weekend, as he just wants to play with his siblings. We have 3 kids and my son is the eldest, not really relevant with the story. And whenever he would pay attention, just stays silent whenever he doesn't know answers to questions, or would answer with the most soft voice he could muster, despite the fact that he was very loud and very talkative when playing or in general. I would often scold him for this, and he still persists on doing this every time, the not answering and answering softly thing. On to his malicious compliance. My wife was tutoring him yesterday afternoon when during tutoring, she could barely get an answer out of him or was answering very softly. My wife had had enough and finally scolded him for answering this way and asked him to answer loudly whenever someone would ask him a question. Anyone who is used to this subreddit probably knows by now where this story is going. This kid proceeded to scream all the answers to my wife's questions for the rest of their tutor session. Where was I the whole time, you ask? Rolling on the floor laughing beside them at the fact that my son managed to pull this off. My wife couldn't really do anything about it since I was the strict parent. OP added an edit down at the bottom of this one. It says, "Edit, I would like to clarify that this tutoring is only a review of the week's lesson and would generally last from 10 to 20 minutes only. Also, what he did was not acting out but just being playful. This is why he was never reprimanded for what he did, because we know he is like this. It wasn't like full-blown shouting or anything more than like playful shouting. He is also a very vocal kid, and whenever he doesn't like to review because he's tired or would prefer to play first, he would tell us. We never force the issue because after all, he is still too young and needs his space to play, sing, dance, and interact with his siblings and friends. In fact, we encourage him to do this more than the reviewing. Sadly, it just needs to be done, and the teacher sometimes asks us to do this, so there's that." Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Byled. It says, "Great son, but I also feel sorry for him. If you pressure him too much, it might backfire, so he totally loses interest in learning. I enjoy being off work on the weekends. Give him some time off to have fun with his siblings and friends. Chores, anything else, rather than learning in a structured way. Go to museums or walk where you can teach him about nature, from bugs and plants to weather and climate, if you really want to teach him something. It's now early spring in my Denmark. I taught my son about the retreat of the ice 10,000 years ago and how the plants invaded by looking at which plants are turning green first, and about the influence from explorers by non-native plants when we walked in our neighborhood, etc." Another commenter down below called Pro David said, "When your kid has to resort to screaming to your face for some 20 plus minutes, and you as a parent have made it so you're unable to admit your demand was a mistake, and that you have made a mistake." OP responded to this one and said, "The look on my wife's face when he started doing it was priceless. Couldn't stop myself from laughing. And the smug smile on my son's face is like, that'll teach you from eating up 20 plus minutes of my playtime on the weekend." He sometimes catches me reading here and makes me read stories out loud, which I think gave him the idea. Scared and made me so proud at the same time. I'm still stuck on just one sentence near the end of that story where OP said that the wife couldn't do anything because OP is the strict one. Doesn't that just about tell you all you need to know about that whole family dynamic? I firmly believe that fun times and discipline should be evenly split between the parents towards the kids. You really don't want your kids getting the impression that one parent is the fun parent and the other one you just want to stay away from. This story comes to us from Massive Discount 845. Church wants to sue me for a review? I'm from Germany. We are a very litigious society, so much so that business can sue individuals for writing bad reviews. In fact, per German law, it's up to the individual to provide evidence that what they wrote actually happened, or else the individual can be forced to take down the review and pay legal costs to the business. I'm a tradesman and did some renovation work for a church in a small town. The church did not pay me. I take 50% upfront, and the church had cheated me out of the second half after I had completed the job. The church only had one other review. I wrote a review stating that I had been cheated by the church. I promptly got a legal letter from the church demanding to take it down unless I wanted to be brought to court. The church could easily argue that they paid me in cash, and I would be out of luck according to German law. Okay, I complied with their demand. I took down the review and posted a new one stating that I'm a tradesman, and the church threatened to sue me for writing a simple review. I also attached the legal letter from the church as an image in the review. Fast forward a few months, I received an angry call from the clergyman. He said my review had caused several tradesmen to either ghost him or ask him for complete payment up front. He claimed that I had cost them thousands and that I would burn in hell for hindering God's work. I then asked him, "What is your religion's founder's view on honesty, compassion, and forgiveness?" Cue a moment of radio silence, followed by him hanging up the phone. No legal letter yet. Anyhow, I can now substantiate my review. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Rasmosis. It says, "If they were going to claim that they paid you the last half in cash, I wonder how they were going to prove that. Where I live, with business transactions in cash, if you don't get a receipt from a cash register, you will get a handwritten one with the implicit purpose of documenting what was paid, when, and for what. I'd drag their holy butts to court if I were you." The church complained that OP was costing them thousands. Why? Because the other tradespeople suddenly wouldn't work with them and they couldn't stiff them out of the bills too? Is that how that works? OP, I would have updated that review with all of the information from that final phone call as well. This story comes to us from Meowsasaurus. Mom splits hairs with nanny to save a few dollars and ends up back paying hundreds. I have been a nanny for several years now, and for the most part, I've worked with lovely, reasonable families. I have contracts for every family that guarantees the hours that I work. Meaning, if a family goes on vacation, I still get paid because I'm technically available to work, but they chose not to use my services. Think gym membership where you pay regardless of whether you've been to the gym in a month. This is standard on nanny contracts. Another bit on my contract is called the nanny share. So if two of the families want to combine for the day, each of them pays 2/3 of my regular pay rate. I get paid a little more for watching more kids, and they save a little only paying a portion of what they would have paid. Karen and Ken's family went to Hawaii 3 weeks ago, and per my contract, I was to be paid as usual. Before they left, they asked if I could come in and watch Bob on Sunday after they returned, so that they could recover and rest. I agreed, and my hours were set at 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. that Sunday. They went on the trip, everything was wonderful, and they texted me when they landed saying they would see me at 8 a.m. The next day, when I was about to head out the door at 7:30 a.m., I received a text saying that Bob was just waking up. so I should show up at 8:30 instead. After the day of nannying, Karen asked if I would stay past my regular hours during the upcoming week so that they could have 2 date nights. I agreed, and Karen said she would reimburse me for all the extra hours at the end of the week, since it'd be just easier to make one payment. Totally fine with me. The week finished, and I ended up staying an extra 8 hours total for the 2 date nights. I asked Ken to pay me for 16 hours, but he said he had to talk to Karen first to double check hours and would pay me shortly. When I got home, I received a text from Karen saying, "Hi, Meowsosaurus. Thank you so much for covering for us these past few weeks. Ken and I are feeling refreshed, and the show was hilarious. Since we were in Hawaii, you were paid for an entire week while you weren't working. We don't think it's quite fair, as it is a large sum of money, so we'd like to apply some of those hours to your babysitting today and yesterday. We will pay you for 8 hours instead." I was furious. I screenshotted the part of my contract that plainly stated I would be paid for any hours that their family was on vacation, and I reminded her that it was in violation of contract. She reluctantly agreed, and I texted that it would be a total of 16 hours. Karen instantly replied and went off, texting, "On Sunday, we asked you to come in at 8:30, not 8. We are already being generous and paying you for the holiday we took. We expect you to track your hours better next time. This is unacceptable. You need to be as accurate as possible with the hours that we are paying you. We will pay you for 15.5 hours. Readers, this was a difference of $12.50. I was going to ignore the part of my contract that said any rescheduling needed a 24-hour notice, but instead, I went nuclear. Bob has been tagging along with Steve and me to music class and soccer twice a week outside of Karen's regular contracted hours since January. Karen has never offered to pay for those hours, but Henry was fine with paying his full rate for those hours because Steve was having trouble making friends at school and had become close to Bob. I chose not to say anything about the slight bump in pay because I loved watching them play together. Malicious compliance time. As Karen stated, I needed to be as accurate as possible. I calculated all the hours that Bob has joined us since January, 6 hours a week times 18 weeks, and the total amount they owed was almost $2,000. In the group chat with Karen, Ken, and Henry, I said, Karen stated that it was of utmost importance that I track the hours as accurately as possible. So I took it upon myself to double check everything, including the share hours. Thank goodness I did. I didn't realize we had forgotten to track all the hours that Bob joined us for soccer and music. Henry, I'm so sorry. Karen actually owes you quite a bit of money. If my calculations are correct, they owe X amount to you and Y amount to me. Henry replied, Karen and Ken, I'm so disappointed to hear that Meowsosaurus hasn't been compensated properly this entire time. I don't need my money to be refunded for those hours because I wanted Steve to continue his playdates, but you need to pay Meowsosaurus' portion immediately. I got a huge chunk of money I wasn't expecting, and I am now on the hunt for my next nanny family. I'll be putting my 2 weeks notice with Karen and Ken as soon as I do. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Upset Pachyderm. It says, good for you. It doesn't matter what kind of work you do, wage theft is unacceptable. If they can afford a nanny and vacations in Hawaii, they can certainly afford to pay you your contracted hours. Another commenter down below called Killer T-Cell said, also, I caught that she refers to your services as babysitting, which shows how much she doesn't respect your profession. OP responded and said, holy crap, you're right, I didn't even catch that. I've just realized they've never referred to me as a nanny, even though I call myself that, and Henry calls me that. This is an interesting one because they said that they were being generous by paying what was in the contract. No, it doesn't work that way. It's a contract, it's not being generous. Being generous would be paying over what's in the contract, not just what you're required to pay. And I just want to say I have total respect for all the babysitters and nannies out there because sometimes I have a hard time getting my kids to do what I want. I can't imagine trying to get other kids to do it too. This story comes to us from Blue Skies 5 Eva. No maps? I can do that. So my father and I have had a stilted relationship for a long while, but in recent years, he has been trying to extend an olive branch, and I've been trying to accept. This is confounded by the fact that, presented with any difficulty, he reverts to the bullheadedness that was a large part of breaking up our relationship in the past. Normally, we take a small vacation once a year or two, just as father and son, to some mutual interest place. Typically, I do my level best to be driving for at least one leg of the trip, as otherwise, I would have to sit through 2 legs driving barely at the speed limit. Now, a quick aside that's very relevant, my father has always been very proud of being technologically adverse and slow to adopt new technology, to the point where he exulted over having a smartphone with GPS in 2020. He preferred and prefers a more hands-on way of doing things, such as consulting a physical map to see which roadways are needed to be taken in order to get to a destination. That was fine growing up, but in the modern era, that thinking is just time wasting, in my opinion and experience. Yes, if you're in an area with no coverage, you're crap out of luck, but offline maps exist for a reason. I digress. On our most recent trip, my father was lamenting to me about how the youth of today can't function without our devices in our hands, and how he misses being able to take a trip out into the wild roads that is. No one in our family has ever been a fan of camping, with merely his sense of direction and general sense of roads being his guide. He bemoaned how I barely even pay attention to street signs, relying almost entirely on maps telling me when to turn, and that we're all living far too fancily or something. Now, normally I just tune out his extended rants on the decline of society and the sloth of the youth today, but this trip I was feeling rather malicious, as he had previously brought up some of his annoying acts that had initially soured our relationship. So, as I made it downtown, near where I work and where I know 100% of the streets, I leaned over and switched off the GPS and calmly drove over the river into the next county. Cue an absolute mental breakdown from Father Dearest, who demanded to know why I had done that, and a generally sad wailing on how we were now utterly lost and how would we make it back to society. I am slightly exaggerating here, since this was a couple years ago and I don't remember exactly what he said. I turned to him with the widest grin I could muster and asked him in the sweetest, butter wouldn't melt in my mouth voice, "I thought you didn't like using the GPS." Quite unfortunately, he didn't get the hint, or was panicking too hard to, and just stridently demanded that I turn the GPS back on. Unfortunately, deprived of maps as I was, I had to guess where a U-turn would be, and after a couple false starts, I found a nice place to flip back, 5 miles from the river. As stated before, downtown is my wheelhouse, so once we made it back, I just calmly dropped him off at his hotel, no harm done. I don't really have a satisfying ending, but I hopefully don't get any more rants on the uselessness of GPS. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Hobo Freedom. It says, "Reminds me of the Rand McNally Road Atlas of the US. My family moved quite frequently when I was growing up. This was 2001 to 2008-ish. So before we started driving, Mom and Dad would sit down and figure out our route and use a highlighter to mark it. Eventually they started switching over to printing out the MapQuest directions." OP responded to this one and said, "This sounds incredibly familiar to me. I'm pretty sure my father did the same for long drives, using a highlighter on a disposable map, I guess." Wow, this one brought up a whole bunch of different memories that I hadn't thought about in ages. My parents used to go to the CAA office here, which is the equivalent in Canada to AAA in the States, and they would actually print out a flip map and highlight the route that my parents were going to take to get from up here in Canada to down in Florida where they went for the winter. I remember it being a highlighted route through multiple pages of this flip book so they could find their way down, way before GPS. This story comes to us from Rude Jeweler 4188. Don't mess with the nerd. For context, this happened in 2016. I, female 19 at the time, was a psychology student. I was relatively new in town and knew basically no one. And because I changed schools after my first year in college, my whole class was already familiar with each other, and I was the new girl. I was quickly adopted by a group of students that became my college friends for the entire graduation. All but one. This one, let's call him Dave, 29, became my boyfriend after around 2 months of me entering the group. He was completely the opposite of me, and to this day, I still don't know what got into me to date someone like him. He was a daddy's boy with an anarchist attitude. Long hair, always wore sandals, smoked cheap cigarettes, didn't work at all. Everything was paid by his dad, including his studies. Me, I was working part-time as a tutor while living with my mom and helping her on the side so she could get her high school diploma. My dad made her drop out before marriage, and she never had the time to do so after divorce. Being the high achiever I am, I always delivered my papers on time, wrote them calmly throughout the available time, and overall never had myself having to do something last minute. He, as you can imagine, wasn't like that at all. I only found out after us and our group got together for 5 group projects. All very important for the final grading of the subjects, mind you. Before that, we only had individual projects, by the way. As per usual, the group decided to be divided into smaller ones so we could work on our sections, and I obviously decided to work with my boyfriend. But he never did anything, and I mean literally. We started fighting, arguing, and cussing at each other on a daily basis. The group also got tired of him, so I started planning my revenge. First, I talked to the group and explained the whole plan. They agreed to sit quietly while I mastered it. Second, I deeply apologized to poor Dave for making him so miserable, and pretended to play cool while the projects were being done. He pretended to do his part while minimally helping to do stuff. Poor guy spent an entire 30 minutes organizing the project's Google Drive. Then, cut to the project's delivery date. They were all supposed to be presented in front of the class, plus the written papers. Me and the group got together to get everything straight, get prepared. Dave was even invited, but never showed. He explained he would read the files on Drive beforehand. On the day of the first project, I initiated my plan. I arrived earlier and went to the teacher's office. I explained what Dave hadn't done all semester, how he never even tried to participate. Then, I showed print screens of our texts about the topic to prove I was telling the truth, followed by the group chat I created to check if the gang would be in on the plan with me, confirming the rest of the group was okay with my decision. I told the teacher that I want him kicked out of the project. He would not get grades for our work. On class, when the group was called first day, we all stood up, including him, but the teacher stopped him before he could join us. Not you, mister, only the ones who actually did the job. He got pale while we started the presentation and left before we ended. The next day, same thing happened for the other 3. He didn't even show up. He only showed up for 2 of the finals too. I ghosted him, ignoring calls and texts. And in school, he even tried to talk to me, but I walked the other way. Well, he was forced to drop college since he failed majority of his classes, and his dad didn't want to continue paying for something he wasn't appreciating. I've never heard from him since then. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Paralyzed78. It says, so rather than just go to your teacher and letting them know Dave wasn't pulling his weight, in your opinion, you stayed in a romantic relationship with someone who you were fighting, cussing, and arguing with on a daily basis just to embarrass him in front of everyone, and then felt the need to gloat about it on Reddit 8 years later for internet points? This does sound a lot like a few other ones that we've read on this channel way back in the past, where projects needed to be done and someone wasn't pulling their weight. Another way to handle this one is on presentation day to pretend that your throat hurts so much. Oh my gosh, I think you're gonna have to present it for us, Dave. Of course, in this case, you probably want the teacher on your side already, so they know that you guys actually did the work and Dave didn't. This is just to publicly humiliate him as well. This story comes to us from Sekila. Beyond time or not at all. I was a piano technician for a while, and my boss lived in another town. He gave me crap a couple of times for being around 5 minutes late after a 2-hour drive, yelling at me that if you can't be on time, then don't be on my clock, as some kind of threat to my job. So I was scheduled to meet him at a client's house to move and tune a piano. I waited until exactly the time we were scheduled to meet and then left. I had a booty call around the corner anyway, and that was great. Apparently, he showed up a few minutes late and was pissed that I wasn't there. I told him later that I had been there, waited until the appointed time, and figured that the appointment had been called off, since no one showed up by the scheduled start time, so I left. I found another profession, and I don't think the old fart learned a darn thing. Well, OP, your boss sounds like he was completely out of tune. And I mean, I don't think he was very sharp to begin with. You could say that OP gave into their base urges while the boss got in trouble. Okay, I apologize. I know there's a key to piano music humor. It's not just black and white. And I don't want to put a damper on your enthusiasm, but you just might have to stay tuned for more. This story comes to us from Can't Stop the Signal. I'm amazed I got that one. Service Industry Compliance. Story time. Background. During an 8-hour shift at a BS temp job spent on my feet, I stopped moving for 2 minutes to take a breath and just enjoy standing still. I happened to yawn discreetly during minute 2. Shift started early morning. During my shift, I work at least 3 times harder and better than the other employees, who spend most of their time effing around on their phones, chatting, and vaping behind the shelves or under the counter. My boss, who is never there, but when she is, takes the time to bitch out anyone she sees, so she's managing her employees, walks by and says, "OP, if you've got nothing to do, you need to be cleaning or restocking. Don't just stand there." Malicious Compliance spent the rest of the shift detail cleaning, manually descaling, sterilizing, and polishing an espresso machine for 3 hours, as slowly and thoroughly as possible. It was very relaxing. Then I peaced out. Screw you, manager. Ah yes, the classic if you have time to lean, you have time to clean. Oh gee, I wonder where I heard that one before. Screw you, Rick. This story comes to us from DT20. You want me to work 0 overtime? Sure thing, boss. Some context. I work as a manager in a call center. I am nowhere near the phones and generally do not interact with customers. Rather, I am a knowledge repository for my staff and handle communication between our team and the client company, which we provide support for. We are a technical support team, not a sales or order support, and the devices which we support are very complex consumer electronics. Most of our support time goes to professional installers, and we rarely speak with customers firsthand. In short, my job is to know our policies like the back of my hand, and to know the products we support better than anyone except the designers that engineered them. A secondary part of my job is to coordinate our online chat team, which is generally pretty hands-off other than right as the shift ends, when I generally jump in to monitor any active chats and make sure they close up quickly. I don't want to keep my guys here any longer than necessary. They like it better, and it cuts down on overtime hours for the entire line of business by a lot. This means I generally rack up 15 to 20 minutes of overtime a day, though some days it can be as little as 0 and others as much as an hour. My direct boss knows all about this and is generally all for it. One day, however, the guy who was in charge of all the support teams, we work with many brands, sent out a memo that management should never be getting overtime. I brought this up with my boss, as this would seriously impact my team, who arranged a meeting with the big boss. Big boss proceeds to tell my boss that no, I cannot rack up any overtime hours. Fine, I get out at a reasonable time every day. I have 0 issue with this. So the next Monday, I log out right when my shift ends. Turns out 3 of my guys were there for an extra hour with last-minute chats. Tuesday, nearly the same story. This continues all through the week. We are bleeding overtime hours for support staff, with most of my team getting nearly an hour of overtime per day. This goes on for a pay period when Big Boss comes back and tells us we were told to reduce overtime hours and that we had somehow racked up even more than we had before. My boss backed me up and told the Big Boss that no, we were told to reduce management OT hours and that I had indeed not racked up any overtime. Big Boss asks why OT hours increased, and I mentioned I stayed to make sure my team had support they needed to get out as early as possible. Big Boss goes, "Well, that makes sense. Keep doing that, but add any overtime to your Friday lunch so you don't rack up overtime." I explained that I can do this, but will still probably get a bit of overtime on Fridays since the end of shift is obviously after lunch. Again, cool, long lunches are nice. This works well for a few weeks. I am making sure I zero out my OT, but I knew it was only a matter of time before they regretted doing any of this. We were approaching the busy season and getting more and more long chats and calls. I made sure to get Big Boss to email and CC me and my boss this instruction directly. Sure enough, a few weeks later, Monday, I'm there for a whopping hour and 30 minutes trying to get one guy out the door. Tuesday for an hour, Wednesday for an hour 15, and to top it off, 2 whole hours on Thursday. It was a terrible week for the last minute chats. I tally up my makeup time for my lunch, 5 hours and 45 minutes, plus an hour for my normal lunch. I normally worked 4 hours, 1 hour lunch, then another 4 hours. So that Friday, I came in and explained the situation to my boss. He was cool with me working for only 2 hours and 15 minutes the whole day, because I was doing exactly what the big boss said to do. So an hour into my shift, I go on my 6 hour and 45 minute lunch. While I'm enjoying my most of day siesta, the entire line of business is burning down. Chat is so busy, we have people waiting 30 minutes to speak with someone. Calls are so busy, we have 15 calls waiting. On days like this, I normally jump in the queues as I do not need to document every case like our tier 1s have to, and I'm very good at my job. I can usually knock out a 15 to 20 minute call for a tier 1 in 5 minutes or less. I can easily handle 4 to 5 chats at one time, seriously taking a load off that team. Now, I alone could not save this shift, no way. We were due for a hiring class, and we're working on onboarding new tier 1s at that time. But man, does it look bad to the client when one of your key players is absent all but 2 hours and 15 minutes of one of the busiest days ever for our line of business. I get back in, settled down at my desk right as the rush is clearing up. The damage was already done, and we were manageable for the rest of the day. Right at the end of my shift, I look and notice that there is no one on a chat and no queue. So I immediately log out and thank my team for working hard that day. Then Monday comes. I get to meet with the client, Big Boss, and my boss for our weekly meeting. The client is furious about how on Friday, one of our best assets was on a super long lunch break, and Big Boss put me on the spot and asks why that was. My response was rehearsed. According to company policy established and agreed upon on date we met with the Big Boss, I am not to accrue overtime hours. Any hours over 8 worked within the work week must be made up during my lunch break on Fridays. Big Boss began denying it when my boss stepped in and was like, "Wait, I got an email about this." He pulls up the email Big Boss sent and shares it on screen in the meeting. Client is pissed, and the corporate rep begins ripping Big Boss a new one on the phone. After ripping into Big Boss, the corporate rep speaks to me, telling me to accrue as many hours as needed to make sure my job is done, and that if my company wants to retain this line of business, Big Boss is not to interfere with my generally very successful management without consulting them and myself. Since then, Big Boss has continued to try to interfere and change how I run my line. However, every time so far, the corporate rep has had my back. They are extremely happy with my work and know I do a great job. Heck, they even pushed through a large raise for me when Big Boss was blocking my boss's attempts to get me more money. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, there's one from a user called Throwaway47138. It says, "You are taking money out of Big Boss's bonus checks, and that's why he's trying to kill your overtime. But I'm guessing that the client knows this too, and will make sure Big Boss doesn't get it one way or another, after how badly he screwed things up." OP followed every single rule, got them to send it to them in writing, and the boss backed them up as well as the client as well. This went absolutely perfectly for OP. They even came out of it in the end with a raise. I mean, come on. OP, are you offering any kind of classes on how to stick it to the bosses? Cause I'd like to sign up. This story comes to us from Cat on Duty. Boss pays a lot for his fancy plans. This story happened around 15 years ago. I had just quit my BA in economics, it just wasn't right for me, and quickly needed a job while figuring out what to do while paying my bills. I found one in a call center. This center was a subcontractor for big companies. In my case, it was the second biggest telco company in the country, and they partially outsourced first and second level support for DTV, internet, and phone services to the company I worked for. The job was okay, not very demanding, hilarious interactions with customers, and nice coworkers. But I soon discovered that management was just a bunch of inflated egos with glorious ideas, but no talent. So after about a year, I was promoted to supervisor. Just a flashy title for solving crappy cases, no pay raise or other benefits. Apparently, I did a good job because 3 months later, I got called into the office by the management team. Their plan was to form a training team, and they wanted me to lead it. At that point, I still didn't know what I wanted to do with my career, so I just said yes. And that's when the crap show started. They gave me a contract with no detailed job description, a fixed salary plus a monthly bonus, which I can get by achieving certain milestones every month. When I asked what those milestones are, they just said they will define them every month. Okay, fine by me. As an employee with a fixed salary, I also had to report my hours every month to my assigned manager. Let's call him Frederick. So here we go. As I said before, they had lots of fancy ideas, but no clue. I asked countless times what their plan was with that training department, what my tasks were, what my milestones are, and I only got some wishy-washy speech about some grand ideas. In the end, I was tasked with all sorts of nonsense, helping out with calls, best paid call center agent ever, designing signs for the center, where to find the toilet, for example, and stuff like that. They actually gave me so much nonsense work that I had to work overtime. But fine, I just do it, submit my report at the end of the month, and figure out my life. There was just one thing that really pissed me off, the bonus. After the first payment, I noticed the bonus was missing, so I asked Frederick why. He said that we never defined the milestones, so I did not reach them. I am not stupid and I know my rights. Fact is, he has to give me the milestones. If he does not, then there are none, and I am entitled to the bonus regardless. I could have made a fuss about it right then and there, but I decided to be quiet and just go with his nonsense. But I made sure to forward every important email about my role, salary, and bonus to my private email. So this went on for about 6 to 7 months until I had a pretty big accident, which kept me in the hospital for 2 weeks, and then at home for another 6 weeks. The company had a habit of firing people after such a long absence, which is illegal but hard to prove. So I knew that the moment I came back, I would be fired. Sure enough, the day came, and as soon as I walked through the door with my pretty sign on it, I saw Frederick and the HR lady marching towards me. They escorted me into an office and told me I was fired immediately because they decided to close the training department that never really existed in the first place. In my country, the notice period for both parties is usually 3 months, but it is possible to let someone go effective immediately. That means I still get 3 months pay, but I'm not allowed to work there anymore. I happily signed the notice and they let me go to my office to pack up. Little did they know that I just went to prepare my farewell gift to them. I had already printed out everything, calculated my overtime and the missing bonuses. So 30 minutes later, I called the HR lady into the office and laid it all out. Due to the fact that they let me go immediately, they had to pay me the overtime plus a surcharge, and of course, all of the bonuses plus 3 months salary. All in all, it added up to over $15,000. The only thing the HR lady said was, "We didn't expect you to know the laws. I guess that was a slip up." Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Zero Ingenuity. It says, "We didn't expect you to know the laws is a full-blown admission of intentional criminal conduct. Tip off the Labor Department about them anyway, or rather, others in such a situation should, because for darn sure, if they'll break the law and casually admit it, they're breaking other laws too." OP responded to this one and said, "All the stuff they did was in a gray area. If I had to record her, I could have gone to court, but it cost me a lot in a lawyer and court fees with no guarantees that I get any money back. They had a habit of firing people after sick leave, but if they gave an excuse like department is getting closed or not enough work, you have close to 0% chance to win a case. We do not have the kind of unions or labor department here. That's why it's important to know your rights and the law, and trick these shady companies." It's too bad that OP wasn't able to go after this company because you know they're gonna scam everybody else there that they're able to as time goes on. If nobody ever holds a company accountable, then it just continues the same way, and so many more people get screwed. This story comes to us from Dullahan8. "I just want an invoice, please. I've been working trying to port a childhood landline telephone number to VoIP. This would involve a 3-step process: porting from landline to mobile, changing ownership from my dad to myself, then porting the number to a VoIP ISP. The VoIP company I want to port to requires an invoice with my name, my account number, and my phone number as proof to initiate the port. I have actually spent 4 months already trying to convert the landline number to mobile and have become extremely frustrated navigating ISP bureaucracy shenanigans. But that is a story for another time. This story begins with me calling into my mobile carrier after the ownership change. As soon as customer service picked up and I identified myself, they started going on a sales pitch for a very cheap prepaid offer, which I shot down right away. I politely declined the offer and explained that I was calling just to obtain an invoice to initiate a port to another ISP. Thankfully, they backed off right away, but said that they will not be able to provide an invoice. I asked why, and they said that they never provide invoices for pay-as-you-go plans. I chose this plan because it was their cheapest plan to maintain, as I did not plan to stay here long. I called them out because my dad had been receiving invoices when he was the owner of the account. They denied this and said they never did and never will provide invoices for pay-as-you-go accounts. They explained, furthermore, phone ports do not require proof of invoice as there is already strict security in place for number porting. We spent 20 minutes going back and forth about this, with me explaining how their company's operating procedures do not necessarily apply to other companies. I am thoroughly agitated at this point because our conversation has gone nowhere and I have not been able to achieve any of my goals. I stopped talking to give myself a moment to step back from the situation, and then a light bulb moment hit me. Cue Malicious Compliance. I asked, "So explain to me again, how much does that prepaid offer cost again?" To which they joyfully repeated the terms and conditions of the offer. "And will I be invoiced for this plan you are offering?" A moment of silence on the line as customer service realizes what I'm doing. "Yes," they replied quietly. "Alright," I said confidently, "let's swap over to the new plan. Then you can send me an invoice." So now my account is being converted to a cheaper prepaid plan. I'll get my invoice and finally get my number ported to VoIP. Jumping down to the comment section on this one, we have one from a user called Google Mail. It says, "This is odd, really. An invoice is a request in advance for payment of a specific sum, payable by a specific date. It is not a receipt for payment. A pay-go phone company literally cannot issue an invoice as they have no idea what you will spend or what date. That is literally the whole point of pay-go. They weren't being awkward or bureaucratic. You were literally just asking them to do something that cannot exist. By converting to a pay-in-advance contract, of course, they can issue an invoice, as they know exactly what amount you will owe them and on what date. The issue here you haven't mentioned is that the new contract you signed almost certainly has a time period attached to it. Very few will let you just cancel at any point beyond the cooldown period of a few days. As such, you may now be committed to them for much longer than you expected, which would prevent you from moving it to VoIP with another company. I guess it really depends on what the contract terms are. My mother has a pay-as-you-go phone, and she's contracted to pay a certain amount onto it every month. I think it's only like $20 or $25, something like that. But because it's pay-go, it's still month to month, and she can cancel anytime. Also, they do email her an invoice for that payment every month. So while the commenter is correct that most pay-gos would not send out an invoice, some of them definitely do. This story comes to us from Great Palpatine. Removal of a table in my big boss's office. When I was in the military, I worked in an office. This office has several rooms. My superior and his superior, Big Boss, work in the same room, but I work in a room several doors down. For context, Big Boss had a certain way of doing things, which was admittedly a little weird sometimes, but he really hated it when people changed the way he did things. I always knew this, and so I always just left Big Boss to his own devices. The easiest way to make Big Boss happy was to literally just give him what he wanted, doing the most unimportant and minor things just the way he liked it. But that's a story for another day. Now, Superior and Big Boss often have differing ideas and different ways of doing things, and Superior really doesn't like it when I contradict him. For context, a few months before this incident, we had just had quite a major structural adjustment in preparation for a large military operation. Superior wanted to lay things out a certain way. I disagreed. My disagreement made my superior very angry because I should not be questioning him, and he told me not to question his judgment of how things should be laid out in our office again. One day, Superior asks me to move the table out of the room when Big Boss wasn't in. The Malicious Compliance. Are you sure Big Boss would like this? Just do it and stop asking so many questions. Okay then. I moved the table out of Big Boss's office. Cue several hours later. Who moved this table out of my office? Big Boss's voice can be heard several doors down. The dressing down could be heard several doors away. Big Boss could be heard going off on my superior for several minutes. After that incident, my superior gave me less of that just do it attitude until I left the military. Okay, I have a question. Is it actually malicious compliance or just compliance in this case? This is military. You followed a direct order from a superior. I see that as compliance and not really malicious at all. But I'd love to know what you all think, so if you're listening on YouTube, comment down below and let me know if you think that last one was malicious compliance. If you enjoy daily Reddit stories, I encourage you to follow and add us to your favorites on whichever podcasting platform you enjoy the most. Also, if you're watching and listening on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button and drop a like on the video. It really helps us out. I thank you for watching and listening. I hope you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow.